The stores had disappeared from the map. "You all right, man?" "Yes. Wait." I brought it down to 80%. Nothing. 70%. Still nothing. I dropped it down to 50%. A lone marker lit up. A large wholesale store in the industrial zone. "I think I've just found you a job," I said. "Stacking shelves in a store. Would you mind doing that?" "I wouldn't mind doing anything at the moment. I'd be happy just cleaning toilets." "Have you ever been to the North Industrial Zone?" He scratched the back of his head. "Sure. Is that what you mean?" "Why not? Is there anything closer to home?" "You've got a cheek, you. Which home? You don't have one, do you? You might just as well rent something for yourself in that area." All right. Keep your hair on." "There's a supermarket there that needs a stockman. The name is Underground. Think you're going to try for it?" "Absolutely." I gave him a critical once-over. Misshapen track bottoms, an old t-shirt, and a pair of old socks in his sandals. Still, he looked fit and strong. That was the most important thing. "Did you drink anything today?" "Only last night." "What did you drink?" "Just a beer," he said. Still, I could feel his embarrassment. "What, for a starter? And then what, a couple of vodkas? I suggest you keep a lid on it for the time being, or you might not last. You'd better put some decent clothes on, too. How about your identity papers?" "I've got my ID and a proof of address. No driver's license." "What do you want me to wear?" "I don't know. Haven't you got any jeans or something? And a decent shirt?" He faltered. "I think I've got a shirt, but it needs some mending. I've got a pair of jeans, though." "Come with me," I said. By then, Richie had already done all his business. Alec and I took the elevator to my apartment. I rummaged through my stuff until I found a blue dress shirt 2 sizes too big for me, a birthday present from one of Yana's numerous family, still in its transparent packaging. "Try this on," I told Alec. "The sleeves are a bit too short." "Never mind, you can roll them up later. Actually, it's not so bad." "I'll bring it back," Alec said without taking his eyes from the mirror. He looked a different person. "Just keep it. It's brand new." "Thanks. Who do I need to speak to?" "Just go there and ask to see the manager. Tell them that you know they need a stock worker, and that's why you've come." "Should I mention you?" "No, just say you want to do it. That's it. I must be off. You too. Smarten yourself up, and off you go." As I walked to the office, I couldn't stop thinking about Vicky. It wasn't love, of course, but still. She gave me this good feeling. My heart warmed when I thought of seeing her. Would I be able to invite her to my place? Would she run in horror on seeing my bachelor's den? Finding a new place was getting a bit imperative. Our office resembled the film set of The Walking Dead. My groaning co-workers stumbled about, weakly pretending they were busy. The water cooler was in overload as everyone hurried to quench their hangover thirst. Max, our system administrator, gulped beer from a large coffee mug. At least I thought it was beer, judging by the badly concealed open can stashed away behind his server cables. Greg arrived, lugging a large suitcase. He looked grim and decidedly misanthropic. On seeing me, he cheered up a little. "Hi, Phil. Remember how good it was last night? That's exactly how I feel now." "Not." "Is it so bad? Did you drink too much?" "I wish. I stayed in the restaurant with the guys for a while, then we all went to that karaoke place. I came home, and the door was locked. From the inside. Alina refused to let me in. I crashed out right there on the stairs. When my alarm went off, I couldn't work out where I was and what I was doing there. I had a filthy taste in my mouth. My whole body was aching. I was thirsty as hell. And then I discovered this suitcase on the steps next to me. What could I do? I tried to knock some more. As if. Alina just wouldn't answer the door. I have no family in town. I thought I might pop in at a friend's to clean myself up and leave my stuff there, but he'd already gone to work. I wasn't used to seeing him so lost. That's tough. You should make it up to her somehow. Just to wash away the guilt, you know?
Don't.
Cyril's sleepy voice butted into our conversation from a nearby desk.
She's probably not worth it.
But that wasn't even my fault, Greg protested. What's there to make up for?
There's no guilt to wash away,
Cyril summed up with a yawn and a stretch. He was wide awake now.
But I know somebody else who might do with a wash.
You stink like a polecat, you. Greg raised his arm and took a sniff. You think? Anyway, what about you, Phil? Did you take the girls home? Depends what you mean. No way! Don't tell me you all ended up in bed together. Yeah, right. I slept through the entire journey, so in the end it was them who took me home, not the other way round. At least I got some sleep. Greg's face betrayed relief. I knew it. He was after Marina himself, jealous bastard. I still had some time before the briefing to pop into the HR and fill in my job application, because all things considered, I decided to stay here for a while. A rep's job didn't require staying in the office, which meant I could spend some time doing my own things. I really should help Marina find some clients, land a few for myself, receive my J-Mart bonus, and keep an eye on Greg while I was here. Cyril, too, seemed to be okay. Not sure if I could become friends with them all, but I quite liked spending time with them. It wasn't often I enjoyed talking to someone in real life. The thought of losing my old online friends still smarted. What a shame I'd lost contact with them. I really should get in touch with them and invite them somewhere. As I submitted my job application to Vicky, she was all businesslike. I couldn't agree more. I did like the girl. If things didn't work out between us, that wasn't the reason to ruin her reputation. Also, I still didn't know what company policy was regarding corporate affairs. Phil, welcome to UltraPack. I'll send your name badge as soon as it's ready. Please leave your contact information with Daria, our office manager, so she can order your business cards. Thank you very much, Victoria. As I walked out of the room and out of sight of her workmates, I gave her a wink. She flashed a smile back. During the briefing, I managed to offer a couple of useful suggestions. Afterward, a new message popped up. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Communication Skills. Current level, 5. XP received, 500. I had a mere 150 XP left till level 7. That was peanuts. Such rapid progress in less than a week made me regret the years I'd wasted playing World of Warcraft. During the briefing, I also arranged it with Pavel to become Marina's mentor. Dennis didn't like it at all. He flared his nostrils out of spite, but didn't object. You think you can do it? Pavel's voice rang with doubt. You've only been working here since yesterday yourself. Your product is easy to sell, I said. It's just as good as everywhere else, but its costs make it very interesting for the buyer. Plus, you have an impressive client list. Yes, I think we can do it. Pavel nodded and moved to the next subject on the agenda. Greg's eye twitched. Still, judging by Marina's stats, her mood was now close to happiness. We spent the rest of the morning meeting with clients, lugging around bagfuls of samples, stacks of price lists, and reams of business proposals with our contacts on them. I used my interface to calculate the optimal route between hundreds of small and middle-sized businesses in need of packaging deliveries. Bakeries, delicatessen shops, online takeaway joints, small restaurants. At the moment, they were all buying their packaging materials at prices much higher than we had to offer. We didn't bother to call them to arrange a meeting. We just arrived on their doorsteps and asked to see their bosses. If we could, we spoke to them. If not, we left them our samples and paperwork. Marina spoke little, preferring to watch me until finally I suggested she did the pitching. We hadn't closed any sales yet, but we laid a solid groundwork, sowing the generous seed of future success. In the early afternoon, we returned to the office to have lunch with the guys and renew our stock samples. Cyril joined us. I got the impression that his relationship with his other co-workers wasn't too cordial. The inexpensive but filling lunch finally brought about my lack of sleep debuff. Still, its effects were neutralized by the fact that Mr. Ivanov must have just signed my employment order, judging by a new system message. Task status: get accepted for the UltraPack job. Task completed. XP received: 210 points. Plus 10% to satisfaction. As I rose from the cafe table, a new message made my legs buckle under me. I collapsed back into my seat, struggling to preserve a poker face. Congratulations! You've received a new level. Your current social status level, 7. Characteristic points available, 1. Skill points available, 1. Holy mamma mia! Social status 7! I'd very nearly caught up with Yana. Are you okay, Phil? Marina asked anxiously. Cyril, Greg, come and help him. It's okay. My leg's gone numb, that's all. Come on, let's go now. I'd have to distribute the available points some other time. It went without saying that the new skill point allowed me to activate optimization, which would in turn allow me to finally get rid of my old gaming skills. One thing I didn't know was how the skill redistribution was going to affect my physical state. I might just collapse in a heap and remain comatose for 48 hours, you never know. Next question. Which of my skills and main characteristics should I invest in first? I needed some quality time to think about it. I entered the task into my logs. The importance of this decision couldn't be overestimated. After lunch, we continued pitching. By the evening, we'd met with barely 10 of all the hundreds of potential clients. We had more work than we could manage. As we parted ways, Marina stood on tiptoe and gave me a peck on the cheek. Thank you so much. Have a nice weekend. My pleasure. Try to get some rest. Monday's going to be hot. She laughed. Yes, boss. Cyril had already invited Greg to stay over. One problem less. But as for Cyril himself, his vitality had dropped another 1.5%. Before leaving the office, I took him aside and suggested he see the doctor. I had no doubt that all the excessive drinking the night before must have taken its toll. But still. Oh, come on, Phil, he replied skeptically. I don't need a doctor to tell me I have a smoker's cough. All they'll tell me to quit smoking. I don't need to pay a doctor to tell me that. I got really angry. Will you please shut up? This isn't a joke. You're coughing your lungs up. Go and have a checkup. I know of a clinic I've just been to myself. Jesus. Now, why do you care? What's your problem? You are my problem. Please go and have a check. I'll think about it. Give me the address. And the phone number. You need to make an appointment first. Tomorrow, if possible. They're open on Saturdays. There's a doctor there called Olga Shvedova. She knows what she's doing. Go and see her. All right. All right. Give her my regards. She probably remembers me. Cyril nodded. Greg waited for him patiently, hugging his suitcase. Task status. Ask about Mr. Cyrilenko's health and suggest he makes an appointment with a doctor. Task completed. XP received, 100 points. plus 5% to satisfaction. I rode the elevator with some of my other workmates, including Vicky. I waited till no one was looking, then mimicked dialing an imaginary phone and pressing it to my ear. She gave me a barely discernible nod. Her eyes laughed. I hitched a ride back home. I stared through the car window at the cheerful Friday crowds celebrating the end of the weekly grind and looking forward to a night of beer and clubbing, followed by some quality sleep and an entire weekend of doing whatever they pleased. Me too. Tomorrow I had a movie date with Vicky. The thought filled me with similar exhilaration, even though I'd only been working for the last couple of days. I dialed Kira. She started talking the moment she picked up. "You coming? Have you finished working? Mom has cooked enough to feed an army. What time do you want to leave? Would you like me to pick you up? We still need to buy a cake." "Hi," I replied. "Yeah, sure. I'm going home now. I'll walk the dog and then I can come." "Excellent. I'll be at your place in an hour and a half." As I walked toward my house, I noticed some drunken merriment going on in the pavilion. I took a better look. There they were, Yagoza and company, complete with a beaming Alec still wearing my shirt. I headed toward them. Alec walked over to greet me. "Phil!" I could see he was sincerely happy to see me. "They've hired me! Imagine! I start Monday." "Congratulations. Well done." "Thank you," Alec said, then added guiltily, "I had to buy the guys a drink to celebrate." I hadn't received any quest messages, though. Apparently, he had to be officially hired for the quest to close. He stank of booze. I knew, of course, that he was celebrating with the money I'd given him. "Well, listen, you're a grown-up man and can take care of yourself," I said. "You do what you want, but—" "There!" someone shouted behind me, then slapped my ears quite hard with both his hands. "Scared, ain't you? So you should be." I swung round. The guy gave me a chop under the chin. My eyes watered with the pain. I received a debuff to perception. Covering my ringing ears, I looked around me in search of the guy who'd done it. I didn't have to look far. A filthy, drunken character was standing in front of me, guffawing at his own joke. His eyes were mere slits in his fat face. The entire pavilion guffawed with him. Their stupid joke had become the last straw in the recent succession of dirty tricks others had played on me. I went into enrage mode. Clumsily, I attempted to punch him, investing all my strength into the blow. My badly aimed fist barely grazed his cheekbone. Immediately, he punched me in the liver, knocking the wind out of me. I doubled up and dropped to the ground. Alex stopped him before he could kick my head. "Russ, are you nuts? This is Phil."
"I don't care if he's your grandmother," the alcoholic growled.
"Leave it, Alec,"
Yagoza wheezed.
"Your nerd isn't worth it. Come on, don't spoil the party. We've plenty of drinking still to do."
"Did you hear?"
the fat drunkard said to Alec, slurring.
"We have a good thing going. Don't ruin it. Let's celebrate."
I focused on his stats. Ruslan. Age, 36. Unemployed. I remembered the two swindlers who tried to buy my computer off me. That one was also called Rustam or something. I didn't seem to have much luck with the name. The pain in my gut was excruciating. I waited for it to subside. Alec left me and rejoined his buddies. Chapter 18. The Best Intentions. Parents are like God, because you want to know they're out there, and you want them to think well of you, but you really only call when you need something. Chuck Palahniuk, Invisible Monsters. I'd only fought twice in my entire lifetime. The first time was in kindergarten, when I and some other girl squabbled over a toy. The second time was in college, over some girl with another guy who was puny but quite testy. I'd lost both times. The third time was no different. I lay sprawled on the ground. It felt so unfair that I very nearly opened the interface, itching to activate optimization and invest all my available points into some combat skill. Still, I forced myself to act rationally. I needed to get a grip. My attacking the drunkard had been a very stupid thing to do in the first place. So I opened the logs instead and stared at the damage stats. Chopping blow, 44. Punch, 118. Still, my health seemed to be restoring quite fast. My own awkward punch had only dealt him 13 points damage. The figures spoke for themselves. I had to level up some combat skills. Street fighting, boxing, karate, whatever. Also, my poor agility was to blame. That would have to be addressed as well. I supported myself on one shoulder and peered at the hoods. Alec was busy explaining something to Yagoza, pointing at me, at his new shirt, and at the bottles. Yagoza seemed to ask him about something. Alec nodded and headed toward me.
You okay? Feeling better?
Sort of. I grabbed at his proffered hand and scrambled to my feet. Why would you keep company with somebody like that?
You know. Yagoza's asking you to come and talk to him, Alec said, watching me brush the dirt off my clothes. Don't worry, he only wants to have a word with you.
I was about to say something proud and stupid, something along the lines of, if he wants to talk to me, let him come and do it himself. Or should I just tell him I had more important things to do? Why should I bother? I was going to move out anyway. I might never see them again for all that I knew. Why should I stoop to their level? Instead, I looked up at the pavilion. The men's gazes were watchful and expectant. All right, I mumbled as I followed Alec. It was probably better to finish all this here and now. I might have appeared in control, but according to the system, I wasn't. My pulse was off the scale. I'd never been good at socializing with their sort of people. I tensed up in expectation of another punch, this time in the eye, maybe, or another illogical intimidation attempt on their part. I focused, trying to pretend this was just another sales pitch. I had to sell myself to them in such a way that I wouldn't have to worry about their attitude toward me anymore. I was pressed for time, too. Kira would arrive any minute now, and I still had the dog to walk. The men sat at the shaky wooden table. A few meager scraps were laid out on top of a plastic shopping bag. Slices of rye bread, an open can of sardines, a few boiled eggs, some pickles, and a smoked sausage. The rest of the table was crowded with plastic cups and beer cans. In the corner of the pavilion sat a crate of vodka, already half empty.
Guys, this is Phil, Alex said.
This time his voice lacked the arrogance of a streetwise hood. It was the humble tone of an Omega group member. No one said anything. Yagoza studied me from under half-closed, sleepy eyelids. I peered back at him and his buddies, IDing them. The puny little guy, going by the moniker of Sprat, was busy making sandwiches for the entire group, slicing bread and topping it with pickles and sausage. Vasily, a guy of about my age, just sat there picking his teeth with a dirty fingernail. The fat guy who'd attacked me was pouring out vodka, smirking at me. Yet another guy in a wife-beater and a baseball cap stood outside the pavilion talking to someone on the phone. His name was apparently Mohammed. Well. This particular branch of Alcoholics Anonymous had just ceased to be anonymous to me.
Well, nice to meet you, Phil,
said Yagoza, or rather, Mr. Igor Stepanenko, social status level 9. I just couldn't help myself. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Stepanenko, I replied. He tensed up,
That might not have been a good idea after all. As if the earlier episode with the clinic patients hadn't been enough for me.
You're smart, aren't you?
Yagoza said.
Now, how would you know my name, I wonder?
You'd be surprised what I know. Alec is, in fact, Romuald, isn't he? That fat joker over there is Ruslan, Rus, for short. He's a good plumber, by the way, only he can't keep a job because he drinks too much. The one eating the sandwich is Sprat, also known as Alexei. Oops, he's choking. Give him a slap on the back, someone. This guy here is Vasily. Such a shame his wife Catherine had to divorce him. And that one over there is Mohammed Abu Talimov.
No way! The fat guy guffawed. Did you hear that?
Jesus, Alex said. That's right, he knew my name when I first met him. How did you do that?
Well, I might have guessed.
Yagoza said heavily.
Or maybe you're buddies with our local cops.
Neither. It's irrelevant anyway. What do you want? Yagoza rubbed his hands.
Pour him a drink. Let's give our guest a proper welcome.
I had no idea what he was up to, and I wasn't going to play along. You've already greeted me, I believe. Can't say I enjoyed it very much, though. Just tell me what you want and I'll be off.
Who do you think you are?
The fat guy began.
Shut your mouth,
Yagoza said.
Were you born stupid? I want you to apologize to Mr. What's your name again?
It's Phil Panfilov.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Panfilov. He's sorry too, aren't you, Rus?
The fat guy shrank under his stare.
I am. It was a joke. Sorry about that.
I touched my still smarting flank and winced. Pointless going to the police. Not worth it. It had been me who'd attacked him first anyway. Or that's what they'd say. In their eyes, it was only a joke. Apology accepted, I said, and turned to leave. Phil! Alec called behind my back. Good luck, man. You too. I swallowed the rest of the sentence. I just hoped he could rise over his current environment. I didn't want him to go back to his habitual drunken lifestyle. He was still young, you know. He had a life to live. At home, I peeled my shirt off and studied the bruise under my ribs. Nothing too serious. Still, this had sounded like a second warning. The first one had been when that fake gypsy had attacked me. Combat skills weren't limited to a computer game. You never knew when you might need them in real life. Some people managed to live their entire lives without picking a fight once, but I'd somehow managed to do it twice in the past week. For the moment, it was all academic anyway. Time to get ready to see my parents. I called my two pets into the kitchen. As they ate, I sent Richie's picture to his owner. Sveta immediately replied with a voice message. "Thank you so much. I'm counting the days till I can see him again. I'll be back in 5 days. Please give him a hug for me." 5 more days. Which meant I could forget house hunting for the time being. Not with a cat and dog in tow. I had to wait for Sveta to come back and collect him. Kira called to let me know she was stuck in a traffic jam. I checked the map. She was still a long way away and might stay there for a while. So I took Richie out to the park, hoping for a quick run just to keep myself awake. I didn't manage much running. My happiness buff had long since disappeared. Between my aching ribs, the lack of sleep debuff, and the weakness of hunger, I'd only managed some quarter of an hour of jogging at the most. Still, even that had been enough to build up a good sweat. My stamina had grown another %, bringing me very close to its next level. By the time Kira finally arrived, I was already quite awake after a shower and a cup of coffee. Still, she was bound to start asking questions. I looked a sight.
The black circles around my eyes spoke for themselves. As she drove me to our parents', she showered me with questions. I gave her an edited version of my last few days' escapades, avoiding any unusual or uncomfortable details. Phil, come on. I think your new boss is okay. I would have done the same. The agreement was they'd hire you, and so they did. They even paid you a bonus, which isn't that small, by the way. Some people have to work a whole month for that kind of money. I know, but what? Had they given you a percentage on that deal, you know what would have happened? You'd have relaxed and lost momentum. At least this way, they gave you enough incentive to keep selling, plus they did pay you something just to keep you happy. Besides, how can they be sure you weren't just plain lucky that day? And if you weren't, then your future earnings are pretty much guaranteed, aren't they? Trust me, that's the way they look at it. No good arguing with Mom. Cyril's voice came from the back seat. I smiled. There seemed to be a whole bunch of Cyrils around me just lately, starting with my nephew. Then there was my new workmate, Cyril Cyrilenko, the one with the coughing problem. From Cyril, I logically thought about Vicky. Smiling, I sent her a quick text asking if Saturday's movie outing was still valid. She replied within a minute. Sure. Can't wait. I wished her a nice Friday night and added, See you tomorrow. Kira's words had convinced me that UltraPack wasn't such a bad option after all. So should I really quit the moment my 1-month notice period was over? Just imagine how it would look on my CV. Bet my future employers would have a few questions to ask me. As we drove, Mom called, berating us for being late and saying that the food was already cold and Dad was hungry but waiting for us. Typical. Dad had always treated family get-togethers as big events, to the point of which he'd lose all appetite. Kira and I spent the rest of the way talking about her son's academic successes. He was already quite proficient in the 3 R's, and he still had another year until he started school. Finally, we arrived. Kira parked up by the building. I got out of the car and looked over the courtyard where I'd spent my childhood years. The place filled me with fuzzy nostalgia. The sandbox where I used to play with my friends, building sand cities complete with streets and apartment blocks, a peeling old slide I must have used thousands of times, a small garden where we tried to catch grasshoppers with a rare wing color. What a blissfully carefree time it had been, where unfinished homework or the call to go home were my biggest problems. My parents lived in a quiet quarter in the city's historical suburb. Here, the apartment blocks were squat and small, the narrow streets lined with tall, ancient oaks, chestnuts, and maple trees, which towered over the small front yard of my parents' house. Dad stood on the small apartment balcony smoking, watching for us to arrive. "Granddad!" Cyril screamed. Dad beamed. "There they are." Once inside, I gave him a big hug. My heart clenched. This was my dad, once so strong and powerful, and now he felt so small and frail in my arms. Both he and Mom had grown so old. His favorite checkered shirt hung loose on him, its hem bunched up inside his trousers. The only thing that hadn't changed was his smell, the strong aroma of tobacco and a classic Russian aftershave he'd stayed true to since Soviet times. Groaning and complaining about her back, Mom supervised Kira, who got busy laying the table in our small sitting room. My sister rushed between the kitchen and the table, all the while regaling Mom with the latest gossip about some mutual friends. As usual, the TV was blaring out, showing the finals of the Wheel of Fortune. The ticker tape below announced the upcoming newscast. Old habits die hard. No amount of internet could change my parents' Soviet-era trust in the television as the only source of the latest news. The table stood next to the old sunken couch. My heart clenched again. That's where Yana had sat only 2 months ago when we'd come here for my mom's birthday. That day, Yana had joined Kira and Mom early in the morning. Together they'd cooked, cleaned, and polished the place while I was sleeping it off after a raid. That had been the last time we'd visited my parents, and that was how I wanted to remember her. We'd been through so many good things together. Dad and I decided to give Our Lady some space and walked out onto the balcony. He struck a match and lit up a cigarette. When I'd been a kid, I used to love that smell. He offered me the cigarette pack. "No, thanks. I quit," I said. "Did you really? For how long have you been battling with that?" "Just over a week, and it hasn't really been a battle." "What? You don't even feel the urge?" he asked. "Oh, yes, I do. But I just grin and bear it for a couple of minutes. Then it gets easier." "And how about you? How's Mom?" "We're fine, thanks. Don't listen to her complaining all the time. It's just a habit she's adopted from those old hags next door. They say that complaining of poor health makes your children visit you more often. Attention seekers, that's what they are." I believed him. I'd already checked Mom's stats first thing as I'd entered the house. She was fine. And so was Dad. For their age, of course. Their old age debuff kept ticking. My reputation with both of them was identical. Love. 1 out of 1. Their social status levels were also impressively high, 30+ each. That must have been due to Mom's decades of teaching experience and Dad's job as a fireman. As long as I'd known them, they'd always been ready to help anyone in need and kept a large circle of friends, the two factors which, too, must have contributed to their excellent stats. "And how about you?" Dad asked. "Is it true what Kira said? Have you found a job?" "Yeah. It all happened quickly. I went for an interview on Monday, and by Thursday they'd already hired me." "Oh. Are you sure about them? What kind of place is that?" "Just a production company making plastic packaging. They seem okay. I can always reconsider if I want." "At your age, son, you shouldn't be doing too much reconsidering. You'd better stick with them now and stop fooling around. Your CV is a joke." He gave me a long look, which made me uncomfortable. "And this book of yours seems to take forever. Have you finished it yet?" "No." "That's what I thought. And all those games. Such a waste of time. And now you've lost Yana, too. Happy now?" As I stood there listening to him, I was finally able to relate to his pain. Having lost my wife, for the first time in years, I couldn't just dismiss his words as the ramblings of a clueless old man. "Dad, it's going to be all right. I assure you." He turned away, wiping his glistening eyes with his fist. "Smoke got in my eyes, I think. Never mind, son. You're a big boy now. You don't need babysitters. Your life is yours to live." I seemed to be having a déjà vu. This was what I told Alec earlier that day. Logical, really. I must have heard it from Dad hundreds of times. "Dad? You two okay?" Kira asked, peeking onto the balcony. "I'll just finish my cigarette and we're coming," he said. "Don't worry." "I don't," she said doubtfully, with a studying look at each of us. Then she stepped back and disappeared. Dad chuckled and put out his cigarette. We walked back into the apartment. We had a nice family dinner. A few tactful questions about Yana gradually evolved into a discussion about my plans for the future. Mom's cooking was predictably delicious, even if unhealthy. According to her old-school Soviet cooking standards, there was no such thing as too much mayonnaise. Mayo salads for starters, followed by mayo chicken and, our festive staple, wild mushroom soup. Mom was rightfully proud of her mushroom soup, which had never failed her. neither in the empty-shelved Soviet times nor in the penniless 1990s, or later in the prosperous 2000s. That was Dad's favorite dish, which by default made it everybody's favorite. Little Cyril was yawning his head off. Mom and Kira began cleaning the table. Dad walked out for another smoke. I tried to watch some TV as Cyril cheerfully zapped through the channels. Wait a sec. I took the remote from him. A local news channel showed a picture of a missing girl. A voice off-screen was reading her description. I grabbed my phone and took a picture of the screen. A girl named Oksana Vorontsova, 14 years old, went missing about 8 p.m. on May 12, 2018, and hasn't returned home since. Oksana is 5'8". She looks about 16 years old, slim with long dark hair, dark eyes, thick eyebrows, and an upturned nose. At the time of her disappearance, Oksana was wearing a pink cardigan over a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and a pair of white sneakers. We encourage everyone who might have any information regarding Oksana's whereabouts to step forward by calling the number below. A long line of phone numbers followed. The police and the girl's parents, as well as some volunteers. I memorized them all, peering closely at the face of the missing girl, trying to remember her eyes, her smile, her chipped upper tooth. Then, I opened the map and sent a search request. Nothing. Apparently, I didn't have enough kid points to access the data. I needed 5 units, and I only had 4. Her picture, her name, her age, and the name of the town, which probably doubled as her birthplace. Not enough. I cussed, then bit my lip and looked around me to check if Dad had heard me. He was still out on the balcony smoking. Cyril was fast asleep. Kira and Mom were talking in the kitchen. I rose, carried Cyril into my parents' bedroom, and lay him on the bed. Then I returned to the sitting room and opened my interface. On impulse, I went to the skill tab and tried to invest the available skill point into Insight. Fingers crossed. Sorry, you can't improve a system skill. What kind of crazy game system was that? I'd activated this skill by investing an available level point in it, and now I couldn't improve it further? Did that mean I could only level optimization through repeated use? With a 30-day cooldown. Yeah, right. Or maybe you couldn't improve it at all. As it was already a cheat to end all cheats. Oh, that wasn't what I should be thinking of. I tried to concentrate on the missing girl. Dad had already walked back into the room and switched the TV to some crime series. He was watching it now while stroking me on the head. Sorry, Dad. There's something I need to do for my new job. I sat closer to him, opened a popular social media network, and entered the girl's name into the search. Jesus. There were hundreds of them. I continued narrowing the search results, first by age, then by country, and finally by town. 6 girls left. 2 of the accounts had no pictures. Another one sported a photo of a teenage girl staring at you with that contemptuous, pouted lip look which teenage girls worldwide tend to assume for their selfies. That was the missing Oksana. What kind of job is that? Dad asked me. Grooming underage girls? Dad, I said, slightly offended. Look at this. I showed him the girl's picture on the TV screen, then her social media profile. You see it's the same girl, isn't it? I think I've seen her somewhere before. So now I'm trying to decide whether it was her or not. And? Give me one moment. Her profile didn't contain anything useful, just the usual teenage array of memes, quotations, and cute pictures. Relationship status. Inactive search. Oh well, it looked like the active search stage was now over. I clicked on More and saw the name of her school. Excellent. I memorized it, then reopened the map. And what if she was already dead? How would the map react? Would it show me the location of the body?
And in any case, if I failed to garner enough information, I'd have to call her parents anyway and try to come up with a believable excuse in order to help them find their daughter. This time, however, I had enough kid points. A mark appeared on the map showing the girl's current location, about 40 miles outside the city limits. I zoomed in. It was a small village. I could make out the squat one-story houses and narrow side lanes. Despite the late hour, the light was on in the house where she was supposed to be. I couldn't see the details in the dark, but the house's number and the name of the street were marked on the map. Dad, I think it's her. He jumped off the couch. Give her parents a ring. Now. I hesitated. Using my phone to call them probably wasn't such a good idea. They were bound to have questions. The police, too. How did you know about it, sir? Why didn't you contact us straight away? You saw it on television? Are you some kind of an ESP guy or something? Or are you one of the kidnappers? Come on, call them, Dad spat, furious at my indecision. You have any idea what her parents are going through right now? All right, but how was I supposed to disable the caller ID function in my phone? Then again, what was the point? The police could always get my number from the parents' cell provider. Feeling doomed, I dialed the girl's parents' number. An anxious female voice replied straight away. Yes? Hi, I said, not knowing where to start. Are you Oksana's mom? Yes. Do you know where she is? She's out of town. You have a pen? It's Leafy Hollow, Kulikova Street, 19. Dad gave me an incredulous look. I waved him away and repeated the address. Yes, that's right. She's there now. Is she? The woman's voice trailed away, unable to utter what could have become her own life sentence. Is she alive? Yes, she is, I said, praying I was right. Surely the system had a way of marking a dead body. I listened to the woman's relieved sobbing. Then her husband took the phone from her. Hi, I'm Oksana's father. Call me Mikhail. I appreciate the information very much, but could you please tell me where you got it from? Just go and check the address I gave you. Don't waste your time. Call the police now. What's your name? I'm Phil. If you have any questions, you can call this He hung up. I just prayed he hadn't taken me for some stupid phone prankster. Doubtless they'd had their fair share of them already. The conversation had knocked the wind out of me. I was absolutely drained. Avoiding Dad's inquiring stare, I checked my stats. My spirit was at 0. Wonder if it was some kind of mana analog required to use the system abilities. Or could it be related to fatigue levels? I needed to ask Martha tomorrow morning, once I'd had some sleep and calmed down a bit. Where did you see her? Dad demanded. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. I saw her there. Which is where? What's going on here? Kira walked into the room. Where's Cyril? He's fast asleep. I took him to the bedroom. Kira left to check on him. It was such a good thing she never asked just one question. You could answer the last one and ignore the rest. Phil? That's where I saw her, I repeated. I was in that village yesterday, meeting with a client. How come you remember the address? Dad had never missed a crime series in his life. He could smell inconsistent evidence from miles away. I suppressed the desire to avoid the subject and just go home. If I didn't reply now, he'd spend the rest of the night freaking out about it. He might end up telling Mom, who was a certified worrier. Dad, this is the 21st century, for Christ's sakes. We went there to see a client and popped into the local market to buy something to eat. That's where I saw her. And when we left, I saw her entering that house just next to the market. It had a green roof. So now I just opened the Google Maps and found it. That's how I know its number and the name of the street. Dad squinted, searching my story for any weak spots, but finding none. Or even if he had, he must have chosen not to dwell upon them. Good job.
he said. For me, that was compliment enough. He'd never been one to praise. Phil? Come on now, Kira called from the hallway, already in her street shoes. Will you please pick up Cyril? He's getting a bit heavy for me now. Mom, we're off! Mom walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. I gave them both a hug, followed by a solemn mental promise to call them every day for the rest of my life. I dozed off before the car had even started. It was quickly becoming my most distinctive trait. Kira's whispered voice awoke me. Phil? Phil, we've arrived. You can go to bed now. I gave her a peck on the cheek and staggered upstairs to my apartment. The yard was dead quiet, including the pavilion. Our local branch of Alcoholics Anonymous was probably already comatose. Serves them right for chasing vodka with beer. I collapsed on my bed, too. No idea how long I'd slept. A shrill phone call awoke me in the dead of night. Not a call, even, but rather an excruciatingly long vibration right under my ear. I shut it up without even looking who it had been. Still, the caller was persistent. Finally, I picked up. Yeah? Are you asleep? At night? You're full of surprises, you. I recognized the voice, even despite the fact it sounded dead drunk. No idea how I knew. It must have been some sort of instinct I developed in all those years. Yana? He recognized my voice, she announced, then fell silent. Anything wrong? I asked. Everything's wrong. You're a slimy piece of filth. You know that? I do. Anything else? Go screw yourself, Yana hollered, and slammed the phone down. Literally. I heard a crashing sound just before the line went dead. Typical. None of Yana's phones had ever survived the warranty period. She seemed to have had some sort of personal vendetta against cell phones. Now, what was the point of her calling me? I forced myself to stop thinking about her and fell asleep again. After a brief moment of slumber, the vibration under my pillow awoke me again. What was wrong with that woman? Yana, what now? A stern male voice in the receiver made me sit up and pay attention. Is this Philip Panfilov? Yes, sir. This is Police Major Igorevsky. We have a few questions to ask you regarding the missing person case of Oksana Vorontsova. Where exactly are you at the moment? Chapter 19. Red. The color of danger. Of course I'm dangerous. I'm police. I could do terrible things to people. With impunity. Rust Cole, Matthew McConaughey. True detective. This was surreal. I just helped to bring a daughter back home to her inconsolable parents. I might have even saved her life for all I knew. Still, as I waited for the police car to arrive, I felt so anxious, as if I'd single-handedly planned and executed her abduction. This irrational fear did have some grounds, though. It's true that we Russians have an arguably bigger fear of our police, or of uniforms in general, if the truth were known, than of actual criminals. We have an affinity with criminals. We grow up together and go to the same schools. All of us know someone connected to criminal circles in some way or other. We, too, commit occasional offenses by trying to avoid taxes or breaking traffic laws. The semi-legal allure of tough guy crime TV series has added to the criminal's somewhat romantic image. Just try and enter the Russian word for a cop in the Google image search. All you'll get is dozens of cartoons of bribe-taking traffic cops, corrupt police inspectors, and overworked, drunken investigating officers. This explains why I didn't expect anything good from meeting Major Igorevsky. As I made myself a cup of coffee, I scrolled through a number of internet articles with advice on how to behave in this situation. They all boiled down to two things. If you're officially a suspect, you should keep your mouth shut and deny everything. If they apply pressure, just suffer. Hopefully, not literally, in silence. And if you've been summoned as a witness, just answer their questions as honestly as you can, if you can. Otherwise, you might be charged with false testimony. And in any circumstance, demand to see your lawyer. I didn't have a lawyer. And as for telling the truth, where should I even begin? Should I tell them about that last breakfast with Yana? Or a piece of wetware in my head, courtesy of the First Martian Company? Please. They weren't born yesterday. Dawn was already breaking. Even though I hadn't had enough sleep, the lack of sleep debuff had already worn off. I had no idea whether they were going to question me here or take me to the station, so I decided to get dressed and have breakfast, just in case. I poured a generous helping of pet food into my beasts' respective bowls and fried myself a couple of eggs. I'd almost finished them when Rich began barking his head off. The doorbell rang. I answered the door. Two young guys in plain clothes stood outside on the landing. Both had crew cuts. One was taller with a sharp face, the other squat and stocky. Neither of them attempted to step inside. Somehow, I didn't think they were afraid of the dog. "Philip Panfilov?" the taller one asked. He had a piercing, watchful stare. Very unpleasant. I didn't like it at all. "That's me," I said. "Did you just call?" "Police investigator Golovko." He showed me his card, then handed me a summons. "The person who called you was Major Igorevsky, the chief investigator. He has a few questions to ask you regarding your involvement in the Vorontsova abduction. We've come to take you to the station." I studied the summons. Hereby summoned to give evidence as a witness. "Have you found the girl?" I asked. "We have no authority to answer your questions." "Should I pack a bag?" "No. Just bring your ID papers." They took me to the station in a shabby, unmarked Korean car, its insides reeking of tobacco smoke. The squat detective took the driver's seat. He never identified himself. I sat in the back next to Golovko, who appeared perfectly relaxed but was watching me out of the corner of his eye. The squat guy mouthed a cigarette without actually lighting it. My heart was racing. I just couldn't pull myself together. Trying to calm down, I began studying the two detectives' stats. Both were under 30, married with children. Their social status levels were quite high, ditto for their intellect and charisma. Their perception, communication skills, and deception were even higher. Those were the kinds of skills you needed to successfully worm yourself into a person's confidence. I also noticed a very high composure on their respective skill lists. I didn't even have that. These weren't fat cartoon cops, the butt of internet memes. Despite their age, these guys were old guns who commanded respect. By the time we'd arrived, the sun had already risen. I got out of the car. This glorious Saturday morning was the best publicity for the upcoming summer. The chirping of birds filled the early-hour silence. The streets were devoid of rush-hour traffic. No crowds of grumpy pedestrians hurried to their respective workplaces. The air was cool and fresh, the trees' foliage still wet from last night's shower. I took a deep breath. I really didn't feel like going to the station. I'd rather have picked up Richie and taken him for a run in the park, followed by a nice breakfast made from scratch and a good book to accompany it. Afterward, I could have spent a couple hours doing some work, provided I'd received new orders, gone to the gym for an hour, then continued sorting out my interface, optimizing my skills and improving characteristics. In the evening, I could have invited Vicky to a restaurant before taking her to the movies. It would have been a perfect Saturday, had I not ruined it for myself by answering some TV announcement. "Follow me," Golovko said. I walked after him, with a squat guy bringing up the rear. They took me past the front office to the second floor. We walked along a drab corridor painted with flaking blue paint until we came to the chief investigator's office. I stayed outside, watched over by the squat guy, while Golovko walked in and reported, "Comrade Major, the witness is here." "You mean Panfilov?" "Yes, sir." "Bring him in." My composure definitely left a lot to be desired. I shoved my shaking hands in the pockets of the light jacket I'd put on before leaving. Major Igorevsky was 40 years old. A bald patch was forming on his head. He was in his shirt sleeves. A tie hung on the back of his chair. He appeared exhausted, his eyes bloodshot. Doubtful he'd gotten any sleep last night. "Good morning," I said. "Morning, Mr. Panfilov. Please take a seat." The major rose from his chair and proffered me his hand. He was courtesy incarnate. "I'm Chief Investigator Major Igorevsky. It was me who called you." I couldn't, in all honesty, have said, "Nice to meet you," so I didn't. I just nodded and shook his hand. "I've asked you to come here to give evidence as a witness. Thanks to your phone call, we were able to find the missing girl, Oksana Vorontsova." He paused, studying my reaction. "Is she all right?" I asked. "She's fine. That's all I can tell you at the moment. On behalf of all those that were on the case, I would like to thank you for your cooperation." I watched his status bars. His mood was high, and so was his interest in me. I didn't reply. What did he want me to say? That I'd only done my duty? The major paused, then continued. "Now I'd like you to answer a few questions." For the next hour, he continued to ask me every possible kind of question about myself. My place of birth, my school, my work history, the names of my employers. He kept unraveling the chronology of my life, thread by long-forgotten thread, until finally he arrived at the point. "Last night you called the missing girl's parents and gave them the exact address where we later found her. Where did you make that call from?" "From my parents' house." "Can anyone confirm this?" "My parents and my elder sister." "What's your parents' address?" "Verbitsky Street, 76, apartment 15. "Have you ever been to Leafy Hollow before?" "No, never." "Where were you on Saturday night, May the 12th of this year?" "I was at home playing a computer game." "Can anyone confirm this?" "My wife." I faltered. "We're going through a divorce. She doesn't live with me at the moment." "Her contact information?" I gave him Yana's parents' address and their phone number. It looked like I was deep in it. "How do you know Sergei Loisev?" "First time I hear about him." "Who is he?" "Think again." "I don't know him." "Very well," the major murmured, writing down my statement. "The witness denies all knowledge of Loisev. How did you meet Oksana Vorontsova?" "I've never met her." "In that case, how did you know her exact location?" "That's difficult. You might find it hard to believe. Believing isn't part of our job. Our job is to check the facts. How did you know where she was?" "I saw it." "How exactly did you see it?" "I saw the announcement on TV, and then I just sensed I knew where she was." The major yawned. "You sensed it?" "I did. I was at a family dinner with my parents. After dinner, my nephew started channel surfing. I saw the picture of the missing girl, and then I just knew where she was." "Did you really?" the major asked, in dead seriousness. He sounded so sincere that I would have believed him had I not seen his stats. His deception skill was maxed out all the way up to divine. "You have a remarkable talent," the major continued.
No, I don't. That was the first time it had ever happened to me.
It's okay. No need getting so worked up about it. Here, have a drink of water.
I'm all right, thanks.
In that case, with your permission.
He took a few swigs of water and set the cup aside.
But still, do you have any explanation of what happened to you at that moment?
I have no idea. I wasn't even sure I should call her parents. I didn't want to give them false hope.
So why did you call them then?
My father insisted. I didn't tell him how I knew. I just told him that I'd been to the village on business and seen the girl there.
Who else was there with you?
Where?
In the village.
I hadn't been to the village. That's what I told my father, just to keep him happy. I didn't want to scare him. He might have thought I was crazy. What is it you're writing?
It's nothing.
So why did you go there? Was it on business? I didn't go there. He kept changing tactics, asking me the same question from different angles, nitpicking, and demanding to know every single detail. He even asked me whether I'd finished my mushroom soup last night. It went on like that for another hour. I started thinking he was almost finished with me. The only thing that worried me was whether he was trying to ensnare me for complicity or whether he was just curious to find out how I'd done it. The Major lit up a cigarette, then offered me the pack.
Help yourself.
Thanks. I quit.
Good. So you haven't been to the village, you don't know the missing girl, and you've never met Loisev. The only thing that connects you to the case is your phone call where you gave the missing girl's parents detailed instructions of where to find her. Now, I'm going to tell you how it really happened.
He took a peek into his file, put out his cigarette, and drank another glass of water. His Adam's apple twitched as he gulped it down, each resolute swig driving another nail into my proverbial coffin. Having finished, he rose from his desk and began circling his small office as he excitedly shared his version of events with me.
So this is what really happened. On the evening of May 12, you came to the Pepperoni Cafe where you met a certain Sergei Loisev, a Leafy Hollow resident, 31 years old.
No, I didn't. I was at home that evening. I was unemployed at the time, so I didn't leave my house at all that week.
Please let me finish. I've listened to your story, now will you please listen to mine, okay? Very well, then. Being under the influence of alcohol, you and your new acquaintance drove past the local school in Alada Kalina, registration number such and such. You saw a girl standing at the roadside trying to hitch a ride. You stopped and picked her up. You said you were going to a friend's birthday party and offered her to come with you. As you drove, you two plied her with alcohol. Having arrived at Loisev's house in Leafy Hollow, both of you had sex with her. When you found out that the girl was a minor below the age of consent, the two of you got scared and decided to kill her and get rid of the body. But you, Mr. Panfilov, you didn't have the heart to do it there and then. So you locked the sleeping girl in the cellar and fled the house under the pretext of having urgent business to attend to. You hitched a ride back to town with the intention of never coming back.
His voice behind my back trailed away.
Was he waiting to see my reaction?
He definitely had some ulterior motive here, but what was it? They didn't have a single piece of evidence with which to incriminate me. Why was he telling me all this, then? Did he really believe me to be Loisev's accomplice? Or did he expect me to lose all hope and admit to a crime I'd never committed? The most important thing now was to keep my cool. Easier said than done. My heart was pounding, ripping my chest apart. System alerts flooded into view. In the meantime, the Major changed his tune, switching to a vulgar, derogatory tone. You, mister, must have hoped to just disappear. You weren't even sure whether either of them would be able to identify you for the police. Or did you hope that Loisev might do the deed himself? Did you? Did you? He paused, waiting for my reaction, but received none. So as the weeks went by, you sort of relaxed and went on with your own little life.
In the meantime, Loisev must have felt sorry for the girl. Instead of killing her, he convinced her to have a relationship with him. According to the victim, she was afraid of telling her parents what had happened to her. She was afraid of being recognized, so she spent most of the time indoors.
"Are you finished?" I said. "Thank you. Had it all really happened the way you're telling me? Actually, you are being quite rude, aren't you? I'm not your drinking buddy to deserve that kind of tone. So had it all happened like you just told me, what was the point of me calling her parents?" "Because last night you saw the victim on TV. You got nervous. You might have even felt sorry for her. The fact that she was still missing probably meant that Loisev had indeed killed her. So you decided to appease your guilty conscience by giving her parents a call. I can even tell you how you reasoned with yourself. You might have thought, if Loisev was the murderer, he'd be the one to stand trial. You were also pretty sure that neither Loisev nor the girl would be able to recognize you. Both had been drunk after all. So that's how I think it happened. Stop messing around and just admit it." "I have nothing to admit to." "So you deny being instrumental to this crime, do you? You have any idea what you're looking at, sir? You realize, don't you, that I can close this case here and now. I can send you to jail straight away. And you know what fellow inmates do to pedophiles, don't you? You'll soon find out." He didn't have to scare me with things like that. I was already scared enough. Whether he had anything against me or not, spending the night in jail on such charges wasn't a very healthy option. Legally, he could indeed detain me for 72 hours. Oh, like a stupid child, I put my finger in the gears of this heartless machine which was now sucking me into its works and was about to grind me into a lump of bloodied goo. I tried to focus as my thoughts rushed around my skull in search of something I could grasp at in order to pull myself out of this situation. Finally, I had an idea. I relaxed a little. "Excuse me, Comrade Major. What if you just show me to the girl? I'm pretty sure she'll say she's never seen me before." "What's the point? You think she remembers what you look like? She's 14 years old, for Christ's sakes. I have a daughter her age. You plied her with vodka. You think she can remember anything?" He didn't have a daughter. He had a son. The guy was a born actor. What did he want to achieve? Now that I knew he was lying, I relaxed even more. If he'd lied to me on just that one thing, he could well have lied about everything else. Loisev might have acted alone, in which case, what was the point of this theater performance? Now I was angry rather than scared. "Very well. Show me to Loisev, then. Contact my wife. She can tell you where I was that night." He cracked a sarcastic smile. I heaved a sigh. "Or would you like me to find some of your other missing cases? Would you fancy that?" "Go ahead, then," he agreed with surprising ease. He pulled out a file and began leafing through it. Finally, he offered me a few sheets of paper. All children and teenagers. I studied the first one. A 7-year-old boy. Name, Nikita. I looked up at the Major. He froze like a bloodhound sensing a trail. The document contained enough information to start a search. I closed my eyes, unwilling to betray myself, and immediately saw a mark next to an apartment block on the map. The mark was gray. As I focused on it, a box appeared above it, saying, "Corpse." I checked the next few cases. Yegor, age 9, corpse. Christina, age 16. This one was alive in Dubai. Another teenage boy's corpse showed up in 2 different cities. Had he been a victim of illegal organ harvesting? I'd have loved to have helped the Major out by sharing with him all the information I had. Still, this wasn't the right way to do it. They dragged me out of bed at night and threatened me, applying liberal amounts of pressure. I was going to help them, sure. Still, I was going to do it on my terms. I'd help them all,
Not just this major. But not today. Not now. At the moment, he could very easily pin all these poor children on me if he really wanted to. I looked up at him. I'm sorry. He couldn't conceal his disappointment. His interest in me dropped considerably. His mood plummeted. I did my best, Comrade Major. Apparently it doesn't work this way.
Shame. You might regret it, he said, returning to his desk.
It's up to you. He began reading through the interrogation report, yawning mercilessly. Finally, he handed it over to me to review and sign. I started reading through it, then stopped. After I saw the TV announcement about the missing O. Vorontsova, I had a vision in which I saw the victim's exact location, including the place's address.
A vision?
Well, what do you want me to say? Everyone is a psychic these days. You've no idea how many letters we receive, and we're supposed to follow up on them all. Still, we've never had anything anywhere near as accurate before. For the first time in 3 hours, he was almost sincere, provided it wasn't another one of his confidence tricks. Then again, his interest in me had indeed plummeted. Excuse me, Comrade Major.
What is it?
Did Loisev really have an accomplice? He ignored my question. Instead, he dialed a number on his phone. Mind fetching me a coffee on the way? Thanks. I finished reviewing his report. It didn't seem to contain anything that could incriminate me. Just my answers to his questions.
Are you finished? Everything okay?
Looks like it, I said.
Come on then, sign it.
I signed the report and just sat there waiting for whatever was going to happen next.
Thank you very much, sir. You can go now.
The major rose from his seat. We much appreciate your help. Is that it? Why? He sounded sincerely surprised. Would you rather I lock you up? No, but why did you have to do all this? To do what, exactly? Well, you told me a very involved story of my supposed complicity. You threatened me. If I remember rightly, you even hinted at possible retribution on the part of other inmates. Please. I just shared one of our theories with you. So did he really have an accomplice? Would you like me to see you outside, sir? I think we both need a breath of fresh air. This room is getting a bit stuffy. After the smoky confines of his office, my head went round the moment I stepped outside. The first gulp of oxygen felt like a hit from a Class A drug. According to my watch, it was barely past 9. Would you mind leaving your phone on that bench over there, sir? Don't worry. No one's going to steal it here. Curious, I did as he asked me, then came back to him. You see, Phil, this whole case was pretty self-explanatory from the start. A teenage girl with over-controlling parents and problems at school. She met Loisev when he offered her a ride home. They got talking and hit it off, so he took her to his house where they had sex. When Loisev found out she was a minor, he panicked and locked her in the cellar. We only found out last night, thanks to your tip-off. You physically couldn't have known where she was simply because she hadn't been seen in the village at all. She spent all that time locked up in the cellar. Question is, how did you know? Search me. I don't need to. Seriously, are you a psychic? Some sort of voodoo wizard, maybe? I smiled for the first time that night. I'm a sales rep. Do I look like a wizard? That's exactly my point. Still, some people seem to have spontaneous epiphanies, especially when they're under stress. You know what I mean? So that's what it was then? All this hoo-ha about applying pressure? Listen, I'm sorry. I was only doing my job. I just thought it might work, just by chance. All those children. You should have seen their parents. His voice tensed. They've lost all hope of ever getting their kids back alive. All they want now is to find their bodies, to give them a proper burial. And what if I did help? Then what? Wouldn't you have me locked up in some top-secret psychic sweatshop? Oh, no, absolutely not. But we'd have taken the liberty of contacting you occasionally. Some of my colleagues do turn to psychics for assistance. Off the record, of course. Okay. I see. Very well. I think I'll go now. No hard feelings? No. Good luck, Major. Phil. Thanks, man. He discarded his cigarette and offered me his business card. Just in case you have any more visions. Have a nice day. He walked back inside. I stood there fumbling with his card. It took me every bit of my willpower not to run after him and give him the coordinates of all the missing kids. I was going to do it, sure, but in a different way. I walked down the street searching for a cafe or a bar, anything, just to have a coffee and to think. If the truth were known, I'd been really lucky this time. Had the true version of events correlated with the theory the Major had shared with me, I'd have become their prime suspect. Lesson learned. I really should stop flashing my new abilities in public without having believable explanations first. Even as it was, if someone had decided to look into my life now, they'd be bound to discover some pretty inexplicable situations, like my prophesizing session in the clinic, or knowing the biographies of our local drunks, or my accidental encounter with Valiadis. Even that wretched computer sale where I'd surprised the guy by knowing his life's details. I finally made it to a coffee shop and ordered a large espresso. When the waiter brought it to me, I reached for the sugar bowl, then reconsidered. I really needed to lose some weight. I was pretty sure it was hindering my agility numbers. I was surprised I hadn't yet received an obesity debuff or something. Dr. Shvedova had warned me about it, hadn't she? I took my time over my coffee, studying my updated task list. Visit parents. Level up insight. Get accepted for the Ultra Pack job. Meet up with Yana and file for divorce. Take Vicky to the movies. Send Major Igorevsky an anonymous message reporting the whereabouts of the missing children. Choose a martial art to level up combat skills. Choose the skills and main characteristics to level up. Find out how to improve agility. Downsize. Finish reading the marketing book. Buy some decent work clothes. Return Richie to his owner, Ms. Svetlana Sveta Messerschmidt. Contact some of my old friends and ask them out to catch up on things. That done, I checked my quest list. Help Alec find a job. Help a struggling student. These two tasks wouldn't take too long to complete. On Monday, Alec had to be officially hired. As for the struggling student, aka Marina, that wasn't too difficult either. Sooner or later, she was bound to close her first deal. The task list itself was pretty self-explanatory, but not its order. Apparently, the system had its own prioritizing guidelines. My relationships with both Yana and Vicky were at the top of the list, even though I didn't consider them all that important. Or could the system have tuned in to one of my subconscious desires? On Tuesday, Yana and I were going to file for divorce. I just hoped last night's phone call from her wasn't going to affect it. I should probably call her just to ask if everything was okay and if our appointment was still on. I really hoped she was doing fine regardless of how we'd parted. Had I gotten my act together a year earlier, we'd have probably lived happily ever after till death did us part. The missing children, too, had turned out to be a priority item on the list. My subconscious seemed to have a life of its own. In any case, I shouldn't drag it out for too long. Time was an issue, especially in those cases where the children were still alive. All I needed to do was think of a way to send Igorevsky the information. Should I email him, seeing as he had his email address listed on his business card? That would be too obvious. I could also write to him via the police department site. They had this option where you could address your message to a particular officer, which meant that, in theory, he might actually receive it. But how was I supposed to send it? Should I buy an illegal SIM card in a dark alley and a cheap smartphone to use with it? Or just print out all the information on a sheet of paper and send it to him by regular mail? I'd have to think about it tomorrow. Sveta Messerschmidt wasn't coming back until next Thursday, which logically put Richie at the end of the list. Catching up with old friends. That could definitely wait. As for the rest of the tasks, each of them required some quality thinking, which I might have to do right after my gym practice. I finished my coffee, called for an Uber ride, and walked out of the cafe. As I rode home, my phone rang. "Good morning, Phil," said a happy voice, hoarse from too much crying. "This is Irina, Oksana's mom. I'd just like to say thank you. God bless you." Before I could reply, she'd hung up. She hadn't said a lot, had she? Could she still be questioning my involvement in the crime? As I pondered over this, a new system message appeared in my view. Your reputation with Irina Vorontsova has improved. Current reputation, respect. 30 of 120. You've received 2,000 points XP for performing a socially meaningful action. XP points left until the next social status level, 2,160 of 8,000. It looked like helping the Major wasn't such a bad idea after all. Chapter 20. Beautiful Things. Trying to understand someone is like hugging a cactus. We all have to do it sometimes. Then one day, when we need it the most, someone might hug us back. Robert Downey Jr. Having returned home from the station, I quickly donned my workout gear, put Richie on a leash, and headed to the park. I also got rid of the garbage on my way. Strangely enough, I always felt a surge of satisfaction whenever I tossed a garbage bag into the trash can. I didn't even need a system freebie message to encourage me. So what do you think, Richie? Let's have a nice run. Richie nodded back to me. I started running. Slowly at first, adjusting my breathing and preparing my body for the task. Once I'd broken into a light sweat, we began to speed up. The caffeine buff added a spring to my step. My lungs, finally free from the many years of tobacco gunk, worked like clockwork now that my blood pumped oxygen instead of carbon monoxide. The dog kept running up and down, sniffing every suspicious object in his path. On my third lap, I turned off the tarmac and headed through the woods. I'd already identified every item I'd come across. Every bench looked as if I'd known it since childhood. I couldn't stop thinking about the possibilities that might open once I'd made level 3 in Insight. For instance, if you found a lost item, the system would immediately give you the owner's name and show his or her position on the map. How cool was that? Unfortunately, I hadn't thought of counting the number of times I'd had to identify an object to make level 2. Most likely, I'd need 10, if not 100 times more in order to make level 3. I remembered how drained I'd been when I'd located Oksana's whereabouts. Should I check my spirit numbers? It wasn't a number, but a percentage. To make things worse, it was quite low. Or could it have also been affected by my attempts to locate the missing children at the station? Or by my leveling insight? Did that mean that spirit powered system abilities? Once I'd returned to the tarmac, I summoned Martha and spent the rest of the run communicating with her. Trying to save my breath, I contacted her mentally. "Hi, Phil." "Hi, Marth. Are you all right jogging in that dress? Don't worry. You can wear what the hell you want. You better tell me what spirit does." Spirit symbolizes your ability to take action, mentally as well as physically. The higher your spirit, the higher heights you can reach in your lifetime. How does it affect system skills and stuff? It doesn't affect them. It powers them. Without high spirit numbers, you can't use system skills at all. Remember you asked me about something I couldn't reply to straight away? She paused, waiting for me to remember. I nodded. She went on. I need to warn you about your current low spirit reading.
My visual appearance requires it as well. I can disappear any moment now, I'm afraid. I could lower its energy consumption, but the result might not be to your liking. Never mind, just do it. Martha's body disappeared, leaving only a very basic animated head. It always looked directly at me, regardless of its position, and used standard emotionless turns of phrase, which were repeated in subtitles below. Would you like to set up your current virtual assistant settings as default? The head asked, without moving its lips. Yes, please. So, how fast can spirit levels restore? That depends on your hidden spirit regeneration ability. Can I speed it up? You can, through sleep and meditation. Some users also use prayer. Only some? Can it help in my case? Access denied. Insufficient faith levels. She couldn't be serious, surely. Which faith? You mean religion? Not necessarily. Still, a certain belief in a higher being of your choice is required. Jesus, really? I knew, of course, that faith could work miracles, like statues of saints weeping real tears, church officials opening offshore bank accounts, airplanes exploding at the sound of God's name. Surely making my spirit regenerate double quick was peanuts for a force like that. Still, I was curious why Martha had mentioned a higher being of my choice instead of just saying God or Allah. Could you give me a list of higher beings who could boost spirit regeneration? Access denied. Insufficient authorization levels. Yeah, right. Is it my personal use license again? Or what now? What new mystery was this? Were religions illegal in the next century or something? In any case, this old format of contacting Martha felt like déjà vu. I almost missed her gum-chewing sarcasms. I finally stopped and collapsed onto the nearest park bench. Today I'd covered a bigger distance. Overall, running felt easier and faster. Richie was tired too. He slumped onto the ground next to me and began panting with his tongue hanging. I reached out to stroke him. He lowered his ears and wagged his tail. A new system message appeared in front of me, obstructing the dog. Your stamina has improved. +1 to stamina. Current stamina, 5. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. My already good mood soared even higher. Yes, I might still be a wuss who didn't dare wear glasses in public. My stamina might still be half that of an average person, but by the same token, I was now almost twice as enduring as a week and a half ago. Overcome with excitement, I grabbed Richie's head and gave him a hearty smacker on the nose. He licked my face with abandon. "Get away, Rich, you stink," I said, wiping my face. Martha's pixelated head watched us impassively. Talking about which, I still had this spirit thing to sort out. And what if higher levels of system skills required more resources than I could ever amass? I asked Martha about it. Does spirit grow numerically? All I can see now is percentage, a bit like satisfaction. Does it have a set maximum value? No, it doesn't. Spirit development isn't static. You can develop it through self-analysis, awareness, bringing harmony to your thoughts, and perfecting your body. Which is what exactly? You should try to look at yourself through another's eyes in every situation, sir. You need to observe yourself. This switch to sir was a bit unexpected. It reminded me of the Major earlier that morning, who'd done exactly the opposite. Still, in her case, it was probably just the result of lowering her energy consumption levels, which must have disabled her personalization module. Whenever you disapprove of your behavior, thoughts, or emotions, she went on, you need to reflect upon it. Try to pinpoint the reason for it and decide what you can do to prevent it from happening again. You should try to think only of really important things. Things that do make the difference. You should also perfect your body. Yes, a sound mind in a sound body, I know. Still, how would you level up stamina? I asked, remembering my own clumsiness and the task I'd added to the list only an hour ago. You need to do special workouts aiming to improve your balance and coordination. You should also do some weight training to strengthen your muscles and tendons. Was it my imagination, or was this version of Martha an absolute bureaucrat? She was talking in vague cliches without actually telling me anything. Could it be why the task hadn't been closed yet? Very well. I might have to look up some balance and weight training workouts on the net. Martha, does the system improvement of luck require any preliminary training? No such training is necessary. Thanks a bunch, Martha. I still treated her like a human being out of habit. See you later. She disappeared. I opened my characteristic tab. Time to invest the level point I'd received into something useful. Main characteristics. Strength, 7. A comfortable tracksuit, +1. Agility, 4. A comfortable tracksuit, +1. A pair of speedy sneakers, +1. Intellect, 18. Stamina, 5. A comfortable tracksuit, +1. Perception, 7. Charisma, 13. A comfortable tracksuit, +1. Luck, 7. The plus numbers weren't included into a characteristics final reading, which was good for me because it saved me the trouble of using a calculator just to see my real results without all the gear bonuses. In fact, they weren't even round numbers. For instance, my sneakers added 1.364 points to agility, but I changed the settings to round off numbers the night I'd been personalizing the interface. In actual fact, those fractions of a point could make all the difference. After a moment's hesitation, I changed the settings back. I focused on luck. A little box opened. You have 1 available characteristic point. Accept or decline. This time, I unhesitantly pressed accept. Warning, we've detected an abnormal increase in your luck characteristic, +1 point. Your brain will be restructured in keeping with the new reading, 8, to comply with your current level of decision-making. The world blinked. I found myself at the center of a great void. I couldn't even feel it. I couldn't feel anything. Light, sound, smells, gravitation, everything was gone. The one remaining sense, that of touch, put its imaginary hands in the air, surrendering to the great nothing. It only lasted a split second. Then, I was back sitting on a bench in the park. Richie was busy scratching his ear like mad with his hind leg. The fierce, blinding sun, the transparent blue sky, the perfumed abundance of tree blossoms, a bumblebee buzzing over my head. For some reason, my ear started itching too, so badly that I wanted to bury my little finger deep enough in it to scratch my very brain. I rose from the bench and looked around. Everything seemed to be okay. I didn't feel as if I'd changed. Still, according to the system, my luck had grown. What a shame I didn't get any XP for leveling a system characteristic. "Richie, come," I said, reattaching his leash. "Let's go now. Heal." We entered a local mini-market and filled a trolley with a few days' worth of groceries, some veg, a packet of chicken breasts, some pre-cooked hamburgers and fish cakes, ravioli, milk, tea, coffee, rye bread, cheese, ham, eggs, and various condiments. Seeing as I was trying to drink a lot these days, I also picked up a few large plastic bottles of water and a 6-pack of sparkling mineral water. After some thought, I headed for the butcher's and added a packet of cheap offcuts for Richie. Dragging it all back home was quite something, I tell you. Still, I got all my groceries to my apartment door in one piece. As I walked, I continued weighing up my options. Finally, I decided that the best thing to do was probably to continue investing all available points in luck until I raised it slightly above average. After that, I could switch to perception, which shouldn't be underestimated either. The ability to notice little things was an important asset for anyone, not just writers. I could always level up physical stats by working out alone, at least until I hit my first plateau.
Then I might consider boosting them with some system points too. But not necessarily, considering I still had intellect to level up. Now that I'd witnessed the ease with which the system had reprogrammed my mind and body, I was reassured that such an intellect boost was bound to make me smarter. And as for the remaining skill point, I couldn't think of a better investment than using it to boost learning skills. Made sense, didn't it? That decided my priorities for the time being. As soon as I was back home, I had to invest the system point into optimization and set up learning skills as my primary skill. Then I'd mark the playing World of Warcraft skill as secondary and convert its 8 points into 4 additional learning skill points. Each learning skills point increased the learning rate. 1 point gave you plus 10% to learning rate at level 1 and 25% at level 2, and at level 3 you received plus 45% to learning rate with each new point you invested. If I wasn't mistaken, at level 7 your learning rate increased 175%. And if you counted the stat boosters effects, which tripled your XP gained from skill use, then added 50% to learning rate for having set it as primary skill, you could easily see that my new skill acquisition would be 8 times faster than that of an average man. 1 year of non-stop practice could turn me into a big author or a brilliant salesman, a hacker, a multi-language translator, a lawyer, a politician, an expert in any field, or even a poker champion. And how about chess or snooker, or even, if I approached my physical training seriously, an MMA fighter? Having said that, the latter was a bit of an overstatement. No amount of stat booster could make you an MMA fighter in 1 year. 8 years sounded more like it. I now had only one thing left to decide: who I really wanted to become. And I had to make up my mind pretty soon, too. Even though I wasn't yet sure what I should concentrate on, I received a new message. Task status. Choose the skills and main characteristics to level up. Task completed. XP received, 200 points, plus 5% to satisfaction. Apparently, when I'd entered the task on my list, my only objective had been to decide how to invest my available optimization point. As I cooked lunch, I finished reading my marketing book. Task status. Finish reading the marketing book. Task completed. XP received, 300 points, plus 5% to satisfaction. I also received 2% to my reading skill and another 5% to my sales skill. There was no system message informing me of it. I only found it out when checking the skills status bars. It might be peanuts, but they all added up, bringing me closer to the next skill level. After lunch, I Googled a list of best general interest nonfiction books and added them to my online library subscription. Not all of them were available, but those that were provided me with enough reading matter for the next year. I also added a list of marketing literature recommended by Pavel. I might have to alternate the books from the 2 lists. That would allow me to level up 3 things at once, improving my intellect and boosting my sales and reading skills. Wistfully, I thought about sci-fi, my favorite reading matter of all times. I might actually read a page or 2 before bedtime. Why not? After all, nothing broadens our horizons like a good sci-fi book, which in turn was bound to positively affect my intellect. I felt very uncomfortable without my computer. Before, it used to be my main entertainment center, as well as my sole window to the world. I'd wake up by lunchtime, have a quick wash, and boot it up straight away. In the evening after dinner, I'd return to it, spending all day in the same position. Quite often, I hadn't even bothered to go away from keyboard at all, taking my meals right in front of the computer screen. Predictably, my muscles were flabby, my joints creaky, and my belly too big for my waistline. Damn it! Had it not been for this surprise interface, I'd have wasted my prime years just sitting on my backside. Thank you so much, guys, Khafor, or whoever you are, and First Martian Company Limited. Funny, I hadn't even remembered that weird dream properly. Only a few blurred images devoid of any details. but I'd somehow remembered the name of the giant alien demon. In the absence of the computer, I now had plenty of spare time. Before, I'd never had it simply because... never mind. Before, I'd always been too busy. I had daily quests to do, my reputation with various factions to improve, achievements to complete, a cool mount to obtain, and once I had obtained it, I'd have to go and find another one, even cooler than the one before it. There had been raids to call up, tactics to study, and hundreds, thousands of hours spent on collecting an epic gear set which in less than 6 months would become obsolete. And I'd have had to start it all over again, from one update to the other, and from one patch to the next. What I had now was also a game. I was basically doing the same things, only now I had to perform them in real life. The only difference being that here, my achievements would never become obsolete. At first, I wanted to leave my optimization gig till bedtime. Then I remembered that I might not have to sleep in my bed the coming night. So I decided to do it before leaving for the gym. You never knew. My new improved learning skills might help me pump weights, too. I opened the skill list and scrolled it all the way down. You've unblocked a new skill. Optimization 1 allows you to select primary and secondary skills. The development of primary skills will take 50% less time than average. The development of secondary skills will take 50% longer than average. Allows you to convert secondary skill points to primary ones at a 2-to-1 ratio, with the consequent deletion of the secondary skill. Cooldown: 3 days. Warning: in order to activate the skill, an undisturbed 12-hour period of sleep is required. Please ensure your location is safe. You are recommended to adopt a prone position. Skill points available: 1. Accept or decline. Oh, I'd completely forgotten that unblocking the skill would render me comatose for hours. I glanced at the clock. It was almost 3 p.m. That meant I might have to reschedule my gym session, as well as my date with Vicky. Leveling took priority. I dialed Vicky's number. "Hi there," I began subtly. "How's it going?" "Hi," Vicky's cheerful voice replied. "I'm fine, thank you. How was your dinner with your parents?" I smiled. "It was okay. A family get-together, if you know what I mean." "I'm calling you about tonight. Have you chosen a movie yet?" "Not really. Actually, I meant to tell you." I could hear her hold her breath. This was all wrong. It just felt wrong. "I haven't chosen a movie, no," I said. "Honestly, I don't care. Any movie will do as long as we watch it together." "Likewise," she mouthed. "I'll come pick you up at 7. "Okay. I'll be ready." I sat there staring at the phone. A great feeling of relief flooded over me. You should always keep your word, especially when it concerns little children and those who fall for you. Any such disappointment is like a big black smudge tainting their colorful inner world. Who knows which unkept promises would become the last stroke which would color it black? Also, I had to be honest with myself, too. If I'd made a decision to go to the gym, I had to do it. Also, if there was one thing my jogging experience had taught me, it was that starting was the hardest bit. Once you eventually did start, the rest was plain sailing. And then, you'd be happy you'd done it. I did a bit of mental calculation to see how long it would take me to pick up Vicky and take her to the nearest theater. I checked its show times and couldn't believe my eyes. They were running Warcraft, of all things. I'd missed it when it was first released, and I'd been lying in bed with a serious case of fever. And later, I just hadn't had the heart to watch it on the computer screen. It felt like a sacrilege. I suffered a chain of flashbacks. My first steps through Elwyn Forest, me in Plaguelands, fighting Scourge, our Illidan raids in Outland, and the Northrend campaign. Azeroth, destroyed by Deathwing, the mysterious Pandaria, and the orcish horde of Draenor. Battling demons in the Broken Isles. Not the best choice for the first date, I know, but I couldn't just delete 12 years' worth of gaming experience from memory. I really wanted to see how they'd adapted it all for the screen. I needed to talk to Vicky when we got to the theater. She might actually agree to see it. I checked a few online articles and videos about how to improve agility. Then, I added those admittedly simple exercises, like standing on one foot, to my workout program. I had to do them daily, either at home or in the gym. Now that I'd upped my stamina twice, agility was my weakest point. Task status: find out how to improve agility. Task completed. XP received, 20 points. Plus 1% to satisfaction. I still had some time left, so I started checking online articles about the best martial arts for street fighting. I didn't aspire to anything more than that. All I needed was some self-defense tips. Although opinions were divided, most experts seemed to be in favor of boxing, Muay Thai, and combat Sambo. The pros of boxing lay in its extreme simplicity and efficiency. Muay Thai was characterized by the combined use of all body parts and its efficiency at both long and middle range, as well as in a clinch. And the fortes of combat Sambo were in the fact that it was a complex system which had borrowed the best techniques from a great variety of martial arts, from wrestling, punching, and kicking to submission locks and chokeholds. As a total dummy, I should probably start with boxing. It wasn't as esoteric or difficult to practice as the other two. The moment I made that decision, I received another system message. Task status: choose a martial art to level up combat skills. Task completed. XP received, 30 points, plus 1% to satisfaction. Excellent. I was now halfway through to my next level, 8. XP points left until the next social status level, 3,410 of 8,000. Now, I could finally go to the gym. I packed my bag, left Boris in charge of the coupe, and walked to the gym. The practice came as a pleasant surprise. The same weights I'd struggled with the week before seemed very light today. My coach Alexander added a couple of small 10-pound weights to my bench press. Easy. Hey, where are my strength points? This is normal. Alexander smiled at my enthusiasm. This is what happens when you start training. For the first 6 months to a year, you can expect crazy improvement. It's quite possible to triple or even quadruple your initial results. Once I was done with his routine, I remembered my own. The agility training. I headed for the room next door, filled with girls busy doing yoga and stretching exercises. Slightly embarrassed under their surprised glances, I performed the entire routine. About 20 minutes in total. It took me another 20 minutes to take a shower, get dressed, and drink a protein shake, after which I hurried straight home. Time was running short, and I still had Richie to walk in case I didn't sleep at home tonight. Come on, Richie. Get on with it, chop chop. He wasn't in a hurry, though. The pooch took his time sniffing every tree trunk and blade of grass in the park. Just my luck. What difference did it make to him where to do his business? I took a picture of him and sent it to Vicky with a message. If I'm late, it's all his fault. Oh, he's so cute, she immediately texted back. Don't hurry. We have plenty of time. Her message was pleasantly devoid of all the pretentious emojis, which was a welcome change from Yana. After another half hour, having sniffed his fill of all sorts of unsavory things, Richie finally did his dirty business. I took him home, calling a taxi as I walked. At home, I stuffed a couple of 5,000 ruble notes into my wallet, just in case, and walked back downstairs. Had I still smoked, I would have smoked a cigarette, just to add an extra touch of indulgence to this fine evening. My mood was... how can I explain? You know, it's like having butterflies in your stomach in anticipation of seeing someone very special. Yagoza's HQ pavilion was empty. I wondered how Alec was doing at his new job. Would he be able to stay in the rut of a daily working routine without relapsing? That's when he showed up. Not Alec. No. The fat guy. Chapter 21. Painting the Town Red. Friday, Muslims don't work. Saturday, Jews don't work. Sunday, Christians have a day off. And on Monday, you have a revolution. Vladimir Zhirinovsky. Fatso did indeed live up to his moniker. Even his tent-sized t-shirt failed to conceal his flabby belly spilling over his shorts elastic. I momentarily tensed up. The puffy slits that he had for eyes looked very serious. I had no doubt he was heading toward me. A yellow exclamation mark hovered over his head. He had a quest to give me. Yeah, right. What might that be? Lend Fatso some money for a bottle of vodka or buy him some alcohol of your choice? Reward 5 points? Reputation with Fatso? Or what was it? Good morning, sir, he said. I just loved it. They're always polite when they want something from you. Still, tonight he didn't at all resemble the drunken bully I'd met the day before. He was clean-shaven, his hair combed. I even caught a whiff of some cheap deodorant. Morning, Roos, I said. I'd like to talk to you, he faltered. It's Alec. He told me where to find you. Oh. I checked my phone for the taxi I'd called. It was already nearing my house. Why? Sorry, man. I'd like to apologize. And have a few words. Actually, I'm just about to leave. I have an appointment. Sure. He hunched up, suddenly listless. He reminded me of a deflated balloon. I'm sorry. He turned around and walked back, retracing his steps. I watched him leave. Suddenly, I felt terribly sorry for him. His vitality was below 60%. Could my rejection become the last straw in his already miserable life? Besides, I just didn't like having unsolved problems and unfinished situations. Hey, I called after him. What did you want to talk to me about? He hurried back, swinging his fat hips in a most ungainly way. I just wanted to apologize, he gasped, trying to catch his breath, for what I said to you last night. I'm sorry. I didn't know what I was doing. As he continued to explain, I realized what my own mistake had been last night. It had actually been my fault all along. When I'd approached Alec like an old friend, I'd made it clear to the rest I was one of them. Fatso had apparently thought I was one of Alec's buddies and decided to play a prank on me to punish me for being late to their party. And when I'd punched him, he apparently acted on reflex, he now explained. The cab was already waiting for me. It's all right, I said, no hard feelings. Anything else? Just spit it out, man. I really must be going. I'm looking for a job, he mouthed breathlessly, as if afraid that Yagoza might overhear him and condemn him for such a shameful desire. Alec said you helped him. Could you help me too, by any chance? I have a family, you know. I just don't know what to do anymore. What can you do? Anything. I'm good with my hands, you know. I can fix anything. I'm not sure if I can lift weights, though. I've got a bad back. He cast me a guilty glance, as if his back presented an insurmountable obstacle to his job hunt. One thing I can do well is plumbing. That's something I'm really good at. I won't let you down. Here's a tooth. A new quest box appeared in my mental view. In the gutter. Help your offender, Ruslan Fatso Rimsky, to find permanent employment. Rewards, XP, 200 points. Reputation with Ruslan Fatso Rimsky, unemployed, 50 points. Current reputation, indifference, 0 of 30.
Why did I receive more XP for him than for the identical quest issued by Alec? Should I open my own recruitment agency, maybe? That was something worth considering. I clicked accept. Now what could I do for him? I could check all the plumbing vacancies in town, I suppose. I could collect kid points on all potential employers and run them through a quick search to see which one was more likely to hire him. That couldn't be too difficult. Come to see me tomorrow evening, okay? I said. I'll see what I can do. I'm in number 204. He threw himself on me and gave me a big hug, pressing me to his soft, ample bosom. Thank you so much, sir. Nothing to thank me for yet. I wormed out of his embrace. See you tomorrow, and please, go easy on the booze. If they give you the boot, I won't help you again. Not a drop. He flicked his front tooth. Well, well. Famous last words. Never mind. The main thing was, I could and would help him. The rest was none of my business. As I rode the cab, I tried to work out what was happening to me. Why did I respond so eagerly to any pleas for help these days? Was it about closing quests and earning more XP points? Or did I really want to help all those people who kept crawling out of the woodwork? I didn't know what to say to that. What I did know was that I probably wouldn't have bothered to help the likes of Fatso or Alec in my old pre-interface days. Or even Marina, for that matter, despite all her cuteness, as long as I viewed her as my job competition. Did that mean that this funny gaming system was gradually changing my very philosophy? Or was it simply my knee-jerk gaming habit of accepting each and every quest that came my way? As the cab pulled up by Vicky's apartment block, I realized what a patent idiot I was. I'd arrived for our date empty-handed, without as little as a bunch of flowers. I was about to make a dash for the nearest flower shop when she walked out of the front door and beamed on seeing me. Too late. I walked toward her. Hi. I gave her a peck on the cheek. She did the same. Hi, Phil. Please forgive me. I was in such a hurry I completely forgot to get you some flowers. Good, she laughed. Imagine how I'd have looked with them. Also, my hands would have been full. I took a closer look at her. She was pretty, in a very wholesome way. She was wearing a pair of jeans and a plain white t-shirt, no makeup. The faint shampoo scent on her long hair was the only sign she'd actually made an effort. I needed to stop comparing her to Yana. That wasn't going to take me anywhere. Are we off then? She said, pointing at the cab. I nodded. She climbed in first. I followed. We rode in silence. I loathed wasting time on small talk, but didn't want to discuss any serious issues in front of the driver. Whatever happened between us had to stay between us. I was happy enough that she'd reached for my hand and clenched it hard. By the end of the ride, her hand was wet. As we rode the mall escalator, we turned to each other and asked in unison, "What would you like to watch?" We both laughed. How about Warcraft? I offered. I used to play the game for a long time and couldn't wait for the movie to come out. I began telling her why I'd missed the film's release when she interrupted me. Phil, please. I don't care what we watch. It's been ages since I went to the movies. And by the way, I used to play it too. Not the one you're telling me about, but the one where you had to build houses and armies. You don't mean it. That's it then. Let's go see Warcraft. We were lucky to buy the last two good seats, at the center of the fifth row. The only other available seats were those on the very edge and those in the front row. They weren't the best choice for either watching a movie nor having a romantic date. We still had a couple of minutes left, so we went to the bar and bought ourselves some Coke and a large popcorn to share. I might have to jog it off tomorrow. I had a funny feeling that my agility would improve with some weight loss. By the time we entered the theater, the lights were already dimmed.
I walked to our seats, feeling like an icebreaker, trying not to push anyone and stay on my feet without spilling any of the popcorn or Coke. Vicky followed in my wake. We'd very nearly made it to our seats when the film's credits started. White on a black background. The theater plunged into darkness. I was forced to stop. When finally the credits had finished and the bright beginning of the movie illuminated the theater, I saw that our seats had been taken by some guys drinking beer. "Excuse me," I said. "I'm afraid you've got the wrong seats." "Piss off," one of them said without looking at me. "I'm watching the movie. Plenty of empty seats around. Just go and sit there." And who might you be? Aha! Yuri Shamanov, age 23, a system administrator. According to his stats, his mood was high, and so was his interest in me. And what was that status bar over there? "Excuse me?" Vicky piped up. "These are our seats." People in the back rows began to hush indignantly. As we'd stepped in front of somebody else's seats, those people weren't too happy with the situation either. I turned to the screen and immediately recognized the most epic of the game's locations, familiar to everyone who'd ever played it, the one with the giant orc battling the human. "There has been a war between orcs and humans for as long as can be remembered," Durotan's voice said off-screen. I focused back on Yuri. The new status bar was in fact fear. He seemed to be afraid of me. I focused on his buddy. That one seemed to be frightened even more. They were obviously scared they'd have to vacate the seats. All this had happened almost instantly. I heard the Yuri guy talking tipsily back at Vicky, saying something undoubtedly rude and insulting. I activated all of my 15 charisma points, including the 2-point clothes bonus. "Listen, you idiot." I forced myself in front of his seat, blocking the screen view. I was seething with righteous anger for 2 reasons. Firstly, I had a lady to protect, and secondly, because I was missing the opening of the movie I'd been so looking forward to seeing. "Vacate our seats now. You two!" No idea whether it was my tone, my words, or my glare, but both of them rose silently and headed sheepishly for their own seats at the end of the row. We took our places. For the first time in my life, I saw the orc who'd given his name to the Horde's new home. I liked the film a lot, mainly because I was still nostalgic. I missed Azeroth. "Good film," Vicky said, as if answering my unasked question. "Thank you so much," I said wholeheartedly. "What's that for now?" "For liking the film I liked too." Then I remembered our dinner agreement. Are you hungry? Or are you one of those girls who never eat after 6 p.m.? She laughed, then joyfully pulled up her t-shirt, revealing a very flat stomach. "You really think I need to lose some weight?" "How about we grab something to eat then?" "Me wants food. Me hungry." She hooked her arm through mine. Together we headed toward one of the non-fast food places. Task status. Take Vicky to the movies. Task completed. XP received, 10 points. Plus 1% to satisfaction. Funny that the system had listed this as a task to begin with. Not that I minded, though. Or was it supposed to be some socially meaningful action? Once in the restaurant, Vicky quickly leafed through the menu, then ordered a Greek salad, a medium-rare steak, and half a lager. I ordered the same, minus the salad. They brought our beers straight away. I took a large gulp. "Have you been working at UltraPack for long?" 3 years. Vicky took a sip of her own. "I started as office manager. Then they transferred me to HR. I had to learn lots of new things, of course, but I like it. Isn't it funny I know you longer than I've been with the company?" For some reason, I found the idea quite arousing. "It is indeed." "Aren't you sorry you hired me?" "I liked you already during the interviews," she said pensively. I tried to convince Pavel you were a good catch, but judging by how he treated you the first day, I hadn't been very successful. I'm so happy you made it." I smiled. Why? Because I showed myself as a competent sales professional with a good gut feeling? Also, she raised her glass. To you. To you too, I said. We clinked our glasses and sipped our drinks. Afterward, she told me a bit about herself. She'd married early. After she'd divorced, she'd had to juggle 2 full-time jobs to provide for her little daughter and pay for childcare. What I liked about her story was devoid of any drama. Like, she'd done what she'd had to do. Her earnestness demanded a reciprocal gesture. So I told her about myself, not even trying to gloss over certain things. About most of my life spent playing computer games. About sponging off my wife, which was the exact reason why we'd split up. About Yana's lack of faith in my literary talent. I also said that I still wasn't 100% sure what I felt for my ex-wife these days. My love for her still seemed to be smoldering. Vicky fell silent, staring at her empty glass and apparently trying to digest my confession. Both our glasses were empty. I made a sign to the waiter to refill them. "Vicky? Are you all right?" I asked. I was pretty sure she was. According to her stats, her mood was still great, and her interest in me quite high. Still, I wasn't comfortable. For some reason, her opinion meant a lot to me. "Can I be honest with you?" she said. "Absolutely." "I'm just afraid you might get back together again. But it's not going to happen tonight, is it?" she said with a sly smile. "So tell me, Orc Slayer, will it be your place or mine?" Vicky fell asleep around 3 a.m., her body wrapped around mine. Tonight, we hadn't been in a hurry. We'd taken our time making love. Our bodies seemed to have realized that they were free to do this any time we wanted. Why should we rush and exhaust ourselves? It was entirely up to us what to do with our lives and our bodies. I studied Vicky's face in the moonlight. I hadn't been so fond of anyone for a long time. Gingerly, I retrieved my arm from behind her head and went to the kitchen to get a drink of water. Then I remembered. I'd wanted to activate optimization, hadn't I? This would be as good a moment as any. I didn't have my whole life to do it. My license would expire in a year. I returned to the bedroom, lay in bed next to Vicky, and activated the interface. New unblocked skill available. Optimization 1. Allows you to select primary and secondary skills. The development of primary skills will take 50% less time than average. The development of secondary skills will take 50% longer than average. Allows you to convert secondary skill points to primary ones at a 2-to-1 ratio, with the consequent deletion of the secondary skill. Cooldown, 3 days. Warning! In order to activate the skill, an undisturbed 12-hour period of sleep is required. Please ensure your location is safe. You are recommended to adopt a prone position. Skill points available. 1. Accept or decline. I clicked Accept. Warning! In order to reorganize your brain's neural networks, you will now be suspended in a deep sleep. Please ensure... I fell asleep before I could finish reading the message. The next moment, I opened my eyes. I was wide awake. Behind the closed curtains, the sun stood high in the sky. Boris the cat was treading unhappily all over me. Richie was licking my hand. I was alone in bed. Vicky was nowhere to be seen or heard. My head was perfectly clear. I was at home. Vicky was already gone. It was Sunday afternoon. I'd activated optimization, which was exactly what my interface was trying to tell me. You've activated a new skill, Optimization 1. Primary skill points available, 1. Secondary skill points available, 1. In order to receive more primary and secondary skill points, you need to level up the skill. Would you like to select a primary skill? Yes, I would. Learning skills, definitely. The moment I thought so, I received a new system message. Thank you. You've just selected learning skills as your primary skill. From now on, it will be listed at the top of your available skill list. The development of your chosen primary skill will take 50% less time than average. Please select a secondary skill. I concentrated, focusing on playing World of Warcraft. The system accepted my choice without even asking me to confirm it. Thank you. You've just chosen playing World of Warcraft as a secondary skill associated with your current primary skill. From now on, it will be listed at the bottom of your available skill list. The development of secondary skill will take 50% longer than average. Would you like to convert the 8 points of your secondary skill, playing World of Warcraft, into 4 points of the primary skill associated with it, learning skills? Yes or no? I felt slightly jittery, like a poker player who just risked all his chips in an all-or-nothing at the final table. Even though he might know he's got a strong hand, he's still nervous about the potential outcome. What if I woke up a complete vegetable? Messing with your brain wasn't a healthy idea, as any stroke survivor would tell you. Still, I clicked yes. The system offered another warning. The optimization of your chosen skill requires time. It will take 30 days to reorganize your brain's neural networks. The reorganization process will be performed during your deep sleep phases during that period. Warning: your secondary skill will be deleted without recovery option. Your memories of all the events associated with the development of the deleted skill will be preserved. Accept or decline. I clicked accept. All the system windows closed, leaving only the skill tab. The playing World of Warcraft skill turned gray and inactive. The learning skills was now highlighted blue. When I focused on it, a message appeared. Primary skill, plus 50% to development rate, pending optimization. Excellent. I just activated the biggest cheat in my freaking life, and it had only taken me 3 minutes. I felt a powerful urge to make a dash to the shop and get some cigarettes. I could use a couple. Instead, I got up and walked into the bathroom. A note lay on the floor by the bed. Hi, Orc Slayer. You slept so well I didn't want to wake you up. Thank you for being so gentle, and for the wonderful evening overall. Give me a call when you wake up. Yours, Vicky. My Vicky. I absolutely had to call her. I just couldn't help myself. She sounded happy to hear me. Hi, Vic. I've only just woken up. Can you imagine? Thanks for calling me. She breathed a sigh of relief. I was getting worried. You must have had a hard week. You could say that. Thanks for not waking me up, and thank you for the wonderful evening. See you tomorrow? Sure. She paused. My love. She hung up before I could reply. For a while I sat there grinning like an idiot until I very nearly received a lovey-dovey debuff. Then I rose and headed for the shower. Later, as I was making my very belated breakfast, I remembered Fatso's quest and the missing children task. Damn it. Half the day was already gone. I had very little time left to do everything I'd planned. A guilty Richie cowered in the corner. He'd done his business, a very big one, on the open balcony, unable to hold it for much longer. I rushed around the apartment like a headless chicken, cooking and then eating my breakfast on the run, feeding the pets, starting the laundry, cleaning the balcony mess, getting dressed for my jogging practice, studying the available plumber vacancies online, writing the company's names down, marking their coordinates on the map, then establishing the missing children's locations. 5 dead. 1 teenage girl still alive. Fatso had promised to pop by in the evening, which was only a couple of hours away. I grabbed the major's business card and ran out. I ran through the park and jogged a few more blocks to the nearest bus stop. There, I took a bus to the city's western suburbs. The bus was near empty. As I rode, I studied the plumbing vacancies, collecting the kid of all potential employers. My spirit was below 50% already. I just hoped it would be enough to land Fatso a job. At the terminal, I got off the bus and headed for the nearest shop, where I bought a small bottle of vodka and some paper napkins. Then, I used the location map to detect the nearest computer club and headed over there. The club's room was packed, mainly with children and teenagers. The place reeked of stale sweat. Heavy-duty cussing hung in the air, which sounded admittedly funny when uttered by those thin, puerile voices. "I'm so damned salty." "GG." "Nice panic pick, man." "You piece of shit," shouted Victor Snezhinsky, social status, 5th grade student. His mastery of obscene lingo was amazing. The kid was only 11 years old, and he already had level 4 in swearing skills. The guy was an expert. The club looked so shabby I doubted they had video surveillance there. I went over to the desk and bought some computer time. They sent me to a computer at the far end of the room. Its keyboard was falling apart, the mouse sticky and unpleasant to touch. Still, I didn't mind. On the contrary. I went to a proxy site and used it to register a temporary email account, which would be deleted within 10 minutes. I used the address to send a letter to the major's email. No greeting, no signature, just the list of the children's names and their respective locations. I pressed send and breathed a sigh of relief. Done. The task was closed. Task status. Send Major Igorevsky an anonymous message reporting the whereabouts of the missing children. Task completed. XP received, 500 points, plus 10% to satisfaction. They were generous with the XP this time, weren't they? I had very little left to make the next level. My satisfaction was close to 100%, but no happiness yet. XP points left until the next social status level, 4,220 of 8,000. I struggled with the desire to start World of Warcraft just to see if I'd indeed lost my skill. Then I easily remembered the tactics I'd used against Archimond, the last boss of Hellfire Citadel. Of course. The optimization process hadn't begun yet. It would only start next time I went to bed. I opened the vodka, poured some on a paper napkin, and wiped the keyboard and the mouse clean from any fingerprints. I even wiped the mouse pad, the desk itself, and, in an enthusiastic bout of cleanliness, the filthy computer screen. Time to go back home. I didn't want to make Fatso wait on my doorstep. He must have done enough waiting in big guys' offices. I flagged a cab. As I rode, I did an advanced search on all of the companies which had a plumber's vacancy. Much to my surprise, when I entered 90% probability of hiring Ruslan Rimsky, there were only 2 marks left on the map. By the time I'd copied their names and contact numbers into my phone, the cab had arrived. Halfway to my front door, I remembered I'd meant to call Yana and ask her if our Tuesday divorce appointment was still valid. I dialed her number. I waited for a long time, but she didn't pick up, so I hung up. She'd broken her phone, hadn't she? Still, the call seemed to have gone through. There'd been no temporarily unavailable message. I checked the map just to see where she was. Yana's location was marked in one of those new, elite residential suburbs where the likes of me would never be admitted. Never mind. If she didn't reply, I'd text her later. Fatso was already hovering by the front door. "Hi, man. I thought I'd come earlier. Is that okay?" "You did the right thing," I said. "Have you got a pen?" "Never mind. Just mark it down on your phone." I dictated to him the 2 companies' names and addresses. "Should I tell them you sent me?" He repeated Alec's question, almost verbatim. Just tell them you came by yourself, I too repeated myself. Good luck. He shook my hand, showering me with ramblings of gratitude. Don't thank me yet. Go and get the job first. I forced my hand out of his shovel-like mitt, gave him a slap on the shoulder, and hurried home. The laundry had already been done. I hung it out to dry, trying to think of the things I still had to do. It looked like I'd done everything I'd planned, and I still had some time left before bedtime. Then it dawned on me. I gave Kira a ring, then called my parents. I told Dad about the missing girl. The news of her discovery made him ecstatic. Well done, he repeated several times. Afterward, I took a leisurely walk with Richie, enjoying the fresh night air. Once back home, I had dinner and started the next book on my list. About 10 p.m., I climbed into bed and continued reading. I had to get up early in the morning in order to iron the laundry and pop into the gym for a bit of a workout. And then there was Richie, damn it. I just wished Sveta would return soon. I was pretty fed up with having to walk that dinosaur amongst canines. Later that night, I was awoken by a phone call. This was quickly becoming a habit. Yana? That's right. That was her picture grinning at me from the phone screen. Yana? Good night to you, too. This isn't Yana, you scumbag. It's Vladimir. Who? Vladimir? Very well. What do you want, Vladimir? And who the hell are you? I'm her boyfriend. What the hell do you keep calling her for? Eh? I asked, trying to put my sleepy brain in gear. What did he want from me? Give me your address, you useless moron. We need to talk. Man to man. Then I finally remembered. This must have been the Vlad, Yana's latest acquisition. Chapter 22. Simple Feelings. You stink of sin. Harold Pinter, The Birthday Party. Back when we first met, Yana and I had gotten on like a house on fire. A pattern had started to form. We'd spend nights going on extended raids from the relative comfort of my place, where she would then crash later in the morning. After a couple of weeks, it had become pretty clear we were living together. In the mornings, both of us would leave, she to work, me to college. In the evenings, we'd grab a bit of sleep, then keep burning the midnight oil. The only thing left for us to do was move her stuff to my place and legalize our relationship just to keep our parents off our case. That was when her exes had started calling, as well as new, aspiring suitors. At first, she'd picked up the phone and patiently explained that she was now happily married to another. After a while, she stopped taking the phone. And sometime after that, she asked me to answer their calls. They just won't listen, will they? She complained. Can't you speak to them, like man to man, just to make it clear? I'm so sick and tired of them all. So I started taking their calls. Not many of those guys were sober, either. They just demand to speak to Yana. Some disappeared off the radars as soon as they found out they were talking to her husband. Others kept a respectable distance for a while, patiently awaiting a new chance. A marriage isn't set in stone, you know. But even my existence had failed to discourage some of the more persistent alpha males. They demanded to know my address in order to, as Vlad had just so eloquently put it, talk man to man. Yana had always been popular in all kinds of social circles, from old college friends to accidental encounters with spoiled rich brats. Now, however, the tables had turned. In Vlad's eyes, he was now the boyfriend trying to get rid of an overeager admirer. The situation was ridiculous. I needed some sleep. I hadn't slept well for several nights in a row now. Listen, Vlad, how about you get lost? I'm trying to get some sleep. Call back in the morning, and I'll give you the address. Funny he had to ask.
He'd come here to collect Yana's stuff, hadn't he?
What did you say?
He slurred, drunk as a skunk.
Who do you think you are?
Where are you now? I want the address. I began to seethe with righteous anger. The nicotine withdrawal debuff must have played its role in this too, as I seemed to be going into spontaneous enrage. I needed my sleep too, and now there was this moron thinking he had the right to order me around. I was about to give him the address, then meet him with a sword. A proper, real-life sword. A replica Frostmourne, which I'd had made to order by a top craftsman for top bucks. I opened my mouth to give him my address. Still, it didn't feel right. I'll do it differently this time. I'm in Leafy Hollow, Kulikova Street, 256. I offered a fictitious street number. You can come if you think you're brave enough. A new system message popped up. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Intuition. Current level, 5. XP received, 500. Who's brave enough? Me? As I studied the message, trying to work out how my last words could have affected the development of my sixth feeling, Vlad went on and on, promising to inflict all sorts of problems on me, including lots of pain and suffering. You wait there, you scumbag. I'm on my way. He hung up. But seriously, what did you want me to do? Judging by my upped intuition, the mysterious game system seemed to be happy with me. Or was I supposed to apologize to him, saying I was only a husband who wanted to talk to his wife and ask how she was doing? Should I try to appease an idiot who hadn't even bothered to ask her who'd called? I don't think so. He could go and stuff himself. Also, I wasn't quite ready yet for any physical confrontation. I couldn't expect Alec to arrive conveniently on the scene every time I needed some assistance. So if the guy didn't learn his lesson and kept calling me, I might just remind him of my real address. Let him come. We had a few things to discuss, man to man. As soon as I'd made this decision, I received another message. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Decision Making. Current level, 5. XP received, 500. What? Was this Christmas? I had a mere 2,000 XP left till level 8, courtesy of Vlad and his uncontrollable bouts of jealousy. Thank you very much, man. Great job. But still he'd ruined such a dream for me. I'd been dreaming of having a family picnic in the countryside. My parents, Kira and little Cyril, Vicky, her daughter, and myself. We just started a nice barbecue, and then that bastard had called. I tossed and turned for another half hour, unable to sleep. I kept thinking about Vlad, wondering if he'd already left. Finally, I couldn't stand it any longer, so I opened the map. Oh no. He was sitting in some Irish pub. Yana wasn't even with him. I checked her location. She was still at her parents'. In which case, how could he have used her phone? Had they had an argument? Had he taken her SIM card just to spite her? Talk about soap drama. Thus thinking, I finally fell asleep. Perfectly dreamless this time. My mental alarm clock awoke me at 4:50 a.m. The room was very cold. The sheets didn't keep me warm. A leaden sky hung low behind the window, spitting chilly rain. The balcony door was open. My entire body ached. The sheer thought of having to climb out of bed and get ready for the gym, then walk there under the cold rain, walk the dog, press my business suit, and go to work, then spend all day pitching to clients. Why was I doing all this? Did I really need it? Without opening my eyes, I curled up in my comfy little hole under the sheets and started thinking. The only reason I'd had to get up so early was because I had a job to go to. Had it not been for that, I could have had as much sleep as I wanted. I could go to the gym at some other time more convenient for me. How about Richie? Well, if he got really desperate while I was asleep, there was always the balcony. He was going in 3 days' time anyway. What else? Ah, yes, money. I actually didn't need that much. My freelancing gigs earned me enough to pay the bills and buy groceries, and now that I had my interface, I really should try and search for some treasure, like a missing object of art, for instance, or start a missing persons bureau, or become a bounty hunter. I could even open a recruitment agency offering a 100% employment guarantee. If push came to shove, I could always level up my poker playing and start winning millions in online competitions. True, bad luck could thwart any amount of skill, but in the long run, my expertise would play its part, allowing me to raise my stakes a few hundred at a time, methodically increasing my bankroll while living within my means. Any of the above scenarios would allow me to spend much more time leveling up. It especially concerned vital skills such as insight. You never knew what it might offer me once I'd made the next level. I might be able to locate new mineral deposits or even detect sunken treasure ships. Or I might open a dating service guaranteed to find you the perfect partner. All these things made up part of the universal information field, provided you knew how to look for them. Thus daydreaming, I'd lost a precious quarter of an hour that morning and very nearly gone back to sleep. No matter how logical my musings might have seemed to me, the fact remained I was lying to myself. To add to this, I was breaking my commitments, thus lowering my social status. In other words, I'd relapsed back into my old habit of coming up with larger-than-life excuses in order to justify my own laziness. By signing a work contract with UltraPack, I'd given them a promise to turn up. They weren't just an abstract name for me, either. They were all very real people. Vicky, Pavel, Mr. Ivanov, Greg, Cyril, and Marina, among all the others. I'd promised them to be part of their team, one of the many cogs in the mechanism which ensured its reliable function in society. I'd promised to help Marina, too. I still needed to know what was happening to Cyril health-wise. I'd promised to take care of the dog. He was my responsibility. Also, it would be nice to move to a better apartment. Nothing too extravagant. All I needed was a clean place, well-furnished and well-maintained, preferably in one of those new builds. I know it might sound petty, like some sort of middle-class suburban dream, but then again, why not? What was wrong with wanting a pretty place with an Italian shower, a large-screen TV on the wall, a cool coffee maker, and a clean elevator with all the buttons working? Was it too much to ask our alcoholic neighbors not to relieve themselves in the lobby or stop drinking in the playground in front of the children? Having said that, seeing them drinking behind the shabby rows of dilapidated communal garages behind the apartment block didn't please the eye either. Thus thinking, I suddenly realized I was standing in front of my bathroom mirror, violently brushing my teeth. I was really pissed with myself for having lost these precious minutes. By now, I could have already had my coffee and been on my way to the gym. Yes, I was in a hurry. I threw my gym equipment into the bag and rushed out into the rain. I pulled the hood over my head, slung the bag over my shoulder, and ran, leaping over the rain puddles. It had already become a habit for me to review all the pending quests and past events. The optimization process should have already started, too. I tried to remember my last World of Warcraft boss tactic, just to check it. A boss. Which boss? Damn it, I'd forgotten everything about my last instance raid. Did that mean the optimization process had already started? I tried to recall my World of Warcraft class and abilities. They seemed to be all right. I still remembered their names, as well as all the buttons and rotation. Very well. It was early days yet. Once I got to the gym's locker room, I changed into my workout clothes and jumped on the scales. How much? I couldn't believe it. According to the scales, I'd lost over 4 pounds since my last gym session. My coach wasn't there, replaced by a colleague, a stocky Caucasian Highlander called Arslan.
He asked me a few questions about what I used to do earlier, then sent me to do the warm-up. The session was over before I knew it. I felt good. I managed to add some more weights to my presses, from 5 to 8 pounds, depending on the type. Alexander had been right. My shriveled muscles, shrunk from years of disuse, were now greedily absorbing all the exercise I could throw at them, jumping at their chance to grow and expand. The system seemed to have noticed it too. You've received +1 to strength. Current strength, 8. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. The above message had found me in front of the locker room mirror as I dried my hair. I just couldn't help it. I stood up and struck a Schwarzenegger-type pose, flexing my non-existent muscles. A bodybuilder who happened to walk past chuckled good-naturedly. "Sorry, man. I might look puny next to the real Arnold, but compared to how I'd been 2 weeks previously, I looked slightly better already. No wonder my jeans belt was falling off me. My agility training seemed to have garnered some results, too. I'd gained 6% since my last practice. The fact that I was losing weight must have had something to do with that, too. From the gym, I hurried straight home. I had 15 minutes to walk Richie, and I had no desire to stay in the rain any longer than necessary. As I walked, my phone rang. It was Yana's number again. "Yes?" I answered it cautiously, not knowing who I might be speaking to. "It's me," Yana's voice said. "Did you call Saturday night?" "I did. Is our meeting on Tuesday still on?" "I don't think so. We seem to be having a conference which would last through Tuesday and Wednesday, so it's probably Thursday or Friday. Is that all right with you?" "I suppose so," I replied, slightly disappointed that this divorce thing seemed to be dragging on and on. "Good. Talk to you later." "Yana, wait. You sure you're okay?" "I'm flippin' fine." "Why would you ask?" "Well, probably because it was you who called me Saturday night." "Ah, don't worry about that, that's nothing. I was hanging out with the girls. We'd had a few drinks, and I remembered how I used to trust you all those years. The faith I'd had in you. I spent the best years of my life supporting you. It just felt so unfair." "I understand," I wheezed as I tried to walk fast. "You okay?" "Why are you out of breath?" "Fine. I'm walking home from the gym. I need to go to work now. Are you having an affair with that Vlad person?" "That's none of your flippin' business." "Did you say the gym?" "Well, if it's none of my business, then he'd better stop calling me drunk in the middle of the night. He wanted to know why I'd called you. Does he know we're still married?" Which is my second question. She didn't reply. There was a long pause on the phone. "Yana?" "Don't worry. He won't call you again. I've just sent him packing. Bye." She'd sent him packing. She was simply teaching him a lesson. She'd keep her distance for a couple of days, ignoring his texts and phone calls. Then she'd kindly deign to forgive him. Been there, done it. I walked Richie, then left my apartment again, followed by his indignant barking. I could understand him. He was lonely. I'd read somewhere that dogs didn't have a sense of time, and if so, Richie must have been really suffering from those extended periods of solitude. The company of Boris didn't count, even though Richie seemed to consider her a member of his new pack, with me as top dog, he as beta, and Boris as a miserable omega misfit. Courage, Private. I crouched and patted his chops. Only 3 days left. Then you'll be back with your family. Behave yourselves, you two. Boris, that especially applies to you. Keep your claws away from that couch before it falls apart. Boris theatrically turned away and began grooming herself free from my ungrounded accusations. I took a minibus to work. I could read the book as I rode. Reading nonfiction is quite different from reading fiction. With nonfiction, you can't just skim the pages, impatient to find out what happens next. I forced myself to take my time over each paragraph. Although it slowed down the reading process itself, it allowed me to absorb much more information, thus leveling up intellect. The last book had brought me 300 XP points, which was an excellent motivation to spend every spare moment reading. It was actually amazing how everything seemed to fit together. The process of reading improved your intellect, while every finished book brought you more XP, which added to your existing numbers, bringing you closer to your next level. And every level gained gave you a stat point you could then invest into any characteristic of your choice, like strength, etc. If you followed this logic, a 22nd century bookworm should be a mountainous bodybuilder. "Just look at that beefcake," old babushkas would gossip on a park bench. "What a wardrobe of a man. He must be an avid reader." I made it to work almost on time, just as all the others were entering Pavel's office for a briefing. I couldn't see Cyril anywhere. I took a seat next to Greg. "Where's Cyril?" I whispered to him. "He went to the clinic to take some tests this morning," Greg replied. "He's probably still there. I told Pavel about him." "Thanks. How was your weekend?" "It was okay. I do miss Alina, though," he admitted. "I tried to make up with her." He promptly fell silent, realizing something was wrong. Silence hung in the air. Dennis, Marina's ex-mentor, chuckled. "Mind if I continue?" Pavel asked. "Or are you having your own briefing? Phil, don't you think it's a bit early to start ignoring discipline and subordination?" "He's our new prima donna," Dennis added his 2 cents. "No, I'm not," I replied. "I was asking about Cyril, who seems to be seriously ill. I'm very sorry. It won't happen again." "How mature," Pavel commented, then went on with the briefing. An hour later, we set off to do our rounds. Marina had some good news. She'd been contacted by one of the companies we'd visited last Friday and offered an appointment. They seemed to be interested. We decided to go directly there. As I was about to leave the building, Daria, the receptionist, stopped me and told me to see the bookkeepers. Did they want to pay me my bonus already? They did indeed. A portly payroll accountant handed me a fat envelope containing 25,000 rubles, no signature required. I'd already forgotten the last time I'd been paid in cash. For the last year and a half, my freelance assignments had been my sole source of income, paid electronically or via bank transfers. "Spoiled rotten," she grumbled in response to my thank you. "You've only been working here for what, a few days? Are you Ivanov's relative or something?" "Exactly," I replied, peering at the stats that hovered over her head. "I'm his 10th cousin 15 times removed." I was dying to play a prank on her, but promptly reconsidered. Making fun of payroll accountants is never a healthy idea. "Are you related to him, too?" "I wish," the equally portly chief bookkeeper grumbled without raising her eyes from the paperwork in front of her. "Then we might be able to finally pay all the wages on time." "Enough of your nonsense." The payroll lady waved me away. "First cousin to the devil you are." As Marina and I walked across the lobby, we stumbled right into Cyril. Waving his hands in excitement, he began telling us all about his visit to the clinic. "Phil, I owe you big time, man. You saved my life. You know that?" "Why, did they find something?" "Something? They say it's emphysema, one of the deadliest things around if it goes untreated. The things they did to me. They spun me around, kneaded me, listened to my insides, and made me blow into a tube. Then they sent me for an X-ray, which showed it up as clear as day. Another 6 months, and I might not have come out of this alive. Surgery isn't always successful, they said. They prescribed me a whole bag full of stuff, pills, injections, the works. I've got to quit smoking, I'm afraid. The whole thing has cost me a fortune, but at least I'll live." "Congratulations," Marina and I repeated, sincerely happy for him.
"This has been the worst weekend of my life," he continued. "I was beside myself with worry. But at least now I can finally breathe. I'm going to quit smoking and lose some weight. And I'm going to take all their medications. I was just about to smoke my last cigarette. You want to keep me company?" "I'm afraid we have an appointment," I said. "We're already late as it is." Actually, an idea started to form in my head. I really needed to become friends with these guys, and now I knew how to do it. "I've just received my bonus," I said. "How about we go somewhere tonight and celebrate?" "Count me in," Marina said. Cyril grinned. "Me too. And Greg, if you don't mind. Both of us could use a proper meal. You can't survive on microwaved pizzas for much longer, if you know what I mean." "Who else are you going to ask?" Vicky, definitely. But could I do it without drawing unnecessary attention to our relationship? Or should I leave her out? I really needed to discuss it with her. The decision had to be mutual. "I really don't know," I said. "I can't afford to invite the entire department. My bonus just won't stretch that far. You guys are the only people I actually talk to." "That's even better." Cyril nodded his approval. "Much more fun without that crowd. Ah, I nearly forgot to mention Lola's sending her respects. Your doctor, remember? She asked when you're going to come to see her." Marina's eyes narrowed into slits. "Never, I hope," I said, trying to turn this into a joke. "So you've got my permission to chance your arm." "I might," he said. "She's a fine woman, intelligent and beautiful. And a doctor." "Come on, Phil." Marina interrupted us. "We've got an appointment to make. They must be waiting for us already." "Good luck," Cyril replied. "You two coming back for lunch?" "Maybe. There's one more thing I meant to tell you. About this last cigarette thing. Please don't. It's better this way. You've quit already. You've got a life to live." Cyril shrugged. He reached into his pocket and produced a lighter and a half-finished pack of cigarettes. He fumbled with them for a while, then crumpled the pack in his hand and lobbed both into a nearby trash can. "That's right," I said. I was happy for him. The game system, however, seemed to be happy for me. "You've received 500 points XP for performing a socially meaningful action. XP points left until the next social status level, 6,720 of 8,000. The game seemed to be training me like a dog. Whenever I did something good or took care of other people, I received a reward. Still, much to my surprise, the rise in my XP had left me completely unenthusiastic. We didn't make it back in time for lunch. Right after our first appointment with a packaged foods factory director, which made pizzas, among other things, with compliments to those two, Greg and Cyril, we had to email all the information to their lawyers, who were drawing up the contract. Then we moved to the next interested client on our list. This time it was a pastry shop. Marina got the first contract. In my opinion, that was only fair. After all, she'd been the one who'd pitched them. No idea how the Universal Information Field was going to process this result, but I'd received a new system message even before we'd signed the contract. Quest alert. Help a struggling student. Quest completed. You've successfully helped your fellow trainee, Marina Tishenko, to close a sales deal for packaging products produced by UltraPack Limited. XP received, 900. Plus 10% to satisfaction. Your reputation with Marina Tishenko has improved. Current reputation, amicability, 25 of 60. Soon after midday, I closed my first deal as an UltraPack staff worker. The pastry shop owner, a stout lady with a sharp glare and a garish manicure, had immediately begun pressuring me for more discounts, insisting they pay after delivery. Still, all her attempts had failed miserably in the face of my 15 points charisma. By the end of our meeting, the pastry lady had thawed out to the point of giving me a hug, pressing my face to the expanse of her generous bosom. I couldn't help smiling thinking about it. This place would have been Fatso's dream job.
Marina, too, kept laughing on our way back, remembering the scene. In fact, Marina's behavior worried me a little. She was definitely flirting with me. She'd thread her arm through mine as we walked, and whenever we rode a cab, her thigh would accidentally brush against mine. I won't lie to you. Her advances flattered me. Still, I had no intention of capitalizing on them in any way. She definitely felt at ease around me. She treated me like a peer and old friend. By lunchtime, we'd found ourselves in the opposite part of town, so we popped into a cafe and ordered the menu of the day. And, this was quickly turning into a pattern, as soon as I finished my meal, I received a new social status level message. Alec's quest message had popped up first. Quest alert. Help Alec find a job. Quest completed. You've successfully helped your neighbor Romuald Alec Zukov to find regular employment. XP received, 400. Plus 5% to satisfaction. Your reputation with Romuald Alec Zukov has improved. Current reputation, amicability, 55 of 60. This jump in satisfaction resulted in a level 1 happiness buff. Add to this my ecstatic joy at having received a new level. The combination culminated in a spasm of pleasure so powerful that I doubled up, unable to stand on my rubbery legs. Congratulations, you've received a new level. Your current social status level, 8. Characteristic points available, 1. Skill points available, 1. My body careened out of control. Trying to keep my balance, I grabbed at the tablecloth and pulled it to the floor with me. There was nothing I could do. My vision darkened. I was literally exploding with ecstasy. To the casual observer, it must have looked like an epileptic fit. The bout of pleasure lasted longer this time. I felt like that idiot from the old joke. Who are all these people? When I finally came round, Marina's anxious face hovered over me.
Phil, are you okay? Someone call an ambulance!
She kept shouting at the top of her voice. I don't need an ambulance, I said, scrambling back to my feet. I'm fine. I told her the truth. I felt better than ever before.
Are you okay?
A woman asked me, apparently the cafe manager. I'm fine, thank you. I'm sorry about the mess. Please add all the broken plates to the bill.
Don't worry about that, she said. Just take it easy.
You sure you don't want to see the doctor?
I might,
I said, thanks. I paid the bill and added a generous tip. Holding Marina's hand, I walked out of the cafe. Once outside, she lit up a cigarette. Her hands were shaking.
Phil, I think you do need to see the doctor.
I'm okay. Don't worry. I racked my brain for a believable explanation. If I had to lie to her, so be it. I have a very rare brain condition. It's not life-threatening, but it does give me occasional fits like that one. Now you understand, don't you, why I can't drive? She shuddered as if imagining me behind the wheel. Of course. By the end of the workday, we'd finally made it back to the office, from where we sent the duly signed supply agreements to our new partners. Greg and Cyril hadn't arrived yet. As we waited for them, I told Marina to start cold calling other potential clients from our list. Don't drag it out, I said. Just tell them you're an UltraPack representative offering them packaging materials at 30% less than they currently buy.
Yes, sir.
She saluted before reaching for the phone. I listened to her pitch, using the pauses between calls to offer some advice and corrections and congratulate her on her work. That was how Dennis found us. I can see you're comfortable here, he said, addressing me. Isn't it a bit too early, setting your backside down in the boss chair? I'm very comfortable, thank you, I replied. No, I'm not setting my backside in anything. You happy with my answers? Maybe. He cracked a sarcastic smile, baring his teeth and even gums. I had a very bad feeling about his smile. That's not what I heard.
Phil, leave it, Marina said. He's not worth it. The guy is a total nincompoop.
That's a big word coming from such a tiny girl. Dennis announced out loud, attracting the others' attention. "Leave her alone," I said. "I don't give a damn what you heard. Just piss off, will you?" "In a moment," he said with the same nasty smile. Judging by the silence, the entire department had stopped whatever they'd been doing and were now watching us. "One last question," Dennis continued. "Has this slot already put out for you?"
"So what if I have?" Marina announced, wiping the smug smile off his face. "Are you jealous or something?"
Dennis turned pale. "Did you hear that?" he spat out, turning to all the others. "I'm going to write a report about these two and their professional misconduct. You're all my witnesses." I jumped to my feet, fully intending to punch his lights out. My self-control still needed a lot of work.
"Phil, don't."
Vicky's voice sliced through the silence. Seething, I swung round, searching for her in the room. A new system message dropped into my field of vision, blocking the view. "Your reputation with Victoria Vicky Koval has decreased. Current reputation, dislike, 15 of 30.
"What's going on in here?" Pavel's voice demanded.
I heard some disjointed explanations of what had just happened.
"Right," Pavel said. "You three, into my office. Now."
By the time I'd finally closed the system message, Vicky was already gone. Chapter 23. The game starts for real.
Come on, be honest with yourself. At some point in our lives, we all want to be a superhero.
Dave Lazuski, Kick-Ass. Although only 1 year my junior, Pavel wasn't UltraPAC's commercial director for nothing. His social status level was already 18 compared to my 8, with charisma to match, which probably explained why it hadn't taken him very long to get to the bottom of this ridiculous conflict.
"Very well," he said. "Let's start with Den, as he's been with us for quite a while. Could you please give us your rendition of what's just happened?"
This may have been a polite request, but to us, it sounded like an order. Pavel shut his computer down to make sure we couldn't see what he'd been working on. He leaned back in his chair and laid his feet in his perfectly polished shoes onto his huge, lacquered hardwood desk. The desk gave you some idea of Pavel's pedantic nature. Everything on it was in perfect order. All the papers were divided into several neat stacks, apparently depending on their importance and priority. An expensive, colorful globe was studded with little red flags, which must have marked the places he'd already visited. I doubted they were business trips. Somehow I didn't think that UltraPAC had business connections with Argentina or New Zealand.
Ahem.
Dennis took his time clearing his throat. "Allow me to start from the beginning. We recruited Marina as a trainee sales rep."
"Keep it short," Pavel interrupted him. "What was going on in there, and what exactly are you accusing them of?"
Dennis' fear levels soared. You didn't even need to read his stats to know this because his ears had turned a fiery red. "I just want to inform you about their professional misconduct." His voice broke into a squeak.
"And what exactly are you accusing them of?"
Pavel enunciated. "Of sexual misconduct, which can't be tolerated. We all signed the rules. It's written here in black and white. And these two did it." Marina began laughing uncontrollably. "Sexual misconduct can't be tolerated. That's a bit rich coming from you, isn't it? What a hypocrite. Just think that."
"Quiet!"
Pavel exploded. "Sorry." Marina covered her mouth with her hand. "It's only that this was the reason I asked to work with Phil in the first place, because this sicko was after me like a dog in heat, threatening to fail me during my trial period if I refused."
"Please mind your language," Pavel said. "You're not on campus."
"Sorry," she repeated. "It's just that his so-called accusations are so ridiculous that—"
"Thank you. Mr. Panfilov?"
Pavel squinted at me. I could see by his low interest numbers that he'd already come to a decision. Still, he was obliged to listen to all the guilty parties. "We were busy all day visiting new clients," I said. "As soon as we returned to the office, we started making more calls." I was supervising Marina's cold calling when Dennis came over to us and demanded to know if there was anything between us. I'll repeat once again for his sake that there was absolutely nothing going on. There couldn't have been. Not because of the company rules, but for other reasons I'd rather not disclose. As I spoke, I glimpsed Marina's plummeted mood. Did she really like me? Not good. Very bad timing. Thank you, Pavel replied calmly. You two can go. Dennis and I will have a few words. You sure you're all right, Den? You look a bit pale. No, thanks. I'm fine, he croaked, shaking his head. As Marina and I filed toward the door, Pavel called to us again. And congratulations on your first sales. Thank you, sir, we replied in unison. Then we returned to our places, smiling uncontrollably. A new system message reported the drop in my reputation with Dennis, which was logical, really. What did come as an unpleasant surprise was the respective drop in my XP. So that's how it worked then. My stats could plummet just as easily as they could soar. In itself, that was neither good nor bad. Forewarned is forearmed, as they say. It stood to reason that an athlete who stopped training and gained so much weight that he could only see his balls in the mirror would experience a drop in both his stamina and agility. I, too, had a funny feeling that engaging in antisocial behavior might result in me losing my hard-earned social status levels. I really didn't feel like putting this theory to the test. Greg walked over to me. Phil, he whispered, is it true what Cyril told me? He said you're celebrating your bonus tonight. I'm dying for a proper meal. I think I could kill for a steak. You wait, Cyril interrupted him, also in whisper, then turned to me. You'd better tell us what happened. Why did Pavel want you two on the carpet? Is everything all right? Everything's fine, Marina hurried to reply, casting me a cautioning look. There's nothing to tell, really. I shrugged. They'll soon know anyway. Thing is, Dennis was being a total jerk. First he kept picking on me, and when that failed, he accused us of having an affair. Before you ask anything, no, we didn't. Not in a million years. You sure you didn't? Greg asked anxiously. What's wrong with you, man? Marina gave him a shove in the shoulder. Are you really so stupid? Besides, you're married, aren't you? And just in case you forgot, your wife is pregnant, as in P-R-E-G. So what? He asked, sincerely surprised. Phil's married too. What's the problem? It's all right. I'll tell you later, Cyril half promised, half threatened him. Never mind, I said. Just clock off and get your asses over to Jared's. You know where it is, don't you? You can take a table and order some chow. I still have something to do here, okay? Sounds good, Cyril replied for all the others. Let's move it. Marina cast me a quizzical look. That's all right, I told her. You can go too. This isn't about work. Just a private matter I need to sort out. She nodded. The other two grabbed her under both arms and steered her to the exit. Oh, sorry, she suddenly said. I think I left the computer on. You go, I won't be a moment. That's all right, Greg said. We can wait for you here. How long can it take? Just go, wait for me outside, I won't be long. Have a smoke or something. Oh, sorry, Cyril, I forgot you quit. Come on, Greg. Let's go, Cyril said, nudging his trainee toward the elevators. Marina lingered next to me, expectant. Let's go to the stairs over there, I told her. We need to talk. We walked out into the stairwell landing, which reeked of stale tobacco smoke. The door clicked shut automatically behind us. In order to get back in, we'd have to use our magnetic pass cards to unlock it. Nobody in the building ever used the stairwell as intended, even if they only had to go down to the next floor. We were alone. Maria rummaged through her purse, producing 2 packs of cigarettes, one after the other. She pulled out a slim menthol cigarette and lit up. I waited for her to turn her attention to me, then began the speech I'd already prepared and rehearsed in my head. I tried to make it sound logical and not too offensive. You're a very good girl. You know that?
Oh, do give it a break, she wheezed as she exhaled.
She took another tug on her cigarette, fumbling with a top button on her blouse.
I'm not chasing you or anything. I'm a big girl, you know.
I do like you, that's true.
That's why I was a bit thrown when you said that there could be nothing between us. Am I really so ugly? Or is it the age difference?
Please, don't put that on me. You know very well you're pretty. And as for our age difference, I actually feel, flattered by your attention. But firstly, I'm still married.
You're getting a divorce, right? That's what everybody says.
No, we aren't, not for the time being. We haven't even filed for divorce yet. That's one thing. And the other... I faltered, unsure whether being sincere with her was a wise thing to do.
And the other?
She flicked the ash off with a nervous finger. The cigarette broke in two. The thing is, I already have a girlfriend, I said, leaving out the details. And I think I love her.
You think you love her or you love her? She insisted.
Neither of my arguments seemed to have convinced her. She probably thought I was overcomplicating things. I lost my patience. Marina, do you mind? You're not my shrink, are you? The wretched nicotine withdrawal kept giving me spontaneous enrages. I just couldn't wait for the blasted thing to finally be over. I struggled to calm down. Honestly, I just don't know.
Very well. Let's go back then,
she said, putting out her cigarette.
Actually, I have one more question. Do I know her?
You most definitely do. You can even come with me now and try to rectify the situation. She heard what you said to Dennis about us.
Vicky, she exclaimed. Of course. I should have known. That's why you dropped me off first that night in the taxi, because you two were going to... You were going to...
She dissolved in desperate, childlike sobbing, curving her mouth and wailing. She was a child, really. I tried to suppress my desire to give her a hug, but couldn't. I flung my arms around her, trying to soothe her. She clung to my chest, sobbing. Her long chestnut hair, tucked behind her ears, emitted the flowery smell of some cheap shampoo. I stroked it, tensing up whenever I heard the sound of footsteps on the other side of the door, ready to shrink away from her at any moment. I wouldn't be surprised if Vicky walked through that door in true soap opera fashion. This was a very possible turn of events, considering the whole office treated this landing as a smoking room. Still, luck must have been on my side this time. On top of that, the mysterious game seemed to be pleased with me. Vicky hadn't surfaced. Instead, I'd received a new system message. You've received 100 points XP for performing a socially meaningful action. XP points left until the next social status level, 100 of 9,000. It should have been 120 points, actually. They'd removed 20 points for the drop in my reputation with Dennis. Question was, what exactly did the system consider a socially meaningful action? Had I received it for trying to soothe Marina, or for not trying to take advantage of her feelings for me? Probably the latter.
Why? What's wrong with Vicky? Is it because of what I said? You've just said so, haven't you?
She rummaged through her purse again and hurried to clean up the mascara streaks with a cotton disc. Without the makeup, she looked like a high school student. Go get her. I'll wait for you here. I'm going to explain everything to her. What you staring at? Go and get her, don't worry. I'm not going to say anything you're going to regret. Go. I nodded. I could tell she meant it. She really wanted to help. As I walked back into the office, I bumped straight into Greg. Where are you two?
he demanded. "Where's Marina? We're fed up with waiting already." "Jesus, Greg. Didn't I tell you you should go on your own? I still have things to do here." "But where's Marina?" "We'll come together later." "Don't worry, you're not going to miss her. Just go now. I have other things to do." He blew a noisy breath. "My stomach thinks my throat's been cut." On that note, he finally left. I walked over to Vicky's office and knocked on the door. "May I?" "Come in, please," her voice replied from within. I walked in, closed the door, and looked around the room. We were alone. The mousy middle-aged lady who shared the office with Vicky had already left. "Hi," I said. "Hi," she replied without taking her eyes from the computer screen, scrolling the mouse wheel fiercely. "Listen, sweetheart, let's cut the crap." "Okay. All I'm asking for is the chance to explain myself. Can we go somewhere?" "Why?" "You can speak here if you want. I'll listen to whatever you have to say. Then you can close the door behind you." "Vicky, Ms. Koval, please." Without saying a word, she switched off the computer, collected the stuff from the table into her purse, and rose. "Very well. Where do you want me to go?" "Actually, I wanted to invite you to a small celebration. I received that bonus, remember? So I'm buying dinner for the guys, Cyril and Greg. You know them. I'd love you to join me on a night like this." "That's all very well," she replied in a level, impassive voice, "but I'm afraid I can't come. My daughter's arriving in an hour. I need to go and meet her now." "Enjoy your bonus and your celebration." "Would you like me to come with you?" Before, I might have said yes, but not anymore. Sorry. What am I supposed to say to her? "This is Uncle Phil, we work together. That's why he'll be staying with us tonight." Why not? I don't think so. She's a big girl anyway. You can't fool her. Is that what you wanted to talk to me about? No, not really. Can we go to the stairwell? I need a smoke. I lied. We walked out of the office. She locked the door, and we headed for the stairs. On seeing Marina, Vicky recoiled, trying to leave, but I held her by the waist and pressed my back to the stairs door, blocking the way. "You promised you'd hear me out." She heaved a weary sigh and lit a cigarette. "I'm listening." "Miss Koval, that wasn't what you think it was," Marina spurted out. "Okay, that wasn't what I thought it was. Anything else?" "Miss Koval, Vicky, please listen to me." Marina was a smart little girl. She'd managed to strike the right tone. "They'd paired me with Dennis for the trial period. You know him, don't you?" "I know everyone who works here. And from the very first day, he just wouldn't leave me alone." Marina went on, telling the story of Dennis' harassment in an orderly, logical manner. She explained how I'd helped her by taking her under my own wing and supervising her first meetings with clients. Cross-armed, Vicky kept smoking as she listened to her, her body language betraying her defensive position. Her interest in the story fluctuated, hovering under 50%, which meant she'd already crossed me out from her close friends list. Still, her mood was just above 0, which meant that not all was lost. "The rest you saw for yourself," Marina concluded. "I'm very sorry I said what I did. I just freaked out. I mean, when I said I'd had it off with Phil. Oh, sorry, I mean that he and I were in a relationship. There's nothing between us at all. Whatsoever." With bated breath, I awaited a system message informing me of my improved reputation with Vicky. Still, something was wrong there. Either she didn't believe Marina, or the whole incident had left a bad taste in her mouth. but her dislike status wasn't in a hurry to change. "I can see now," she said. "Thanks for taking the time to explain. If I were you, I should report the incident to the boss. Sexual harassment can't be tolerated. Still, I can't see how it can possibly concern me. I work in HR. You could have sought my advice, I suppose, in which case you should have made an appointment to see me in my office. There's no need for all this cloak and dagger stuff." I winced. She was getting bitchy now. "No need at all. I agree," I said dryly. "Sorry we had to trouble you on this insignificant matter, Ms. Koval." "No trouble at all. Have a good day." She used her pass card to unlock the door and turned back, about to walk out. "You've got a lipstick on your shirt, Phil." She left, leaving me and Marina alone on the landing. I felt drained. I hadn't gotten enough sleep last night, what with Vlad calling me in the middle of the night and my 5 a.m. reveille, followed by some quality iron pumping in the gym, the unpleasant conversation with Yana, and an exhausting day of contract closing. Among other things, I'd received a new level, had to confront yet another jealous freak in the shape of Dennis, ruin my relationship with a girl whom I liked a lot, which wasn't actually my fault, had been hauled across the carpet by the boss, and had to comfort Marina. And I still had lots of stuff to come. I had the dinner appointment with the guys, and after that, I still had to distribute the points I just received. I also needed to have my hair cut, which would have to wait till tomorrow, call my parents, speak to Alec and Fatso to find out how it had gone with their new jobs, sign up for a boxing class, and keep searching for a new place. As for Vicky, I already knew from experience that she needed some space in order to calm down and think things over. It would probably be better to leave her alone for a few days, and then time will tell. Confounded, I kept mulling over it all as we walked to Jared's, completely oblivious of Marina trotting by my side. As we approached the bar, she timidly touched my elbow. "Phil? You okay?" "I'm fine," I replied, unwilling to ruin the night for her. "Let's party." The party didn't last very long, though. Having toasted my bonus and Marina's first sale, I ordered myself a mixed salad with a few bits of egg and tuna buried in a haystack of rocket lettuce. I needed to lose some weight if I wanted to improve agility. I'd been obliged to get myself a beer, but I'd managed to make it last all night. At least Greg and Cyril didn't stand on ceremony. Their plates were heaped high with steak and French fries. Having finished his rare steak, Cyril timidly ordered a jumbo-sized burger, taller than my beer glass. Marina kept a low profile. She barely spoke, casting long, piercing glances at me in expectation of my reaction. Any reaction. I tried not to look at her. After a couple of hours of unenthusiastic gossip and tepid discussion about Cyril's health and Greg's matrimonial problems, a crimson-faced Cyril cleared his throat. "I think I'm going to have a cigarette. Why not? Technically, I'm supposed to quit today, but today isn't over yet, which means—" "Which means what?" Greg asked, already a bit slow on the uptake. I shook my head. "Please don't. That's alcohol speaking, not you. It drops your guard." "See if I care. We're celebrating, aren't we?" He waved to a waiter. The waiter approached our table. "How can I—" "What kind of cigarettes do you have?" Cyril interrupted him. As the waiter recited all the available brands, I made up my mind. Time to go home. "Excuse me," I interrupted the waiter. "Could you please repeat the beers except for me and make out the tab? Then you can get him his cigarettes." "Sorry, Cyril, no offense. I can't stop you from killing yourself, but I've no intention of financing it. I hope you understand." The waiter nodded and disappeared, mumbling something about 1 moment. Cyril shrugged.
Greg just sat there looking blank. Marina kept staring at me, trying to lock her gaze into mine and hopefully read something in it. "What's gotten into you?" Cyril asked.
To be honest with you, I'm dead on my feet. I can't keep my eyes open.
"That's normal," Cyril said. "Thanks for the party. I just thought we'd stay a bit longer. Was it the cigarettes?"
The waiter brought the beers and the tab in a box. I glanced at it and laid a few bills on top. "Keep the change." He gratefully collected the money and left. I shook the men's hands. "Thanks for keeping me company."
"Phil?"
Cyril raised a quizzical eyebrow.
"You sure you're okay?"
"Yes, I'm fine. I have no problem with you whatsoever. My only problem is, I'm falling off my feet. Marina, you stay with the guys. I'm sure they'll take care of you."
"See ya."
She didn't reply. I could see she wasn't happy with me at all. Still, it was better that way. Had I offered to share a ride, she'd have jumped at the chance, and then tomorrow I wouldn't be able to prove anything to anyone. Either Greg would let it slip in a conversation, or she'd come up with some stupid story simply out of spite. Cyril, too, could be trusted to say something stupid. Then I could forget all about Vicky. She wouldn't forgive me a second time round. It didn't take me long to get back home. At this late hour, roads were virtually empty. The moment I opened the door, Richie barged out, sweeping me out of his way as he rushed toward the elevator. Oh well. He was my friend and my responsibility. I locked the door and followed him. As I walked Richie, I opened the interface. I still had to decide how best to invest my skill point. Leveling up luck was more or less clear, but the skill point I hadn't decided what to do with yet. Never mind. That would have to wait. Just in case, I perched myself on the edge of a park bench, still wet from the rain, and added the point to luck. Warning, we've detected an abnormal increase in your luck characteristic, +1 point. Your brain will be restructured in keeping with the new reading, 9, to comply with your new decision-making choices. The world blinked out of existence, then reappeared. I was already used to this phenomenon. Oh well. Apparently, I'd just become luckier. Which was hard to believe, considering my ill luck earlier that day, which had brought Vicky into the room just as Marina was snapping profanities at Dennis. I opened my characteristic tab. Much better. Still not much to write home about, but at least I showed some progress. Philip Phil Panfilov, age 32. Current status, sales rep. Social status level, 9. Classes, book reader and empath. Married. Wife, Yanina Yana Orlova. Children, none. Main characteristics, strength, 8. Agility, 4. Intellect, 18. Stamina, 5. Perception, 7. Charisma, 13. +3 bonus from the standard business suit. Luck, 9. A book reader? And an empath? I opened my skill list. That's right. Both skills were listed at the top. I had level 6 in both empathy and reading skills. I giggled, imagining myself weeping in empathy over some tear-jerking romance novel. Oh well. It could have been worse, I suppose. I could have been classed as some paranoid lemming. I tried to add the skill point to learning skills, but failed. Sorry. You're attempting to add a system point to a skill currently undergoing optimization. Current progress, 3%. Just on the off chance, I tried to add it to Insight and received another message. Sorry, you can't improve a system skill. I tried again and again, clicking the Insight icon with my gaze and receiving the same message until finally the system lost patience with me. How many times do we need to tell you? You can't invest a system point in a system skill. My inner wordsmith recoiled at the phrasing. They used system twice in the same sentence, useless hacks. Whatever. My vigor had already dropped below 20%. I needed some sleep. Still, Richie was taking his time. Come on, Rich. Get on with it, for Christ's sake, I mumbled with a jaw-wrenching yawn. It probably wasn't such a good idea to make leveling decisions in this state. I decided to check my skill list instead. I scrolled through it until I came to running. It was skill level 1. How come? Between the stat booster and all the bonuses, I would have expected it to be at least 2 or 3 by now. Something was definitely wrong here. Maybe my running technique wasn't good enough. I made a mental note to look into it once my head had cleared a bit. I scrolled the list all the way down and, surprise, discovered a new system skill, gray and inactive. I summoned Martha and asked her, for purely aesthetical reasons, you understand, to assume her old human form. Is it possible to create a separate system skill list? Pretty please? I've just found yet another system skill absolutely accidentally. I didn't even know it was there. Of course. Here you are. I would advise you to manually change the settings to receive new alerts every time a new system skill is added. At the moment, they are displayed at the very edge of your field of vision. How are things overall? Fine. I grinned at her good old bubblegum-blowing self. Did you really need to ask? You're sitting in my head 24/7 anyway. Phil. You're still confusing me with the program. I'm not the program in your head. I'm only your virtual assistant. My memory only stores the logs of our meetings and conversations, as well as your queries. I thought you'd already returned the dog to its owner. Not really, as you can see. Richie, you're really cheeky. You've had plenty of time to do your business. Richie stopped circling the grass in search of an arcane, devil-may-know spot he found suitable for his needs. He sat down and looked at me quizzically, tilting his head. I cast an angry glance at my watch. It was way past my bedtime. Never mind. Thanks, Martha. I reopened the skill window. It now contained 2 tabs, one for the main skills and the other for the system ones. The system tab only listed 3 skills. One was Insight 2, followed by Optimization 1. And what was that? I peered at the end of the list. Heroism. My suppressed World of Warcraft memories stirred in the depths of my subconscious. Heroism? What, just like that? Would it improve my main characteristics, maybe? I studied the skill's description. Oh, no. It was much better. It was out of this world freaking awesome. New unblocked system skill available. Heroism. Skill type, passive. Allows the user to unblock his or her heroic abilities. Skill points available. 1. Accept or decline. My drowsiness disappeared as if by the sweep of an ogre's paw. Yes, please. Accept. Chapter 24. The Hero. No one in the world gets what they want, and that is beautiful. Ernest Cline, Ready Player One. No, I didn't awake a superhero. Not even a normal hero. But unlike the days before, this morning I unhesitantly sprang from my bed the moment I realized I was awake. Because today, I could become a hero. How did I know, might you ask? Last night, the moment I'd pressed accept, I'd been granted access to the skill's full description. You've activated a new skill, Heroism. Skill type, passive. Allows the user to unblock his or her heroic abilities. There are 10 abilities which humanity can bestow on its most worthy specimens. All of them were considered a myth during the Dark Era, the times preceding the discovery of the Universal Information Field. Their carriers were branded as superheroes, whose names only belonged in songs and legends. Humanity's progress has turned these achievements into reality. Still, as the law of equilibrium requires, the Commonwealth of Sentient Races can only grant heroic abilities to a limited number of human beings whose social status levels are the highest. Each of them receives the title of hero. Warning: the restrictions and requirements for unblocking heroic abilities are calculated on an individual case-by-case basis, taking into consideration the current average social status levels in each particular segment of our galaxy. Warning: the user's successful leveling up of heroism, which has resulted in his or her outstanding services to humanity, can be rewarded by the system. Similarly, criminal abuse of heroic abilities can result in its being blocked again. Warning: as you level up heroism, its requirements regarding the unblocking of heroic abilities and the number of abilities which can be used simultaneously may vary. Warning: in accordance with the Anti-Munchkin Act, a user can only unblock one heroic ability per every 20 social status levels gained. I summoned Martha and buried myself in research. I had too many questions about this. A new tab appeared in my skill window, entitled Heroic Abilities. Just reading through it had plunged me into a dreamy, wistful trance. You'd think that by then, nothing could surprise me. Still, I was deeply shaken. Everything that had happened to me before could still be explained rationally, sort of, either by saying I was off my trolley or by suspecting I'd accidentally fallen prey to some classified military research. But this... The entire list of superhero abilities was divided into several tiers. The more awesome the ability, the higher the requirements for its potential user. Realistically, I could hope to acquire the first one of the two Tier 1 abilities. Tier 1. Ability Name: Lie Detection. Ability Type: Passive, Heroic. Considerably increases the user's ability to detect a person's insincerity. Unblocking requirements: Heroism, Level 1+. Social status, Level 10+. Empathy, Level 5+. Communication skills, Level 5+. Perception, Level 10+. Charisma, Level 10+. Luck, Level 10+. Intellect, Level 20+. All I needed was to bring my perception, luck, and intellect up, and make Level 10 in social status, of course. And that was it. No one would ever fool me again, or at least as long as I had this interface in my head. The second ability was something I knew intimately from my gaming experience. My rogue used to be an expert in it. Suddenly, I was dying to acquire it. Tier 1. Ability Name: Stealth and Vanish. Ability Type: Active, Heroic. Allows the user to activate the Stealth System module in order to become invisible to all creatures around him or herself for a minimum duration of 15 seconds, depending on their spirit numbers. Can be used in combat. Unblocking requirements: Heroism, Level 1+. Social status, Level 10+. Strength, Level 10+. Agility, Level 10+. Perception, Level 10+. Stamina, Level 10+. Luck, Level 10+. Cooldown, 1 hour. Stealth and Vanish rolled into one. This ability could do wonders in combat. Damn it. Just having to choose between the two was already giving me a headache. Knowing that I couldn't have both in the nearest future was a torture. Imagine what I felt when I finished studying the list. I asked Martha whether it was normal that my heroic abilities only required social status level 10. According to her, yes, it was perfectly normal. Firstly, because our society wasn't yet improvement-oriented. Unlike our descendants, we basically lived simply to satisfy our own consumerist needs. We wanted good food, lots of rest, and quality entertainment. Which was why there weren't that many high-level individuals among us. Currently, the average social status level on the planet hovered just below 9, which turned level 10 into some sort of litmus test, pinpointing such a person as one of the best half of our society, as opposed to at least 4 billion of his or her fellow Terrans. Secondly,
Both first-tier skills appear to have purely defensive functions. The first one was pretty self-explanatory. It allowed the user to detect any lie or insincerity in others, thus preventing him or her from suffering damage, moral or financial, as well as physical. And as for the second skill... Martha, in theory, I could use stealth just to sneak into a bank vault, couldn't I? Come to think of it, I could penetrate any kind of public function, or peep at girls in the gym locker room. I could eavesdrop on all sorts of confidential conversations. I continued to shower her with examples of the skill's illegal use. I suppose it was understandable. Every one of us must have dreamt of being invisible at some point in their lives. Phil, she interrupted me, judging by your logs, you've already performed a number of socially meaningful actions, so do you think the program can tell such an action from an illegal one? I suppose so. Exactly. Only this time, the penalties will be much higher. The Commonwealth of Sentient Races can protect itself from any internal threat. Trust me. Okay. In any case, all I could do was drool impotently over it. There was no way I could meet the skill's requirements before the license expired. The second tier of super skills turned its owner into a demigod. Not permanently, no. And still, wouldn't you have loved to have become a demigod? If only for a few brief seconds, provided the timing was right, of course. Tier 2. Ability name, regeneration. Ability type, active, heroic. Removes all negative effects from the user, such as disease, curse, poisoning, bleeding, or exposure to radiation. Accelerates recovery and improves confidence, self-control, satisfaction, vigor, mood, and willpower. The acceleration rate depends on the user's spirit numbers. Unblocking requirements. Heroism, level 2+. Social status, level 20+. Meditation, level 5+. All main characteristics, level 20+. Cooldown, 1 to 14 days, depending on the gravity of the damage to the user's body. Basically, this was absolute health. All you had to do was keep activating it every time the cooldown expired, and you could expect to live compos mentis until the ripe old age of 200. Or at least until the time when they learned how to make human beings truly immortal by organ cloning or using some sort of rejuvenating elixir. And just think of the possibilities it offered to all kinds of hazardous occupations. Still, for someone like me, it was truly irrelevant. I was going to lose all of my system skills and abilities in less than a year anyway. But still, as a seasoned damager, I loved the next super skill on the list. Tier 2. Ability name, Sprint. Ability type, active, heroic. Ability class, combat. Accelerates the user 100% by modifying his or her metabolism and perception for the duration of 5 seconds. Unblocking requirements, heroism, level 2+. Social status, level 20+. Agility, level 20+. Strength, level 20+. Stamina, level 20+. Perception, level 20+. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Can you imagine? This wasn't just about being able to move twice as fast. This ability gave you a different perception of time. It would allow anyone, even me with my clumsy blows and the agility of a quadriplegic, to defeat a mixed martial arts champion in the ring. Okay, maybe not a champion, and not in the ring even, but it would give you a fair chance in a street fight. That would leave Fatso no chance of winning. That's for sure. Forget fighting. This ability could make me a valuable asset in any sport, soccer even. I could spend the entire game standing motionlessly on the opponent's half of the pitch until the moment was just right. Then I'd activate it and score a perfect goal. 10 seconds was more than enough to thread my way past the frozen players. With only a 30-minute cooldown, I was guaranteed to score at least 3 goals in each game. That was more than Ronaldo and Messi ever could. The third second-tier ability was tailor-made for the Hunter class. Tier 2. Ability name, taming. Ability type, active, heroic. Greatly increases your chances of taming any non-sentient creature and turning it into your pet. The progressive leveling of the ability allows you to activate your pet's abilities and increase the number of commands. The number of the tamed creatures depends on your spirit numbers. Unblocking requirements. Heroism, level 2+. Social status, level 20+. Taming, level 5+. Empathy, level 5+. Stamina, level 20+. Strength, level 20+. Cooldown, 24 hours. It would have been great to tame some cool creature like a shark, a lion, or a giant python. Still, at the moment I had my hands full with Richie and Boris, thank you very much. This ability could have come in very handy in some RPG world where you could use a motley crew of pets to help you cleanse dungeons. But in real life? A zoo? A circus? I couldn't think of much else. If Tier 2 still seemed remotely doable, Tier 3 required the kind of stats I couldn't ever hope to achieve. The descriptions of the abilities themselves appeared so fantastical I didn't even bother to try to apply them to myself. I just heaved a sigh after disappointed sigh as I imagined myself using them to help my family and the whole world. Strangely enough, by the time I'd reached that tier, I'd somehow stopped thinking of how I could benefit from them. On the contrary, I kept asking myself how I could help other people by using them. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't going to obliterate all crime or bestow law and order on the entire country. All I wanted to do was to make the world a tiny bit better. That got me thinking. In all those superhero movies, there's always an evil overlord bent on thwarting the hero's efforts. And who are the evil overlords of the real world? Okay, so let's presume I'd become a new Superman. A flying legend who wears his underpants on the outside, invulnerable and almighty. So I'd go and make quick work of all the scum of this world, eliminating drug cartels, blowing up terrorists' dens, and feeding all the dictators to the dogs. I'd bag all the pedophiles, murderers, and corrupted officials and take them to a desert island in the middle of the ocean to play Hunger Games. And then what? I mean, seriously. Would it make anyone happier? If we took actual human beings, like Vicky, Alec, or Fatso, would their lives become better for it? At this point, an idea struck me. A really good one. I hurried to put it on my to-do list, then promptly put it out of my mind. Because the list of super skills kept unfolding, and what I saw on it would have made all those lit RPG-based, inner greedy pigs drop to the floor and die with envy. Imagine how I was supposed to feel, a useless 32-year-old who'd only very recently considered it the epitome of luck whenever he'd managed to lay his hands on a couple of purple pixels. Tier 3. Ability name, Foresight. Ability type, active, heroic. Allows you to transport yourself to a new reality model for the duration of 15 seconds, then return to the skill activation starting point. Unblocking requirements. Heroism, level 3+. Social status, level 30+. Intuition, level 10+. Meditation, level 10+. Perception, level 30+. Intellect, level 30+. Cooldown, 24 hours. Never mind it was only 15 seconds. True, you could only use it once every 24 hours, so what? This was a cheat to end all cheats. Other admittedly awesome things like flight or invisibility didn't even come near. Imagine being able to find out the exact outcome of your every word or action. Think of all the things I'd have done differently in the past had I had access of this highly useful skill. I used to have this friend once. At the time, casinos were still legal in Russia, so we took full advantage of the fact. That day, he'd won a little, while me, I'd lost every penny. We'd drunk a lot. I was itching to either win all my money back and go home, or just lose everything, and also go home. so I talked him into lending me all the money he'd had on him. It was early morning, and that was the only money he had. I bet everything on red, and it came up 0. Later, I'd never managed to pay him back. He kept reminding me, and then one day, he just struck me off his list of friends. I knew I couldn't win his friendship back. The least I could do was pay him what I owed him. This, too, was now an item on my task list. Some other time we were driving back from a fishing trip. We were both drunk. I wasn't keeping my eyes on the road and managed to run over a kitten. We stopped to check on him. What we saw came back to haunt me in my dreams for years afterwards. The kitten kept silently opening and closing his mouth. He was probably calling for his mom. The next day, I brought Boris home. I also used to cadge money off my old grandma, on my mom's side. She used to live in a small studio apartment. For as long as I remembered, she'd always given me little presents on her pension payment days. First, it was sweets, replaced by children's books and toys as I grew older. By the end of high school, she usually gave me money. That day, I needed some money in order to take a girl to the movies. Naturally, there were other costs, like buying her flowers and taking her to a cafe afterwards. Gran said she didn't have any. I didn't believe her. I yelled at her. I was full of spite. The next night, she died of a heart attack. I wouldn't have even needed all of the 15 seconds of the foresight skill. 5 seconds would have been plenty to notice her quivering mouth and a single tear rolling down her cheek. 5 seconds. More than enough to regret my words and actions and to hate myself. My throat still seized every time I remembered I hadn't even bothered to apologize. I hadn't given her a hug. No. I was furious at the sight of her tears, thinking she was putting up a good show. How could I? Great God, Philly, how could you? Philly. That's where Kira had gotten the habit of calling me so. I kept reminiscing, remembering other occasions when I should have stayed instead of leaving, when I should have spoken up instead of staying safely silent, as well as those when I should have bitten my tongue and shut up. All the times when I'd succumbed to my urge for instant gratification and equally instantly regretted it, as well as times when I should have followed my impulses rather than regretting my reluctance until this very day. True, not all of those things could have been rectified with foresight. Still, I could have righted quite a few wrongs. A sympathetic Martha watched my self-flagellation session. Richie whined in confusion. Still, it brought me some sort of relief. A new system message popped up. Congratulations, your spirit has improved. Plus 100% to spirit. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a secondary characteristic. After this, I finally forced myself to go back home, where I continued going through the list, yawning and trying to keep my eyes open. Tier 3. Ability name, Berserker. Ability type, active, heroic. Triples all your main characteristics for the duration of 15 seconds. Unblocking requirements. Heroism, level 3+. Social status, level 30+. All main characteristics, level 25+. Spirit, 300%+. Cooldown, 24 hours. This was basically God mode for a duration of 15 seconds. With it, you could set new world records in any sport, or make scientific breakthroughs. You could become a champion in virtually anything. No idea what could happen if you tripled your luck, perception, or charisma, but it wouldn't be too bad, that's for sure. Judging by the emphasis placed on the first word, triples, this factor could probably grow as you continue to level up, in which case, the skill's duration was likely to grow too. Just out of curiosity, I asked Martha about it. She confirmed my conjectures. And the next skill on the list, well,
it would easily make anyone the next president of anything, like president of planet Earth, for instance. It could turn you into either a powerful leader or an evil overlord. Tier 3. Ability name, Persuasion. Ability type, Active, Heroic. The skill endows the user with a 100% power of persuasion, allowing him or her to win over all human beings whose social status level is lower than his or her own. The possibility of winning over those human beings whose social status level is equal or surpasses that of the user wanes accordingly. Warning: any attempt to use the skill for antisocial purposes will result in it being permanently blocked. Unblocking requirements: Heroism, level 3+. Social status, level 30+. Communication skills, level 20+. Leadership, level 20+. Public speaking, level 20+. Perception, level 30+. Charisma, level 30+. Intellect, level 30+. Cooldown, 24 hours. Almost immediately, I could think of at least several ways of using the skill. The dumbest of them was to shoot a video of myself and upload it to YouTube. That was it. It didn't really matter what it was about. I could tell them to walk around naked from now on, or send donations to my personal bank account, or support Mr. Panikoff's favorite soccer team, Zenith. I could even tell them to kick the bucket, figuratively as well as literally. The possibilities were limitless. And even if the video got blocked, I could always gatecrash a rock concert and address the audience. The final skill in Tier 3 reminded me of a paladin bubble. Tier 3. Ability name, Invulnerability. Ability type, Active, Heroic. The skill creates a temporary nanofilm which envelops the user's entire body, making him impervious to any attacks or other aggressive acts. The skill can self-activate without the user's knowledge whenever there's a threat to his or her life or well-being. Duration, 15 seconds. Unblocking requirements: Heroism, level 3+. Social status, level 30+. All main characteristics, levels 25+. Spirit, 300%+. Cooldown, 24 hours. This was a warrior's dream. Just think of all the heroic deeds you could perform if you knew you were invulnerable. Not in everyday life, though. Definitely no good for a couch potato like myself, but just think about it. A self-activating invulnerability skill. Once you had it, you didn't have to worry about a thing. You could walk under ladders and board planes without worrying they might not reach their destinations. The last tier was uncategorized. It only contained one skill. Ability name, Reload. Ability type, Passive, Heroic. Saving the life of the most valuable society member is the ultimate peak of social protection. The skill allows the user to stop time and reload the world at the exact moment which caused his or her death. This is a very particular heroic ability, which requires forceful spirit withdrawal from all of the sentient beings located in the given segment. Unblocking requirements: the segment's first hero achievement. Segment name, Planet Earth. Cooldown: no less than 1 astronomical year, depending on the segment's population numbers. Reload the world? Was I really sane and reading this? I immediately remembered my weird dream. The death of Kira, the monstrous Hafor, the alien girl called Ilindi, and Valiadis. My dreams were never as detailed and colorful as they're usually described in books. Inevitably, I'd forgotten them as soon as I climbed out of bed. This time, however, it was different. Was the program playing games with me? Martha failed to produce a clear answer. Human dreams are just that, Phil. Dreams. They have nothing to do with reality. They're caused by memory defragmentation. In this case, what's with this world reloading nonsense? Oh, that's easy. Martha's eyes glazed over.
Her avatar disappeared for a brief second, then froze, motionless, then disappeared again. "Sending request to server," the mechanical voice of the system assistant announced. "Please wait. Server connection timeout. Impossible to establish connection with a server." And that was it. Martha was gone. I tried to summon her again, but all I received was the dumb, automated voice. I'd have to look into it later. Time to go to bed. Only when I was falling asleep did I realize I'd very nearly nullified my spirit reserves. No, I didn't wake up as Superman. I was still a regular Joe. But at least I was able to spring out of bed the moment I realized I was awake. Because today, I could become a hero. Chapter 25. The Story of the Herd of Seals. Don't tell me what I can't do. Lost. Tuesday, May 29, 2018. It had been 2 weeks since I'd first noticed the funny specks of dust floating in my vision. They'd later begun to take shape, until finally they'd formed Alec's name floating over his head. That day, Yana had left me. And the same night, I'd received my first level in stamina after completing my night run. It may have been 2 weeks, but it felt like 6 months. So much had happened in this brief time. So many new people I'd met. But the person I'd learned the most about was myself. Today, just like 2 weeks ago, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror studying my reflection. I had no stubble. These days, I shaved every morning. My cheeks seemed to have sunken a little. I could almost recognize my own face under the melting layer of fat. My hair almost touched my shoulders now, which made me look admittedly ridiculous. So I decided to dedicate the day to my own needs. Once the morning meeting with Pavel was over, I decided to finally get a haircut, then start looking for a new place. I was gradually coming to the conclusion that I might have to quit UltraPack. This wasn't the right moment to tie myself down with office work. As long as I had this program still installed, no amount of money, much less a sales rep's earnings, were worth the missed opportunities. Crazy, really. I'd only been working for them for 3 full days, which was my personal record in this respect. As I drank my morning coffee, I watched a few jogging videos, committing to memory their technique and breathing tips. I'd made every mistake in the book, hadn't I? 2 weeks of running nowhere. At least I'd managed to improve my stamina a bit. But just think of all the XP I'd lost. 500 per level, to be precise, by not leveling properly. I finished my coffee and got on with my morning routine. A quick warm-up, followed by a run in the park in Richie's company. This time, I kept checking the video on my phone to make sure I did it correctly. The results weren't long in coming. Now I was gaining 1% for every 200 meters. By the end of my run, the status bar was already at 94%. Still, my previous running experience must have had something to do with it too. Wrong technique aside, I must have done something right. I was itching to make level 2 in running straight away, but it didn't look as if I was going to. I had to go to work. Even with this, my job was becoming a problem. I took a hot and cold shower, after which I received a new message. Your agility has improved. +1 to agility. Current agility, 5. Experience points received for improving a main characteristic, 1,000. What a shame I didn't have bathroom scales. Yana used to have them, but she'd reclaimed them with all her other stuff. Still, I didn't need scales to know I'd lost weight. It looked like my theory had been correct. Once I'd lost another 5 pounds or so, my agility might improve again. In any case, weight loss alone wouldn't do it. I definitely had to persevere with my coordination and balance exercises. I had a funny feeling that by showing me the super skill list, the program had been teasing me, trying to accelerate my progress. For some reason, it made me think of Russia just before the Second World War, when they had been training all and sundry to become pilots and paratroopers. It was true that I'd had more progress in the last 2 weeks than I'd had in years, but apparently the program wasn't too happy with it. Then it dawned on me. I'd been acting like a useless noob, spreading myself thin over all those reputations, leveling choices and whatnot. I'd been reactive instead of proactive and goal-oriented. Like when Fatso had attacked me, I'd immediately decided to level boxing, and I still hadn't even found a boxing club. Similarly, the moment UltraPack had contacted me, I'd decided to level vending. The moment I'd seen that missing girl on TV, I'd had to call her parents simply because I couldn't bear seeing her grieving father. And once the Major had told me that the parents of many other missing children were in the same position, I'd hurried to send him the kids' coordinates. So basically, I'd been chasing too many tails instead of doing what any gamer should. I had to decide on my Kara's build, choose a strategy, and follow it without getting distracted by every roadside bunny. If you took the missing children, for instance, why had I had to stop at the Major's list? Shouldn't I have begun by creating 2 databases? One of all wanted criminals nationwide, and the other of all missing children? Then I could have worked my way through both and sent the results to the police and all interested parties. Logical, don't you think? And how about the first hero achievement? The one that was mentioned in the reload description. There should be other achievements as well. But which ones? As I waited for my ham and eggs to cook, I summoned Martha and asked her. Much to my relief, this was my old Martha, ripped denim shorts and all. Apparently, my spirit had recovered over the course of the night. The only difference was her chewing gum was now gone, replaced by an e-cigarette. All achievements are generated by the program. Martha breathed out a large puff of vapor, which dissipated before it could reach the ceiling. Ditto for rewards. That's not counting the great feats of valor which are generated annually by the Council. This is crazy. Feats of valor controlled by a council? What kind of totalitarian society is that? You sure it wasn't created by some errant time traveler from Stalin's era? Sorry, I don't understand the question. If you're implying that our social structure is similar to that of the Soviet Union, then my answer is an emphatic no. In actual fact, I would greatly appreciate it if you stopped posing questions which require connection with the server. I unsummoned her and had my solitary breakfast. Solitary, if you disregarded the other 2, Richie and Boris eagerly awaiting their share of ham from my plate. In 2 days' time, Richie would be gone. Sad. Admittedly, I'd gotten quite attached to him. The feelings seemed to be mutual, judging by his reverence reading. Strange I hadn't received any XP for it, though. Could it be because improving one's reputation with a pet had no bearing on one's social status? As I walked through the front door, I saw Fatso cross the courtyard. I could barely recognize him. His usually disheveled hair was slicked down. He was wearing a neat pair of summer pants and a pressed, short-sleeved shirt. The only thing still left from his past was a new pair of grandpa socks peeking from his sandals. He looked like a poster-perfect image of an AA member on the mend. "Morning, sir," he waved, hurrying toward me. "Morning, Ruslan." "They've hired me," he grinned, flashing a gap between his teeth. "Can you imagine? They really did." He gave me a bear hug, slapping my back. Quest alert. In the gutter. Quest completed. You've successfully helped your attacker Ruslan Fatso Rimsky to find permanent employment. XP received, 200 points. Additional XP received, 300, for promptness. Plus 10% to satisfaction. Your reputation with Ruslan Fatso Rimsky has improved. Current reputation, amicability, 20 of 60. Now my quest log was completely empty. "Congrats," I said. "Thanks. My wife's asking if you'd like to come round for dinner. I'm asking you too, of course. Would you like to come?" Absolutely, I said, unwilling to decline his heartfelt invitation. Let's do it this way. When you receive your first paycheck, then we'll celebrate. Okay? Yes, sir. Please don't sir me, I said. It felt really awkward when this middle-aged family man treated me with such reverence. You know my name, don't you? It's Phil. He looked closely into my eyes, then chuckled somewhat approvingly and shook my hand. Very well. Phil. See ya. He headed for the bus stop. I got into the cab that had just arrived. I could have taken the bus, too, but in my new frame of mind, this was false economy. Time was a precious asset, and I'd rather have used it to make more money. As I rode, I continued reading. This had already become a habit. At some point, I put the book aside for a moment to jot down a few interesting leveling scenarios which had just occurred to me. I opened the notebook app on my phone and marked it all down. XP points are awarded for quests, tasks, socially meaningful actions, as well as new skill and reputation levels. XP points received for new skill levels are awarded regardless of the skill or its initial level. Tracking wanted criminals. Important. 0-level skills get leveled faster than all others. How about money? My own business? Skill leveling. That got me thinking. I did a quick overview of everything I had at the moment. Some progress bars were almost 100% full, like those from my MS Word and Excel skills. My cooking skills were actually at 99%. One more plate of ham and eggs, and I'd receive a new level. Several other skill bars were equally full. Soccer, swimming, poetry, table tennis, weightlifting, DIY skills, poker, and chess playing. Another hour or two spent on each of them, and I'd progress to the next level. Easy XP points. That decided it. I had to quit my new job. I could give my single sale to either Greg or Marina. In the meantime, I had to start thinking about how to make some money. Ideas were aplenty, from a missing persons bureau to a recruitment agency. And that's not even counting some truly crazy possibilities, like leveling up poker or competing in CS:GO tournaments, which were held on an almost daily basis and boasted impressive cash prizes. As I pondered over it all, the cab arrived at the office. I was so lost in thought I'd very nearly walked past Cyril and Greg, who were lingering on the porch, huddling up against the morning chill. Both looked rather worse for wear. Both were smoking. That last fact annoyed me quite a lot. Still, I pretended it was none of my business. "Hi," I said. "Hi," the two replied in rueful unison. "How's it going?" Greg waved my question away. "It isn't."
Nah,
Cyril mumbled. "Why? What's up?" I glanced at my watch. 5 minutes till the briefing. "He went to see his wife last night." Cyril nodded at Greg. "He wanted to make up with her." "And? How did it go?" "It didn't." Greg shook his head. She opened the door, saw me, and closed it again. Cyril chuckled. "He was drunk as a skunk." "And what time was that, may I ask?" 5 a.m., Cyril said. "When you left, we took Marina home and decided to go to the club. That's where he got a bit emotional. He decided he needed to go and see her straight away. I did my best to talk him out of it. In the end, I went with him just to make sure he didn't get into trouble. Never mind. Let's go now before Pavel chews our ears again for being late." When we entered Pavel's office, all were already present and correct. All but Dennis, that is. His chair was empty. Marina ignored my nod and proudly looked the other way. "Everybody here? Let's get this show on the road," Pavel announced. "Good morning. First things first, I have some good news for our trainees. As of today, Dennis is no longer with us, which means we can keep 2 of you once the trial period is over. Now let's move to business. Cyril, what have you got on the butcher's market?" Faking enthusiasm and suppressing jaw-wrenching bouts of yawning, Cyril went on to report on his client. That was decided then. I was wasting my time here. I could almost physically sense it slipping through my fingers, dwindling with every passing moment. After the briefing, I lingered in Pavel's office to break the news to him. "Phil, what is it?" "May I have a word with you?" I said. He rubbed his hands. "I think I know where this is going. Another surprise sale, something big. I just love it. Come on, spit it out." "I'm afraid I can't work here any longer," I said. "I quit. I haven't submitted my resignation yet. I don't even think it's worth it. I've only worked here for 3 days. You could just rip up my application as if I didn't even exist." "Yeah, right. How do you want us to file your bonus, then? What name should we put on it?" "Just file it under representation expenses. You're the expert." For a while, he studied me with a stony face, as if trying to work out what I was playing at. I looked back at him, perfectly relaxed. I wasn't asking for a raise, after all. He gave up first. "What's up? Not happy with the bonus?" "I'm afraid it's personal." "Don't tell me Valiadis has poached you." "Please don't try to second-guess it. I've got nowhere to go. As I said, I have a lot of family responsibilities at the moment. I can't afford to work 9 to 5. "Is that all?" He laughed. "That's not a problem. You can be as flexible as you want. I can run it past the boss now if you wish. The wage might not be the same, but a bonus is a bonus, right? Tell you what, I'm going to talk him into giving J-Mart to you. You'll be getting your monthly cut off their orders. What will you say to that? Come on, tell me." For a brief second I hesitated. His offer was generous indeed. Still, no. Dashing around like a headless chicken, meeting people, no. Too time-consuming. I could use it more productively, that's for sure. And I couldn't pretend I was working while doing other things. That wasn't right. Someone else needed this job more than I did. Marina, for instance. "Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor," I began, tracing the desktop with my finger from left to right. "Wizard, warrior, rogue, or gambler." He raised a surprised eyebrow. "Excuse me?" "I'm afraid I can't," I said. "I'm very sorry." "Are you sure?" "I am." "Shame." "So you did take offense." "I swear to you I didn't. It was a joke. Just a joke." I rose, about to shake his hand and leave. He rose too. "Can you at least finish this week? Whatever you make, you'll receive in your envelope as soon as the deal is closed. You don't need to come to briefings either. I can tell the guys that you had to go to the doctor, for instance. Would you like that? How about my J-Mart earnings for this month?" He scratched his head, an innocent, very human gesture which tipped the scales in his favor. Why not? I could agree to his offer and work for another week. That might pay for a new laptop, too. "Ah, fuck it," Pavel said. "My karma could use a boost, too." "Very well." We shook on it. "I have a few things to sort out today," I said. "Is it all right?" He nodded. "You can be as flexible as you want." As I left his office, a new message flashed before my eyes. "Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Perseverance. Current level, 3. XP received, 500. I closed the message. That was nice of them. From Pavel's office, I headed to Cyril. I had another skill to up. "Cyril, man, can I borrow your laptop for an hour?" "Do you know what you're asking for? It's like soliciting someone to spend an hour with their wife." Okay. I promise I won't go anywhere near your adult sites bookmarks. The history of your BDSM adventures is safe with me. I just need to write a Word document. May I? The things I do for my friends. I was about to break my own record, you know that? And now I'll have to reopen it and start again. Come and take a seat. We have an appointment with a client anyway. He rose and shouted at the top of his booming voice, Greg! Where are you? Let's go, man! Thanks, I said. Cyril headed for the exit with a very reluctant Greg trailing behind him like a listless shadow. His mood was deep in the red. I just hoped he didn't do anything stupid. I took Cyril's place at the desk and opened a new Word document. Someone kept sniffing heavily behind my back. Ignoring the noise, I started typing, impatient to jot down a short story I'd been thinking about for quite a while, but never got around to actually writing. The sniffing behind my back grew louder, menacing even. However, I was dead to the world. The story's MC was quite young and also quite jealous, unsure whether his girlfriend was faithful to him. As the story unfolded, he received a gift, a supernatural ability to know the answer to any question. But the more important the question, the more life he would lose. You sure you have a heart? Marina finally said. I turned round. Oh, hi there. Hi yourself, she grumbled. Why didn't you speak to me at the briefing? Why should I have? Okay, I said, returning my attention to the text. Still, I didn't even get the chance to finish the next sentence. Phil, she exploded. I continued to type. Speak up, I said without turning. What are you writing? A short story. A what? Are you nuts? Do you realize what's going to happen if Pavel sees you doing this? Well, if you keep your voice down, he won't see anything. Oh, sorry. Well, I just wanted to apologize. I didn't reply to your greeting. I'm very mad at you. Apology accepted. Do you need help? Yes, please. Her voice shook, betraying whiny girly notes. I need to draw up a base of all the clients I've already visited, and I've no idea how to make up those tables. That's not a problem. I'll help you. You start making phone calls. I'll finish this and give you a hand. After about an hour, I'd finally finished the 3-page story, which ended with the MC's untimely demise of old age. I spent some more time trying out all sorts of styles and page layouts, and even studied the help pages, until finally I had the desired result. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, MS Word. Current level, 6. XP received, 500. This was a very useful skill, and the main kill candidate for the next optimization. Very well. But what was I supposed to do with this story now? I only had a couple of % left till my next creative writing level. I edited the text, adding a couple of flashbacks and a few insights for my MC, and threw in a few detailed descriptions for a good measure. Yes! Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Creative Writing. Current level, 4. XP received, 500. I opened the writer's portal, where I'd once uploaded the first chapters of my unfinished book, and published the story there. I didn't give a damn about feedback. I was fully prepared to write my proverbial 1,000,000 words of crap before I could master the craft. I logged out, closed the laptop, and walked over to Marina. She was typing something, squinting short-sightedly at the screen. I pulled up a chair and sat next to her. Show me. She pulled the laptop toward me. Look, I keep moving it around, but it just won't budge. I type in numbers, but they change to something completely different. Jesus. You poor child of modern technologies. This isn't an Apple tablet, is it? Do you have it all on paper? Yeah, I've got it all here. The client's names, the contact persons, the approximate demand. You wait a sec. I'm going to make a chart now. All you need to do is enter the data. I habitually threw together a quick table with all the entries she needed. It had taken me 5 minutes at most. I glanced at the skill bar. I had a mere 6% left till the next level. Marina, go and take a smoke break. You're distracting me. She took offense. How am I distracting you? It must be your pheromones. Sorry. Would you please? She pushed the chair away, sprang to her feet, and sashayed off, indignantly swaying her hips. Now that she wasn't looking over my shoulder, I opened a new document and created a new macro-based table, checking myself frequently against the help pages. That took me another half hour. Marina had been back twice, but I sent her off for another break, and then to get us some coffee. By the time she was back with it, I got a new level. Easy XP. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, MS Excel. Current level, 5. XP received, 500. I checked my XP bar. XP points until the next social status level, 4,650 of 9,000. I couldn't help smiling. I'd made half a level in less than 24 hours. You're so handsome when you smile, Marina whispered. Have you done it? Oh, thank you. Yes, I have. Look. I pointed at the table. You enter the client's name here and their contact person's name here. Now you add the dates and... As I explained, an idea struck me. Pavel really should have the trainees connect their CRM database. What was he afraid of? That they might sell the data to someone else? Possible. That's it, Marina. I must dash, I finally said. Why? How about me? You, my dear, are perfectly ready to work on your own now. Powerful you have become, my young Padawan. Yeah, right, she replied, looking lost. Does that mean I can now use the Force? You'd better use charisma. You're totally good at it. As I left the office, I ran a quick map search for the nearest men's salon. I had only one search criterion: haircuts with a high chance of charisma improvement. No idea whether my query had done anything, because all of the town's salons remained on the map. It looked like any decent haircut could improve my charisma. I lingered next to the salon's door. I really had to discuss this with Martha. She might help me choose the right hairstyle. I summoned her. Hi, Phil. How's it hanging? Hi yourself. What kind of language is that? Where did you learn it? Phil. I don't have a memory, do I? I only know what I learned from you. So, how's it hanging? Straight down, actually. I need your advice. I need to have my hair cut. What style would you suggest? What do you want me to suggest? She inquired, taking a languid pull on her fat e-cigarette. Can you choose a haircut with the most charisma? Do I need to? To me, you're charismatic enough as you are, my lord and master. Oh, Martha, please. That's not funny anymore. You're wasting my spirit. Okay. Seriously, I can't help you with that. What can you do, then? I can activate my virtual makeover tool featuring potential haircuts. Excellent. Let's do it. I worked my way through a good 50 images, from completely bald to a mohawk, then picked the most neutral of the whole lot. Short back and sides, and longer on top with slightly raised short bangs. Perfect for the summer weather. Now that I knew exactly what I wanted, I bade goodbye to Martha and walked into the salon. Hi, my name's Katerina, the receptionist beamed. How can I help you today? I think I need a haircut. Could you do it now? Just a moment. I'll go and check with the stylist. She left her reception desk and disappeared into the salon, then promptly returned. Her beaming smile appeared perfectly sincere, but I could see that the girl was in a foul mood. No idea what had happened to her, but her composure was amazing.
The stylist will be free in 20 minutes. You think you could wait?
Absolutely.
Please take a seat. Would you like a tea or a coffee?
Black coffee, please. As I sipped the piping hot drink, I continued reading on my smartphone. With any luck, I could up my reading skill already today. I also kept watching Katerina out of the corner of my eye. Now that she thought that no one was watching, she'd finally allowed her emotions to get the better of her. She sat cross-armed, frowning, and staring at the floor in front of her. I tried to tune in to her and feel what she was feeling. She was definitely upset, but still it wasn't anything too serious. This wasn't grief, but something rather mundane and annoying. What could it be? Had she had an argument with a neighbor? Or her boyfriend? Or maybe one of the clients had been rude to her? I set my phone down on the coffee table, rose, and walked over to her. Noticing that, she transformed immediately. She sat up, laid her hands on the desk, and squinted her eyes in a smile, showing her readiness to hear me out.
Yes?
Katerina, I hope you'll excuse me. I know it's none of my business, but I just wanted to tell you, it's all going to work out. I know it will.
Really?
Oh, I'm sorry. Her face turned crimson.
But where did you...
I looked her in the eye and repeated, it's all going to be fine. As I walked back to my seat, I noticed that her mood had grown a notch. A couple percent, maybe, but she definitely felt better. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Empathy. Current level, 7. XP received, 500. Oh, I hadn't done it for the XP. I'd known, of course, that I'd had very little left till next level, but I'd had no idea how to advance empathy. And now I knew. You had to place yourself in another person's shoes and try to feel their pain. The process of having my hair cut unfolded without any further ado. The stylist, a middle-aged woman with shaven temples, listened to my explanations and nodded her understanding, then switched on her trimmer. I watched my transformation in the mirror as a long strand of hair dropped to the floor to my right. And another one. With every passing moment, I looked more like Gary Oldman's character in The Fifth Element. The shampoo, cut, and blow-dry resulted in a new system message. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Charisma. Current level, 14. XP received, 1,000. That's leveling strategy for you. I studied myself in the mirror, thanked the stylist, left her a tip, and walked back to the receptionist's desk. As I paid, I gave her a wink. Chin up, Katerina. She smiled and nodded.
Thank you. See you next time.
Having thus satisfied my tonsorial needs, I stepped into a coffee shop next door. Leveling strategy was all well and good, but I still needed to find a roof over my head. Time was an issue. I had less than a week until the landlady kicked me out. I checked the available rental options, then sorted them by location. I wanted to move to the same neighborhood as my parents. They had a very good park there, ideal for jogging, and an excellent but affordable gym with its own swimming pool and boxing group. Sounded perfect. Also, they seemed to have a very nice office building which offered small office spaces for rent. I might need one later on when my budding business idea finally took shape. I called several numbers, but each was answered by a real estate rep. After speaking to one of them twice, I decided to ask him to help me. I described my needs to him, and he immediately came up with a few offers, suggesting I started viewing them later in the afternoon. I made an appointment to see him. I glanced at my watch. I still had about 3 hours left until our RV. What could I do? I really didn't feel like meeting new clients today. Should I go home for lunch? Another waste of time. I gave my parents a ring, then called Kira to share all my latest news. Then I took one final swig of coffee and dialed Vicky. It took her a while to reply. Finally, she did pick up. "Yes, Phil?" "Hi. I wondered if you could give me Greg's address. You must have it in your database." "Why?" Her voice tensed. "Is he all right?" "Well, you remember the night when you and I—" "Yes, I remember. You can skip it." "That night, Greg came home drunk early in the morning, but his wife wouldn't let him in. He's been crashing at Cyril's ever since. Last night they went to see her, but she didn't want to know. He's pretty desperate. His wife is pregnant. The child needs a father." "This I understand very well," she said pensively. "What I don't understand is where you come into it." "Well, I just thought I might go and speak with her." "Why not? Is your name Mother Teresa? Why is it you always need to interfere?" "So is that how you see it? Really?" Silence. I looked around the cafe and gestured to the waiter to bring me the tab. Vicky cleared her throat. "Sorry. I wasn't thinking. Here's the address." The Uber driver, a stout Highlander from the Caucasus, complete with a bushy mustache, kept talking about his grandchildren as we drove. I listened, inserting the right noises into his soliloquy. What was I doing? Did I really have to meddle in other people's affairs? Or was I simply after more socially meaningful actions? If I managed to bring a family back together, I could expect a hefty XP reward. Or was I trying to improve my reputation with Greg? Even worse, did I think I had the right to control other people's lives for them? I shook my head in disagreement. I meant none of these things. All I wanted was to help a friend. And I fully intended to do so. Chapter 26. Against All Odds. Once you've taken a few punches and realize you're not made of glass, you don't feel alive unless you're pushing yourself as far as you can go. Green Street Hooligans. Greg's wife lived in a brand-new housing complex. So new that its infrastructure was still in a sorry state. The evidence of barely finished construction works was everywhere. Gravel sidewalks and driveways awaiting a layer of tarmac, large heaps of sand and stacks of concrete slabs. The sad sight was somewhat compensated by the freshly planted young trees and flower beds by the apartment tower's front doors. The driver pulled up by the right entrance. The many steel buttons of the entry phone seemed to scowl at me. I dialed the apartment number. "Who is it?" A young but listless female voice sounded in the speaker. "Lena? Hi, this is Phil. I work with Greg. Thank you. Bye." She hung up. I dialed it again. "What now?" Her voice rang with bile. "I'm sorry, could you let me in, please? I need to speak to you." "You can tell Greg he shouldn't bother coming back, ever. Or sending his drinking buddies." She hung up again. What could Greg have done to deserve this kind of treatment? It couldn't have been just that one drunken night. That alone wouldn't have merited this kind of castigation. I tried again. No reply. And again. "What now?" "Alina," I said, investing all my sympathy for both Greg and her into my tone. She was only a pregnant girl disillusioned with her husband. "Could I speak with you just for 5 minutes? Please?" The front door lock clicked open. 7th floor. Her voice came from the speaker. The elevator wasn't working. I had to take the stairs. I was fully prepared to combat the climb on rubbery legs, puffing and panting, but surprisingly, I took the stairs 2 and 3 at a time, and reached the 7th floor without even getting out of breath. I just loved this stamina thing.
The doorbell didn't work. I tapped delicately on the door. A shadow flitted past the eye-hole. The door opened a crack. I saw a pretty petite girl of about 20 years old with an already rather rounded belly. Her hair was pulled into a ponytail. "Are you Alina?" I asked. "Yes." She cast me a wary look without inviting me in. "Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Philip. I work with Greg. He's a good guy, really. After you kicked him out, he's been such a sorry sight. You know what I mean?" "Did he send you?" "He's no idea I'm here." I pressed my hand to my heart and activated every available point of my charisma, empathy, and communication skills, as well as seduction and deception. I swear. She heaved an uneasy sigh and stepped away from the door. This could be understood as an invitation to enter. Then again, it might not. I entered slowly, giving her a chance to reconsider, then closed the door behind me. It felt like trying not to scare off a shy young deer. As I did so, I took the opportunity to check her profile. Name: Alina Chernik. Age: 19. Current status: unemployed. Social status level: 3. Unclassified. Unmarried. Children: pregnant with a male child. Term: 148 days. Criminal record? Yes. Her mood was normal. It didn't look as if she was too upset about their breakup. Her interest in me was quite high, though. "Take your shoes off and come in. There's some house slippers over there," she said, before disappearing into what was probably the kitchen and leaving me alone in a tiny hall. The apartment was an equally tiny one bed. The house was new, but the decoration left a lot to be desired. The ancient, faded wallpaper was probably a Soviet-era leftover. The plinths were coming off the wall. One of the glazed room doors was split in two, which was in fact a serious hazard. Apparently, Greg wasn't the handyman I'd thought he was. I slid my feet into a pair of well-trodden slippers, probably Greg's, and followed her. The kitchen was equally shambolic. A tiny free space in between the gas stove, a cupboard, a dining table, and a brand-new Samsung fridge, which looked almost alien amid all the mess, was stuffed with garbage bags and a plastic washing horse. The dining table was heaped up with unwashed plates and food leftovers. A switched-on smartphone glowed next to an unfinished cup of tea, its screen showing some glitzy, girly Instagram feed. She must have noticed the expression on my face, because she hurried to explain, "The elevator doesn't work. You know, don't you, and I can't climb all those stairs. Not in my state. Would you like some tea? I've just made some." "Yes, please." She moved the heaps of plates aside, freeing up some space on the table. Reaching into the fridge, she produced a small bowl of homemade strawberry jam. I noticed with embarrassment that the only thing she wore was a flimsy, silky dressing gown, which didn't leave much to the imagination. "It's my mom's jam," she said, struggling to squeeze her body through the narrow space formed by the table and a chair rubbing against the fridge. "How's Greg?" I took a sip of tea. "Not good. Last night I invited him and some workmates to the restaurant to celebrate a bonus I'd received. Later, Cyril, he's another workmate of mine, told me that when I'd left, Greg was desperate to come and see you. He wanted to apologize." "That's exactly what he did." Alina's voice rang with emotion. "He arrived here in the middle of the night, drunk as usual. Nothing new there." "And what did you do?" "What do you think? You really think I should have let him in?" "Mind if I ask you something? Are you two officially married?" "No." "Why? What's that got to do with it?" "Just wondered." "Didn't Greg ask you to marry him?" "Yeah. Sort of," she grumbled. "He wanted us to have a registry office wedding. That's not what I want. I wanted a proper wedding with lots of guests, a limo, and a honeymoon. Not just sign our names on some stupid piece of paper. As we spoke, I began to get a better view of the whole setup. A perfectly clear view, even. A young uni student from a one-horse backwater town who'd managed to land an older guy, also a stranger to the city, but with prospects of a stable job and a place to live. She'd promptly got pregnant, fully expecting him to tie the knot. Although admittedly smitten, Greg had failed to handle the unexpected change to his status with enough enthusiasm. Still, he'd gone through the motions and proposed to her. Now that she'd made it, she was supposed to be happy. Only she wasn't, because the newly baked father of her child wasn't really ready to marry anyone, was he? He kept on partying with his buddies every weekend. He wasn't even making preparations for the big day, just a boring registry office ceremony. Apparently, Greg believed lush weddings to be a waste of time and money. That wasn't how she used to envision the start of her marital life back in her small workers' town. As I'd gathered from her rambling story, her own father was the henpecked type. His rare protests against her control-freak mother usually manifested themselves as garage drinking sessions, sharing a bottle of beer or vodka or both in the company of a few friends. After each such session, her mother would turn him out, forcing him to sleep rough outside. In the morning, he'd arrive with a bouquet of flowers, beg her forgiveness, and be on his best behavior for the next 6 months or so, catering to his wife's every whim. That was apparently the marital scenario which had been imprinted in little Alina's young brain. So imagine her astonishment the first time she'd turned a drunk Greg from the door. He refused to come back at all and spent a whole week groveling somewhere. "You mean he didn't even call you?" I asked, in surprise. "Yeah, sure he did. I didn't pick up. Why should I?" "Good question." "Do you work?" "I'm 4 months pregnant." "And this?" I pointed at the space around myself. "Is it him who pays the rent?" "Yeah." "Does he leave you enough money?" She snorted. "If you call it money." "This is money." She nonchalantly picked up the phone and scrolled through her Instagram feed, showing me the pictures of overdressed and overly made-up girls. "We can barely make ends meet." This "we" was a good sign. It meant she still considered Greg and herself a family. "You didn't answer my question. Does he provide for you?" "Yeah. So what?" This "so what" of hers was the last straw. "What do you mean, so what? You're pregnant. You rely on him to provide for you and your future child, and you dare turn him away from the door as if he's a mangy dog? Could you please put your phone down for one moment? He loves you and does his best to provide for his family. He overdid it a couple of times with his workmates, I agree, but—" She snorted. "Workmates? They're useless lowlifes, just like himself." I got the impression she was just repeating her mother's own words without even realizing what she was saying. "You do understand, don't you, that the more you call him an alcoholic and useless lowlife, the sooner he'll become one? It's you who keeps bashing this idea into his head." "He drinks." "And the more you keep going on about it, the more he'll drink. Don't tell me you've never touched alcohol." "Alcohol? I'm pregnant." "Excellent, very commendable. And before that?" "Well, maybe." "Do you love him?" "I don't know." "I suppose so." "You do or you don't?" "Yeah, I do." "Then I'd like you to listen to me. He's not an alcoholic," I began, enunciating every word to make sure they embedded in her mind. "He works hard to provide for you and your baby. When you show him the door, he didn't go rogue. He's currently crashing with our other workmate, Cyril. He loves you and has no intention of ever leaving you. But if he sees he can't sponsor your Instagram dreams, you might just push him over the edge. Then he will leave you. He might even find another woman, not as—" Bang! a new system message crashed into my view. You've dealt critical damage to Alina Chernik. Verbal injury. Minus 30% to spirit. Minus 30% to confidence. Oh, wow. How could that have happened? Apparently, the thought of Greg ever dumping her had never crossed her mind. That's how deeply she was invested in the false image of her own father. Her eyelashes fluttered. Her lower lip began to shake. Had I driven her to tears? I must have done. A tear slid down her cheek. Does he have anyone? She asked, over suppressed sobs. I paused. Let her ponder over it for a while. I took a sip of my tea, all the while monitoring her stats. Her mood had plummeted, which was a good sign, I suppose. I finished my tea and glanced at my watch. Time to move it. No, he doesn't, I said. He loves you. He will change, too, provided you stop nagging, because that's the reason he drinks, not vice versa. He can't stand to see you unhappy, and you two could be very happy together. Silence fell. Finally, she seemed to have calmed down a little. She wiped her tears and poured me another cup of tea. Someone knocked on the door. Alina jumped to her feet, accidentally pushing the table. Spilt tea flew everywhere. That must be my neighbor. Don't worry, I'll answer it. I must be off anyway, I said, rising. Thanks a lot for the tea. Take my advice and let Greg back. You'll see how happy you two can be. Okay, she agreed, heading for the front door. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Power of Persuasion. Current level, 2. XP received, 500. That was strange. Only level 2? With my profession? How on earth had I managed to sell anything at all then? Or could it be that my selling only advanced vending, and that the power of persuasion only concerned more haughty matters? A male voice came from the hall, husky and distinctly Georgian. Here, Alina, light of my life, take a look at what I've got for you. Here are some salmon eggs so your baby can grow faster, and fruit, look, some oranges, apples, and bananas, best quality. I hand-picked them myself. And the rump steak, not a trace of fat. You'll see when you cook it. Who the hell is that? He stared at me from under his large flat cap, uncomprehending. Name, David Leonitsa. Age, 48. He was short and stocky. A picture-perfect Georgian, complete with a traditional mustache and flat cap. It's Greg's workmate, Alina hurried to explain. He's already leaving. Mr. Leonitsa, this is Phil. Phil, this is Mr. Leonitsa, our upstairs neighbor. Phil? Mr. Leonitsa gave me a long, scrutinizing look. And what might he be doing here, I wonder? I smiled, noticing a wedding ring on his finger which only confirmed the married status in his data. What I'm doing here? I could ask you the same question. Are you taking your chances with married women? Your wife have any idea where you spend your lunch break? Mr. Leonitsa turned crimson. He set the shopping bags down by the coat rack and threw his hands in the air. Who do you think you are? Why do you need to pry into other people's lives? I'm a neighbor. I'm here taking care of a pregnant girl whose husband has dumped her, and now I have to listen to your allegations? You've any idea who I am? I don't think you do. And you, who are you? What if you get stuffed? I said slowly, unexpectedly for myself. Phil, you've got it all wrong, Alina said, suppressing laughter. I gave some money to Mr. Leonitsa and asked him to get me some groceries. He works at the farmer's market. I can't lug the shopping up the stairs, I already told you. Oops. It looked like this time I'd really put my foot in it. If only I'd had that lie detection ability. But even without it, I could feel I'd gotten the wrong end of the stick. Then again, you couldn't be too sure. This Mr. Leonidze might have had his own agenda. Otherwise, why had he reacted so aggressively to seeing me? Had he taken me for a rival? I see, I said. Sorry, Mr. Leonidze. Greg is an old friend of mine. That's why I jumped to conclusions. He reluctantly shook my proffered hand. I thought the same about you, he admitted. So what about Greg? Is he planning on coming back? He's chosen the wrong time to chase skirts. Or did he expect me to take care of his pregnant wife? Aha! It looked like Alina had spun him a different version of the story. He's coming back tonight, I said confidently, looking at the girl. Isn't he? Well, if he apologizes properly and... She began listing the conditions on which she might have him back. Alina, light of my life, what are you talking about? Mr. Leonidze interrupted her. This is the father of your child, sweetheart. You two promised to be together in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health, he thundered ceremoniously, like an MC at a wedding. He's part of you. Was it my imagination, or had she just blushed? Had we managed to get through to her? Dear Mr. Leonidze, his words couldn't have been more timely. They'd fallen on soil already prepared by me. Alina nodded. Okay. He can come. Wait a second, sweetheart. Leonidze, that seasoned old wolf, kept instructing the girl. What do you mean he can come? Philip isn't a radio transmitter. Here, take your phone and give him a ring right now. Tell him you love him. Tell him you miss him. Wow. He must have critted her verbally, too, because Alina turned round and went into the kitchen to get her phone. We heard her speak. Hi, Greg? Will you come home, please? Leonidze and I exchanged satisfied nods. Trying not to make a noise, we both left the apartment. Leonidze wished me luck and headed upstairs. I walked down the steps, feeling so happy for Greg. As I stepped outside, I received a system message awarding me 2,000 XP for a socially meaningful action. Now I had only 350 points left till level 9. I could easily make that by upping any skill of my choice. I called Greg just to see if he was all right. Judging by the excitement in his voice, he was. Hi, Greg. No way. You don't mean it? Excellent. Well done. Don't forget to bring some flowers. Exactly. And you know what? I have a funny feeling it's a boy. Just a premonition. Oh, come on. What celebration are you talking about? It can wait. Go and see her now. Surely Cyril can cover for you. Good. See you tomorrow, man. Once that was out of the way, I called the real estate woman. Her name was Galina, and double-checked our viewing appointment. It was still valid, so I headed straight there. A short, plump woman was waiting for me by the house. I looked around and quite liked it. The courtyard was neat and green. The apartment block was relatively new and appeared to be in good condition. I peered at the woman. One look at her stats was enough to tell me I had to be doubly careful. Name: Galina Pakomenko. Age: 39. Current status: real estate agent. Social status level: 4. Class: fraudster. Level 4. Unmarried. Children: Andre, son. Age: 22. Criminal record: yes. A fraudster? Very well. I might need to double-check all the paperwork. I made a mental note to watch how I paid the deposit. Are you Phil? That's right. Nice to meet you. Are we going to see the landlord? That's not necessary. I have the keys and a power of attorney. Follow me. I'll show you everything. Are you planning to live on your own? What do you do for a living? The apartment is a dream, I tell you. She went on and on, showering me with information about the apartment as well as herself, her vast experience, and her happy clients, interlacing her story with questions about myself.
She used her magnet key to unlock the front door and shepherded me toward the elevator. You can't wish for better neighbors. They're nice and quiet. The apartment opposite belongs to an old lady. She's very sick, so she never leaves the building. And her children have moved town, and they don't even visit her. Excuse me, I interrupted her soliloquy. Who does the apartment belong to? Didn't I say? It's my grandma's, or her cousin's, rather. How about the paperwork, the deed, the maintenance certificate? We entered the elevator. The moment the doors closed, Galena switched on the offensive. You shouldn't be like that with me. The paperwork's fine. Do you take me for a swindler or something? You've any idea what kind of people my clients are? They rent 3-story mansions. And you're grilling me over some shabby little one-bed. If you don't want to rent it, just say so. Don't go wasting my time. This was getting a bit theatrical. What was she playing at? Did she intend to shame me into submission? Did she think I would feel so embarrassed by my own lack of trust that I'd apologize and ignore the paperwork? Very well. 2 could play this game. I'm very sorry, I said. I really didn't mean to upset you. It's just that these days, you can't trust anyone, you know? My dad's a lawyer. He told me to always double-check all the paperwork in serious matters like this one. No, my dad wasn't a lawyer. But somehow I doubted that Galena would ever get the chance to find that out. Okay, she grumbled. You'll see the paperwork in due time. What kind of lawyer is your dad? Does he work for the police? She visibly tensed. Oh, no, nothing of the kind, I hurried to add, watching her relax with relief. Just a corporate advisor. Not anymore, though. He's retired now. The elevator stopped. Here we are, she said dryly, stating the obvious. Follow me. 14th floor. Imagine the views. Take your shoes off, she said. The apartment gets cleaned, but still. I have a few more viewers today. We better keep it tidy. I liked the place the moment I saw it. The kitchen wall had been torn down, turning the lounge into a single living space. The apartment must have been recently redecorated. Everything was shiny and brand new. It wasn't cluttered with furniture either. In fact, perfect for a bachelor like myself. A small dining table for 4, a few chairs, and a couch facing a large flat screen on the opposite wall. In the kitchen area, there was an electric stove with an extractor, a few kitchen units, and a wonderful new fridge with a filtered water dispenser. There was even a small utility room with a washing machine waiting to be loaded. This apartment was worth every penny of what she wanted for it. Cable TV included in the rent, she said, noticing my interest in the television. Over 200 channels, and fiber optics. I gasped. Awesome. We moved to the bedroom. Apart from the bed and a large wardrobe, it also housed a small computer desk unit, complete with bookshelves. You pay every 3 months, she said. That's 100,000 rubles plus the utility bills, plus the deposit of 1 month's rent, 35,000. You'll get it back if you return the apartment in the same state as you found it. So? Yes, absolutely, I said unhesitantly. But I'll need until tomorrow. I need to think about it. Everything sounded so perfect, there had to be a catch here somewhere. Her high level of fraud worried me quite a bit. She shrugged. As you wish. You can leave the deposit now and take as much time to think as you want. Otherwise, it'll go today. I've loads of takers. How many? Loads. If you pay a 10 grand deposit, I'll wait till tomorrow. She kept glancing at her watch. It's up to you. The next viewer is coming in a quarter of an hour. In that case, could you show me the paperwork? Of course, she said with ease, if you wish. Here. She laid a plastic folder on the table and began leafing through the papers, showing them to me. This is my passport. My name's Galina Pakomenko, as you can see. Here's the power of attorney from my grandma. Here, read it well. I do hereby nominate, constitute, and appoint to enter into binding contracts on my behalf for the renting or leasing of my real estate property situated at, shall have full powers and authority to rent, sell, and alienate.
And here are the deeds in her name. I pretended I was studying the papers. Instead, I opened the map and ran a quick check for her grandma, copying her name and other particulars from the papers. My back erupted in cold sweat. According to the map, her remains were currently rotting at the city dump. "And where is she now?" I asked, matter-of-factly. "Where do you think? Back in her country cottage, of course. She was so fed up with the city, you can't imagine. She kept criticizing everything, the air, the people. If you listened to her, everything was wrong here. So she said she wanted to go home to die." She was probably right, I agreed, rummaging my brain for what to do next. But I'm afraid I don't have 10 grand on me. "How much do you have?" "A couple of grand? I just wasn't prepared to rent it straight away." "Very well. I can see you're an honest young man. 2 grand will have to do then. I'll wait till tomorrow, but if you don't pay tomorrow, I'll rent the place out and keep the deposit." Now I could see right through her little scheme. If she managed to rent the place out today, she'd just pay me the 2 grand back. And if she didn't, she could always count on me to come back. And even if I changed my mind, she'd keep my 2 grand. I reached for my wallet and gave her 2 1,000 notes, without exposing its contents. "Can you give me a receipt?" She heaved a sigh. What is it with young people these days? She wrote a receipt for me anyway. "Would you like to see something else?" "I don't think so. This place is perfect. I'm just not sure if I can raise 100 grand at such a short notice. Depends on whether I receive any bonuses." She seemed perfectly happy with my explanation. "I'll be waiting for your call. Tomorrow." "Very well," I said, as I put my shoes back on in the hall. "See you tomorrow." Yes, see you tomorrow." She hustled me out and locked the door behind me. I dialed for an Uber. I hadn't yet decided where to go next. Should I report her to the police? Yeah, right. I had nothing to tell them, really. Pointless going to work now. It was too late anyway. Should I go home, then? But what was I supposed to do with this apartment? And the fraudster's old grandma, who hadn't even received a proper burial? Finally, I came to a decision. I knew only one person who could help me, and judging by the map, he was currently available. I walked outside and headed for the dedicated Uber stand. The driver took me to our local police station. I dialed Major Igorevsky, whose business card was still in my wallet. "Speaking," his voice replied. "Major Igorevsky?" "Yes? Who is it?" "It's Phil Panfilov. You questioned me about that missing girl, Oksana, remember?" "Oh, yes. I was just about to call you myself." Was he really? How interesting. "Where are you?" he asked. "I'm outside the station. Do you think you could come and see me? We need to talk." "In 5 minutes." He hung up. A system alert informed me of my heart rate exceeding safe parameters. You bet. I was restless. It would have been a perfect moment for a cigarette, had I not quit. I remembered all the details of the night I'd spent in his office. I wasn't sure anymore whether I'd done the right thing calling him. The major didn't take long. He looked tired, but just as polite. "Nice to see you, Mr. Phil." He lit up a cigarette. "Did you have another vision?" "Not exactly. Just something I'd like to clear up." He nodded at the street. "Fancy a walk?" "Sure." We headed toward a small boulevard next to the station. As we walked, the major finished his cigarette in a few deep, powerful tugs and reached for another. He turned it in his fingers, reluctant to light up. "Spit it out." I gave him a concise rundown of my apartment hunt and Galina's offer of my dream place. "What did you say her grandma's name was?" he asked.
I'll have it checked straight away. If you're right, and she's indeed dead, I find it strange they rent her place out. The most logical thing would have been to sell it.
What if they decided to rent it out while they're looking for buyers? To make a quick buck on the side, you know?
Possible. Everything's possible. Any more intel you want to share?
What intel?
Please. Why do you have to play hard to get? If you have a tip for us, it'll be strictly between us two. Upon my word.
I activated the map and maxed out the zoom. The city dump, I said. The southwest sector. The closest reference mark is a deformed blue push bike without wheels, barely seen under the mountain of trash.
Got it. We'll look into it. And the real estate agent. What did you say her name was?
Galina Pakomenko. Here's her cell number. I also have a receipt with the apartment's address.
Well done.
The Major copied all the data into his notebook, then pulled out his smartphone and took a picture of the receipt. Having done that, he put the phone and the notebook back into his pocket and lit up his cigarette.
This gives us some evidence against her. Would you be prepared to testify?
Not really.
Okay, don't sweat it. Thanks anyway.
Nothing to thank me for yet. Will you let me know how it went?
Depends on how it goes.
He proffered his hand.
I'll see you around.
Likewise. I shook his hand. His grip stayed firm.
Oh, and by the way...
He locked his gaze with mine.
I received a very interesting email the other day from some anonymous well-wisher. It listed the locations of some of the missing children I'd been looking for.
You don't mean it. My surprise sounded sufficiently sincere. And? Did you find them?
We most certainly did, each and every one of them. One of the girls was still alive. We found her in forced slavery in Dubai. They freed her today and brought her to our consulate. She should fly home tonight.
Did you find those who'd done it to her? The Major's face darkened. He lobbed the cigarette butt into a trash can.
Not yet. We have a few leads, but the investigation is still ongoing.
Shame.
Don't worry. I'll get those scumbags if it's the last thing I do. You'd better tell me if you think you could look for some more.
Sorry, Major. It doesn't work like that.
Oh, please, grow a pair. It's strictly between you and me. Just check out the missing persons page on our site, okay? You never know. You might have another vision,
he said, without releasing my hand.
I'll see what I can do, I said. You're a very good guy, you know that?
The Major suddenly concluded. He let go of my hand, turned round, and walked back to the station without saying goodbye. It was a good job he couldn't see me. A debilitating wave of pleasure flooded over me. I collapsed onto the nearest park bench. You've received 10,000 points XP for performing a socially meaningful action. Congratulations, you've received a new level. Your current social status level, 9. Characteristic points available, 1. Skill points available, 1. XP points left until the next social status level, 9,650 of 10,000. When I finally came round, I was bursting with energy and enthusiasm. I was so happy that things had worked out with the Major the way they had. That he, for reasons admittedly somewhat selfish, hadn't disclosed the source of the tip. I might be stupid, or naive even, but I was so happy I hadn't chickened out that night. Hearing Oksana's mother's "God bless you" on the phone that night had been reward enough. True, I wasn't crafty or streetwise enough to meddle in this sort of business. If tomorrow the powers that be got me by the short and curlies, I'd have only myself to blame. Still, for the first time in 30 years, I finally felt like I was doing something that had purpose and meaning. In this boisterously euphoric frame of mind, I went home, picked up Richie, and took him to the park. I needed to finally up my running. That might give me the points needed to make my next level. Another 30 minutes, an hour max, and my social status might hit level 10. I entered the park and set off running. My body felt light. Richie trotted along, frolicking among the trees. "Hey, dude." 3 dark silhouettes stepped in my path. "Got a smoke?" "Sorry, I don't smoke," I replied without slowing down as I tried to thread my way past them. The next moment, I stumbled over somebody's outstretched foot and tumbled to the ground. I struggled to tuck myself up and landed on the flats of my hands, grazing them raw on the tarmac. Chapter 27. Drop me off by the roadside. When plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, over the course of time they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it, and a moral code that glorifies it. Frédéric Bastiat. I hurt my knee as I fell. A chain of log entries flashed through my view, reporting the damage taken. Nothing serious, but still not very pleasant. As long as I could remember, from my first kindergarten days till my reluctant college fighting experience, and a few times later in life, I'd never been good at facing aggression. Whenever I crossed paths with a street goon or a college bully, I'd break out in a cold sweat and stand shaking on rubbery legs as a panicky, clammy fear flooded over me. Any such encounter had left a long, unpleasant aftertaste as I tried to suppress the memory of my fear, of both pain and humiliation, and the anger with myself for being such a wuss. This time, however, I felt annoyed with them. The pain in my knee meant I might have to skip tomorrow's running practice and gym session. I might even have to take a week off or more. And just to please, Richie wasn't around either, apparently otherwise distracted. Had he been next to me, these goons might have thought twice before accosting me. What was even more annoying, I'd never gotten around to practice street fighting, which, considering the stat booster which came with my premium account, was a real shame. All these musings had flashed through my head in a matter of seconds. The goons guffawed. They must have taken my reluctance to jump aggressively back to my feet as a sign that I was a wimp and therefore fair game. Where was Richie, damn it? Clutching at my injured knee, I scrambled back to my feet and peered at my attackers, weighing up my chances. I wasn't going to fight back, no, although admittedly I was itching to finally learn to stand up for myself. I was just trying to work out how to get out of this unscathed. I didn't give a damn about any injuries to my pride. Pretty soon I might be able to pay back in kind, as long as I took physical leveling seriously and learned to stand up for myself. There were 3 of them, and they could fight. There was only one of me, a recent noob far removed from the badass I aspired to. I didn't have a snowball's chance in hell. 2 of them were 18. Their leader, a burly guy with a crew cut, was 21, and went by the moniker of Tarzan. All of them wore shorts. The 2 younger ones had T-shirts on, while their leader boasted a bicep-revealing wife-beater. Their social status levels weren't much to write home about, 3 and 4 respectively. What a shame. So much life wasted. They grinned at me expectantly. Tarzan bared his teeth in a smirk, took a deep tug on his cigarette, and spat at my feet.
What? No smokes, bro?
In the dim light of the park lamps, his teeth seemed to illuminate the space around us. His minions began flanking me inconspicuously. It looked like I couldn't just swallow my pride and part with them nicely. These guys meant business. I spat on the ground. My saliva was tinted with blood as I'd bitten my tongue in the fall. I don't smoke. I drew in a lungful of air and called at the top of my voice, "Richie, come! Come!" The goons looked around themselves, peering into the darkness as they tried to work out who I was calling to. "That's it, guys," I said calmly. "You've had it." "No way," Tarzan said, faking surprise. "You screwing with us? Are you stupid or something?" "Richie, come!" I yelled. I had no hope in hell of running away from them.
Just standing on my injured leg was a challenge. My field of vision shifted momentarily, edged with a fiery crimson. Time slowed down. I could see a fist hover in the air about a foot away from the back of my head. Martha's voice read out the message that appeared in my view. "Warning! Potentially lethal aggression detected. Danger of illegal activity targeting a user whose social status level is at least 3-fold more than that of his attackers. Forceful activation of heroic ability, sprint. Ability class, combat, plus 100% to the user's speed. Requires change to the user's metabolism and perception of time. Awaiting activation confirmation." Still hearing Martha's voice, I ducked, trying to dodge the knuckle duster on the youngest goon's fist. It shot past within inches of my head. I stood up. Without even realizing what I was doing, I mechanically clenched my hand and punched him in the stomach. For some reason, he squeezed his eyes shut and screwed his face into a grimace of agony. The guy slowly doubled up as he rose into the air in a gravity-defying ascent, then traced an arc over the ground as if mimicking a B-movie slow-motion stunt. Awaiting activation confirmation. Sending request to server. Please wait. Server connection timeout. Impossible to establish connection with the server. Forceful activation of heroic ability. Sprint is cancelled. Time sprang back to normal. My attacker zoomed through the air, then landed a dozen feet away from me, where he lay motionless. I stepped back, turning, so that I could keep an eye on the remaining two. The leader's other minion had already taken a swing with a large, heavy monkey wrench. Now his hand stopped halfway through the air as he stared open-mouthed at his buddy crouched in the fetal position on the ground. "What did I just say?" I spat at their feet and cracked a grin. I'd leveled up spirit just in time, hadn't I? "Come on, punk!" Slowly, the punk stepped back, casting wary glances at his two friends. I was bluffing, sure, but that seemed to be the only solution. To run off would be to expose my weakness to them. Also, I wasn't going to run fast. Not with this leg of mine. And this way, there'd still be hope that Richie would find me. Indeed, he came running. I could hear his barking and the snapping of branches as he charged through the bushes toward me. No idea how dogs know it, but he immediately took his place at my side in an aggressive crouch, growling. The fur stood up on his hackles, his ears flattened. My pet was at his best, spreading an aura of fear for many feet around. I grabbed hold of his collar as if trying to restrain him, while in fact I was sponging off his confidence and courage. "You'd better watch your back now, Mr. Bolt," the leader said threateningly, then turned to his minion. "Just leave him, and let's get out of here." "And how about him?" The younger one pointed at his friend still lying on the ground. "He'll live. He'll come round and get back to us," the leader replied, then left the scene with a proud posture of a bodybuilder, his back straight and shoulders spread. Without lowering his monkey wrench, the other guy gave me a wary look and stepped toward his buddy lying on the ground. "Don't be afraid," I encouraged him. "I won't hurt you." "What's up with him?" "He seems to be breathing," he replied. "Take him away before I began. The sound of shouting and stomping of feet came from the direction in which the leader had just left. The goon peered into the darkness, then announced, "Now run like hell! We've got help coming! Run!" With my plummeted perception and bad eyesight, I finally recognized their leader running back toward us, followed by a burly dude. "There he is!" The leader lunged at me. Before I could dodge, I received an almighty stomp in the ribs. Choking on my own wind, I collapsed, hearing a chaos of voices and the growling of Richie, who'd sunk his teeth into my attacker's arm. "Don't move!" I heard Alec scream. It was he who'd apparently hurried to their aid. Wailing like a banshee, Tarzan tried to beat off Richie. Richie was shaking his head with the unfortunate attacker still in his jaws. "Down! Down!" the other goon yelled at the dog. "Get off!" "Phil, get the dog off!" Alec shouted in my ear as he helped me up to my feet.
Ignoring him, without even trying to grasp his role in the situation, I suddenly became enraged beyond pain and fear, which was immediately confirmed by a system message informing me of my excessive adrenaline and noradrenaline levels. I received a Fury and Valor buff, with bonuses to strength, agility, and stamina, which also offered a heightened pain threshold, metabolism, and confidence.
"You son of a bitch!"
the goon groaned. "Get your dog away from me!"
Phil, would you please take Richie away?
Alec asked, then ventured hopefully, "Richie, come on, boy!" Richie squinted at me. Clever dog. With a heavy gait, I headed toward Tarzan, fully intending to wipe the grin off his face. "Phil, please." Alec held me back by my shoulder. I brushed him off. "Phil, shut up!" I took a wild swing, about to bash the bastard's brains in. "Stop, for Christ's sake!" Alec yelled, yanking my arm back. "What now?" I exploded. "Are you defending this piece of crap?"
Just cool it, man.
Alec kept urging. "It's all right. Everything's okay now." I peered into his eyes, framed by long eyelashes. His pock-marked face breathed peace. Slowly, I came back to my senses. "Richie, off," I said.
Alec, what's up, man?
"Did they tell you how they jumped me?"
Not yet, he said. We'll get to that bit now.
Richie relaxed his jaws, releasing Tarzan's hand. Still growling, he stood next to me. Soon, we had everything sorted out. The three thugs, who were a couple of rungs below Alec in their unspoken street hierarchy, apologized, and even paid me a penalty. Tarzan emptied his pockets, scooping out all the banknotes and small change he had on him, a half-empty pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and an open packet of chewing gum, and handed everything to me. "What's this for?" I asked.
For the trouble,
he wheezed.
We're sorry. We should have known better.
By then, the other guy had already come round. He frowned blankly, trying to grasp the situation, then promptly joined in.
We're very sorry, sir. We didn't recognize you. We've heard some good things about you already, but we've never seen you before, so it's our fault.
"I don't need your money," I said. "Tarzan has already paid enough for my single bruise. You'd better get him to the first aid station now. Let them see to his wound. The dog might have rabies, you never know."
Alec, please don't mention this to Yagoza, man, Tarzan asked. Please? I won't.
You'd better ask Mr. Panfilov. Alec nodded at me. Was he trying to level up my reputation with street thugs for me? Tarzan switched his gaze to me, awaiting my decision. "I won't either," I replied, promptly receiving a reputation upgrade with all three of them. Alec gave each of them a brotherly hug. The goons left, two of them supporting their staggering friend.
"Listen, man. I'm sorry,"
Alec said.
"They're my hoodies. I've grown them from scratch. They didn't recognize you, that's all."
"It's me who has to be sorry, man," I said, mimicking his tone. "But don't you think it's a bit sick? Had it been some strange guy, they would have taken his money and his phone, gave him a good thrashing, and just left him here. Do you think it's correct?" He didn't reply. We walked along the park lane, me still limping, him pensively tousling Richie's haunches, until we came to a brightly lit, busy street. The sight seemed to jerk us back to reality.
"You know, Phil,"
Alec finally said,
"they're just kids. Red-blooded youngsters high on adrenaline. They need money. They're prepared to work for it, but no matter how hard they try, they're getting nowhere. They've got no jobs. They've got nothing. How do you want them to earn their way in life? You tell me."
"You want me to tell you?" I asked, as an idea began to form in my head. "Very well. Listen up." When we left the park, Alec forced me down on a bench and was about to dash off to the nearest drugstore for some medication. By then, my knee had swollen. I'd struggled to walk. The Fury and Valor buff had already expired, and its cooldown had rewarded me with agonizing pain in my whole leg.
You need to put your leg up on the bench, he told me before leaving. That way, it might slow the swelling down. Wait a sec. These hoodies of yours, are they always so crazy? They very nearly killed me. Oh, no, not at all. Normally, they'd just put the fear of God into someone and that's it. But today, they decided to go for it. They wanted to find a guy, knock him out straight away, and check his pockets. Tarzan's got a baby daughter, you see. They share a one-bedroom place with his parents. His father is a paraplegic. His disability benefits are a joke. They have no food in the house, you understand? I'm trying to. He's a fit, healthy guy. He's been in the army, hasn't he? He could have easily found a menial job, like unloading cargo trains at the station, or he could have offered his services as a night guard. And you think he didn't? He gets up before 5 a.m. every morning to join the other bunch of guys who are waiting to be picked by casual employers. He accepts every job he's offered. I still don't understand. Sooner or later he'll get himself arrested. And then what? Who's going to put food on the table? You don't have children, do you? Alec replied. I don't. And his baby girl is real sick. She needs surgery, or she might kick the bucket pretty soon. His dad needs his medications. Never mind. Wait for me here. I won't be long. After a quarter of an hour, he emerged from the 24/7 drugstore with a pot of some ointment he'd bought with his own money. I applied it and leaned my elbows on the bench as I waited for the medication to work. Alec hovered around, sighing at his own thoughts, then admitted he had nowhere to spend the night. How's that? I asked. I used to crash with this guy, and now he's got himself a woman. I spent last night in the park. I woke up in the middle of the night because I was frozen solid. I had to jog around for a bit, just to get warm. So this morning, the boss caught me sleeping on the job, and then I had to unload fish and stack it in the freezer, and that's when I got frozen stiff. He emitted a jaw-wrenching yawn, which ended in what sounded like a groan. And I'm starving. Food isn't a problem, I said. Let's go to my place and cook something now. And as for a place to stay, can't you rent something? I could, I suppose. Only I used your money to pay off a loan and all the overdues. And the new boss won't give me an advance, which is logical, really. I've only been working there for 2 days, but I've already found a place just next to my new job. Listen, I said, I have an idea. I'm going to move to a new place in a couple of days, and my apartment has been paid for at least another week in advance. You could stay there, if you want. Really? Why not? He didn't reply. A new system message answered my question instead. Your reputation with Romuald Alec Zukov has improved. Current reputation, respect, 40 of 120. As I blinked the message shut, I felt strangely touched. This was the first jailbird in my life who'd had respect for me. Someone might say this wasn't much to be proud of. Still, I beg to differ. In the eerie neon light of a nearby publicity billboard, Alec looked a lot like a blue troll. Not that idiot from the movie, but the proper World of Warcraft one. Clumsy, but burly and tall, with muscular arms hanging to his knees. That's why his streetwise respect for me, a wussy nerd, was akin to the respect felt by an aggressive horde troll to an alliance player. Let's go, then, I said, scrambling to my feet. Let me help. He stood next to me, threading his arm under my shoulders. Richie, heel, I said, feeling a sudden bout of sadness. Svetlana, the dog's owner, was bound to collect him the next day. We reached my apartment without any further innuendos. Shame I'd failed in improving running, though. I'd missed the opportunity to make a new level. Come in and get comfortable, I said. Richie, let's clean your paws first. As I'd walked home, I'd had plenty of time to work out what must have happened in the park. The so-called heroic ability, and not even the most impressive one at that, had allowed me to literally step into Neo's shoes albeit for a few seconds. The incredible sensation of my superiority was multiplied by self-righteousness, because I'd known I was doing the right thing. Otherwise, the program wouldn't have activated the ability to begin with, which had been far beyond everything I'd ever experienced before. That was one hell of a powerful ability, which allowed you to be in control of any situation, almost like a turn-based combat in Fallout. Normally, I should have received it at level 20 or so. Now I knew what to look forward to.
"Phil, mind if I take a shower, man?" Alec asked, sniffing himself. "I can't stand myself for much longer."
"Absolutely. Clean towels are in the bathroom cupboard." He took his time. Judging by the sounds coming from the bathroom, he must have thrown his clothes in the wash. In the meantime, I got the dinner going. I really should spend the next morning closing more deals. I had some good ideas, and I really wanted to pay Pavel back with some nice sales numbers without disappointing him. I also had to go to the gym, walk Richie, which would probably be our last walk together, and think about what to do about moving to a new place. I needed to look into the legality of Galina's apartment. If it was bad news, I'd have to shop around some more. This time I might use my interface search function. I also needed to contact Yana and find out whether our Friday divorce appointment was still valid. We should have done it today, but that was something I couldn't help. I opened my task list and made it smaller, leaving it hovering in my view. I had to decide on the task's order and priority. Meet up with Yana and file for divorce. Pay my casino debt back to my friend Gleb Kolosov. Work out a wanted criminal's search strategy. Downsize. Having moved to a new place, leave the old apartment keys with Romuald Alec Zhukov. Return Richie to his owner, Ms. Svetlana Sveta Messerschmidt. Contact some of my old friends and ask them to catch up on things. The last two petty tasks on the list, to level up running and to get a haircut, hadn't earned me any XP at all, not even a measly 5 points. I got a funny feeling that the program kept making it harder for me to proceed. These days, it didn't offer rewards for every petty task just to make sure I completed it. I studied the task's priority order. Apparently, the augmented reality platform still believed my divorce to be my prime objective. Why so? How would it change if, for some reason, I reconsidered and reconciled with Yana? You'd think that saving a family was a more socially meaningful action compared to splitting one. Also, why would the program consider my ancient casino debt to Gleb, I remembered his name now, thanks to the mention on the list, more important than my search for wanted criminals? What if the very fact of paying him back didn't really matter? What did matter, however, was restoring his faith in friendship and fellow men. Without hesitation, I opened my smartphone and searched through social media until I'd located his profile. After that accident, he'd removed me from his friends list. Luckily, he hadn't blocked me. I wrote him a long message telling him how ashamed I was of what I'd done and offering to pay him back at any time convenient to him. I also added that it would be nice to meet up with a few of our old friends, say, this coming Friday, and catch up on things. I wrote similar messages, leaving out the debt-paying part, of course, to all my old college friends, guys and gals, the contact with whom I'd lost when I'd stopped answering their invitations, completely consumed by a new World of Warcraft content update. A content update? What was its name again? I couldn't remember. This optimization thing seemed to have had its effect on me. Thus musing, I returned to my potato peeling, onion chopping duties. I decided not to bother with any complex dishes. Chicken legs and French fries. Good enough. I might have failed leveling up running earlier that night, but my half-baked attempt at cooking had brought me the few XP points I so badly needed. The chicken legs were still far from done when I received a new message. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Cooking. Current level, 4. XP received, 500. That was enough to receive a new level. The second one for today. I'd made level 10. Heroism, here I come. Congratulations, you've received a new level.
Your current social status level, 10. Characteristic points available, 1. Skill points available, 1. Now I had 2 skill points and 2 characteristic points available, one of which I absolutely had to invest into luck to make level 10. That way, it would finally reach the worldwide average. Also, that was the number required for all level 1 heroic skills. I was dying to invest another point into either intellect or agility. Still, I decided to take it easy for the time being. My acquisition of heroic abilities might force me to alter my initial leveling strategy. I opened the skill descriptions. Tier 1. Ability name, lie detection. Ability type, passive, heroic. Considerably enhances the user's ability to tell if someone's being insincere. Unblocking requirements. Heroism, level 1+. Social status, level 10+. Empathy, level 5+. Communication skills, level 5+. Perception, level 10+. Charisma, level 10+. Luck, level 10+. Intellect, level 20+. Tier 1. Ability name, stealth and vanish. Ability type, active, heroic. Allows the user to activate the stealth system module in order to become invisible to all creatures around him or herself for a minimum duration of 15 seconds, depending on their spirit numbers. Can be used in combat. Unblocking requirements. Heroism, level 1+. Social status, level 10+. Strength, level 10+. Agility, level 10+. Perception, level 10+. Stamina, level 10+. Luck, level 10+. Cooldown, 1 hour. My current social status level answered both skills requirements. Still, I could only choose one. My stats were closer to lie detection, provided I made level 20 in intellect and level 10 in perception. At the moment, I had 18 and 7 respectively. Also, both characteristics kept growing organically. According to the slowly filling progress bar, my intellect improved with every book I read. As for perception, now that I'd quit smoking, it expanded naturally with every day. If I finished reading Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time tonight before bedtime, that might be enough to receive a new intellect level. Then I could expect a new level in perception the day after tomorrow after the expiry of the nicotine withdrawal debuff. If I invested 1 point into intellect now, I could reach the level 20 that was required. That way, I could later invest the points awarded for the next 2 social status levels into perception, and then... bingo! How did it feel being able to always tell when someone was lying? Truth isn't always a good thing, you know. How many married couples live happily ever after with a few well-concealed skeletons in their respective closets? Would it undermine my faith in humanity? True, as soon as my license expired, so would this double-edged ability. But sometimes, even a few months of knowing where you're standing with a certain person can drive you up the wall. In which case, how about stealth and vanish? Having said that, what was I supposed to do with it? Offer my services to an intelligence bureau? Get enlisted and go to hotspots? Become a bounty hunter? In this case, the skill requirements weren't just as easy to fulfill, but were still doable. I really had to give it a good think. Which leveling strategy should I choose? What did I want to become? What was my vision of helping the world? How would it affect me or my family? Did I want money and fame? Or would I rather become some kind of picture-perfect Marty Sue who could achieve everything, making even the wildest of my dreams come true? I got so carried away, I'd completely forgotten about dinner. What was that smoke in the kitchen? It was the chicken legs, damn it. Later at dinner, we discussed my idea while demolishing the food. So, that's what we're gonna do? Help people? Alec asked. We're gonna help everyone who needs our help, I said, finishing off everything still left on my plate. It can be people or dogs or cats. I rose and began putting the kettle on. Cats? Alec gulped a big mouthful of his dinner without even chewing. How do you want us to help them? And why? We could find new homes for abandoned kiddies.
Find good jobs for those who need them, or suitable accommodations for those looking for a new place. Basically, we'll be a broker's agency, bringing people together. We'll be matching vendors with buyers, landlords with tenants, athletes with coaches, singles with those looking for a partner. Why, might you ask? Firstly, they'll all pay us a fee. Secondly, we'll also be doing lots of nonprofit stuff. We'll try to spread the word about it on social media, which should improve our agency's visibility. Sorry, didn't get that last bit. Alec interrupted me. Improve what, did you say? Well, for instance, we could create our group on Facebook. Are you on Facebook? Of course I am. He sounded offended. Here, let me show you. I wanted to ignore the offer, but he'd already opened his ancient smartphone and was shoving his Facebook profile in my face. I glimpsed his last post, a snippet of street wisdom. I have been fighting since I was a child. I'm not a survivor. I'm a warrior. His profile photo featured Alec, crouching with a cigarette, blowing smoke at the camera. You could tell at once he was a tough, streetwise cookie. And this was the man I was discussing my future business with? Excellent. You know what I mean, then. I steered the conversation back on course. The more people know about us, the more clients we're going to get. The kettle began to boil. Alec jumped from his stool. I'll make it. What do you drink, tea? Yes, please. We drank our tea in silence. Alec pensively scrolled through his Instagram feed. Finally, he asked, Phil, why do you need me and my guys in all this? Seriously. Firstly, there's too much work for me alone, I said. I'd have to hire some assistants anyway. Secondly, your guys are tough. Their skills might come in handy one day, you never know. And finally, can't I do it just to help you? To support your progress in life? What's wrong with that? I see, he replied, his voice suddenly hoarse. But that's not all, I said. Tell your guys they'll be basically our combat section, which means they have to clean their act up. No drinking or smoking. We'll go to the gym, all of us, and train together. I knew full well this sounded like the pipe dream of a naive wuss. These were seasoned muggers with God only knows how many victims to their names, possibly even murders. As soon as I had lie detection activated, I might need to run Alec's guys through it. If I found something major, I might even need to take justice into my own hands. But then again, if I didn't, who would? If I failed to provide them with an opportunity to do something with their lives, they might continue their perilous slide down the wrong path. Consider it done. Alec thumped his chest with a fist. Should I quit my new job? No. You'd better stick with it for a while. We might not start for another month. I still have my own job to sort out and lots of other things. I've got to get a divorce first. Plenty of things to do. Then I'll have to make a plan and see what exactly we should be doing and how to go about it. He nodded. Mind if I smoke? I can go out onto the balcony. Sure. You can sleep on the couch. The bedclothes are in the closet. Help yourself. I need to get some sleep. I've got to get up early tomorrow. Me too. The commute to my new job is a nightmare. I'll have a smoke, clean the plates, and go to bed. Excellent. Good night, I said. Same to you. He headed for the balcony. I climbed into bed, opened a book, and only then remembered I'd forgotten to distribute the available skill points. I spent some quality time pondering over this. I couldn't improve learning skills because optimization was still in process. Should I invest in something else, maybe? In the end, I decided it wasn't worth it in the long run. Once optimization was complete, I'd receive my 4 points and add them to the current 2, which would allow me to bring the skill up to 9. That would give me plus 270% to learning rate in less than a month. That's not even counting the stat booster and the skill's priority status, which in turn would allow me to level up reading much faster, thus accelerating my intellect too. This sounded like the right decision, especially considering the fact that the more advanced a skill was, the harder it was to level. That's when the extra system points would come in handy. I finished reading the book on my smartphone. In the lounge, the couch creaked its rusty springs as Alec kept tossing and turning, heaving an occasional sigh in sync with his own thoughts. Finally, he fell silent, then began snoring. Just as I finished reading the last page, my reading skill predictably upped. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Reading. Current level, 7. XP received, 500. Right. But where was my new intellect level? I checked its progress bar and heaved a disappointed sigh. Only 99% full. Never mind. I'd have to leave it till tomorrow. I had to stop reading for the night. I couldn't keep my eyes open. They itched as if full of sand. So, I invested a system point in luck. Warning, we've detected an abnormal increase in your luck characteristic, +1 point. Your brain will be restructured in keeping with the new reading, 10, to comply with your current level of decision-making. The world must have blinked. Not that I would have noticed it in the darkness of my bedroom. I did feel a new embrace of the great void, though. Now the second point. I really should invest it in perception. Intellect could wait. At the moment, perception took priority. It was the first time I was trying to upgrade it, so I expected to experience something extraordinary, like when I'd first upgraded strength. Warning, we've detected an abnormal increase in your perception characteristic, +1 point. Your sensory organs responsible for the reception of visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile, and gustatory stimuli, as well as those responsible for your balance and spatial orientation, will be restructured in keeping with the new reading, 8, to comply with your current level of perception. Changes required. New adjustments made to your eyes, ears, nose, skin, tongue, vestibular system, and nerve endings. Warning. In order to activate the skill, an undisturbed 3-hour period of sleep is required. Please ensure your location is safe. You are recommended to adopt a prone position. Accept or decline. I pressed accept and immediately was forced into an obligatory sleep. I awoke in the middle of the night from the insistent vibration of my phone under the pillow. It looked like this perception thing did improve my senses. Before, a paltry thing like this would never have awoken me. I pulled out the phone and stared at the screen. WTF? Was I seeing things? Or was it indeed my almost ex-mother-in-law? Their whole family must have been on a mission to strip me of my sleep. Were they on a schedule? First it was Yana, then her new beau, and now it was her mother in the flesh, as large as life and twice as ugly. What is it? I snapped in the receiver. Phil, sweetheart, it's me, your mom-in-law. Her voice echoed. Is Yana there? My mom-in-law? I thought you made it pretty clear during our last meeting you were no mom to me any longer. No, Yana isn't here. She hasn't been here since the day you came here to collect her stuff. Phil! She broke down, bursting into tears. Yana's gone! Another sleepless night. Damn it. Chapter 28. Caught in the Eye of the Storm. It takes 3 to divorce. Alexander Kumar. Phil, where are you going? Alec's voice asked me from the lounge. Go back to sleep. I won't be long. Cussing, I laced up my sneakers. That stupid, careless girl, not to mention her control-freak mother. I was angry with myself more than anything else. As it had just transpired from my brief but rather mournful discourse with Mrs. Orlova, Yana hadn't been seen for a while. At first, her mother had thought she must have moved back in with me, but when she'd heard I hadn't seen her either, she'd dissolved into panic. I wasn't even sure what exactly she feared the most, the fact that her girl had gone missing, or the probability of our reunion. Apparently, my father-in-law had been invited to the funeral of some ex-co-worker who lived at the other end of the country somewhere. In the meantime, Yana had returned home from Vlad.
Not for long, though, because, as you can well imagine, two snakes sharing one nest is a recipe for disaster. Even if they lie curled up together, nice and snug, it doesn't mean they're enjoying a hug. They're simply competing for the best spot in the cage. So Yana, being younger and less experienced in the fine art of Chinese water torture, had left home and hadn't been heard from since. At first, my mother-in-law had rejoiced, thinking she'd finally managed to nag some sense into her daughter. "Because Vlad is such a respectable young man with lots of potential," she explained. But I'd heard enough. I mentally told her to kindly return to whichever dark corner of Inferno she'd crept out of, then hung up. 5 minutes later, the landline in the kitchen began buzzing. I was too sleepy and disoriented to simply unplug it, so I hurried to answer it, afraid of waking Alec up. "We've been disconnected," Mrs. Orlova sobbed, then continued with her story. Cursing my good manners and respect for old people, I didn't dare hang up on her twice. Also, I was admittedly curious to find out whatever could have happened to Yana. So basically, she'd been missing for 3 days now. She'd left her parents' home just before the weekend. Mrs. Orlova had assumed she'd simply returned to Vlad. Since then, there'd been no trace of her anywhere. Her telephone was switched off. She hadn't showed up at work, either. Vlad had assured them he hadn't seen her at all. Mrs. Orlova had called all of Yana's friends, with 0 results. "You sure you didn't upset her?" I asked. Because if she had, then Yana might have told her friends to lie to her mother, offering her a cooked-up story. I wouldn't have put it past her. "God, no, I didn't," Mrs. Orlova exclaimed. "All I ever did, I tried to convince her to get back with Vlad." This time, I hadn't batted an eyelid. No point in hanging up on her. Even though formally Yana and I were still married, in my ex-mother-in-law's eyes, I was a finished case, a has-been with whom she could be perfectly open. In her naively tactless simplicity, she had no consideration for my own feelings. By the end of our conversation, I'd already located Yana on my mental map. Now, I had to decide what to do about it. I couldn't just ignore Mrs. Orlova's call. We were still family, after all. Her motherly concern for her daughter's well-being was perfectly understandable. And, in her old-fashioned vanity, she wouldn't go to the police, afraid for her family's good name. Just the way her brain worked. Judging by the map, Yana was perfectly fine. But simply giving her address to her mother would trigger another tidal wave of questions and suspicions, and I really wasn't in the mood to deal with them. So I did my best to calm my mom-in-law down, then called a cab and got ready to pay my ex a visit. "Phil, wait!" Alec emerged out of the lounge, wrapped in a sheet. "Problems, man?" It was my mother-in-law. Apparently my wife's gone missing. I'm going to check out a couple of places where she might be. Go back to sleep now. "No way," he declared. "I'm coming with you. 1 sec." It was pointless trying to argue with him, so I just waited for the cab as Alec got dressed. A couple of minutes later, we left and headed for some hotel in the suburbs where, according to the program, Yana now was. Its name, Red Rose Inn, said nothing to me, but judging by its location, it wasn't the Hilton, that's for sure. Alec took the passenger seat next to the driver. As we drove across the deserted night city, he engaged the man in a passionate discussion about our soccer team's chances at the home World Cup. The road before us glistened, reflecting the golden glow of street lamps. "We're gonna do 'em all," Alec ranted. "We're playing on our own turf, aren't we?" "At the very least, we're gonna get out of the group stage." "I don't think so. Our team is at its absolute worst in years," the driver began. I didn't listen any further. I really felt like asking him to turn round and take us back home. My brain was boiling. What the hell was I doing? This was the most stupid, pointless, and irrational thing I'd ever done in my life. My heart was silent. No prompts coming from that department. Ditto for the interface, which hadn't issued me any tasks nor quests. Why on earth was I going there, then?
Was it because I wanted to see Yana? Not really. Did I believe she was in need of my help? Hardly. She wasn't in some deserted out-of-town location. She was staying in a hotel. And I had this confident feeling that she was perfectly fine. Was I trying to appease my indefatigable mother-in-law? Yeah, right. Part of me was currently on a protest rally, shaking banners in the air and demanding she be granted a personal cauldron in hell. What was it, then? Was it my desire to help her simply because I could? I concentrated, focusing on my feelings. Nope, not that either. Even though this alien software seemed to be breeding altruism in me, uprooting my inbred selfishness, this particular task had too many cons. It was going way too far, compromising my private life and my own goals. It even messed with my sleep. As we approached the hotel, I finally had an epiphany. I was going there to bring closure to the whole thing, to officially finalize my relationship with Yana and her family. I still couldn't forget the morning when I'd been crumbling under the pressure of my freshly acquired strength. How they'd arrived without warning and began rummaging through the place, throwing my own possessions on the floor. I remembered Vlad yelling at me for no reason whatsoever, and then leaving as I stood outside like an idiot watching his jeep whisk Yana away. That had been our parting scenario. I thought I'd never see her again, barring a brief divorce appointment. Now I had the chance to bring this to a different kind of closure. "Here we are," the driver said. "Red Rose Inn." "Could you wait for us, please? We won't be long." "It's 10 rubles a minute," he warned us. "That's all right." "Alec, mind waiting for me in the car, please?" "Yes, but are you sure?" "Sure, I'm sure. I won't be long." I climbed out of the cab. The driver pulled off in search of a parking space. You wouldn't know this was a hotel. Its sign wasn't even lit. The single street lamp cast its dull light on a crude, wrought-iron depiction of a rose mounted on the wall. I walked in and looked around, searching for the reception desk. A guard was quietly snoring on a couch at the far end of a small lobby. I walked closer. A young guy was slumped in his chair behind the reception desk, his head hanging to one side. He, too, was asleep. I pressed the bell. With a startle, the guy jumped from his seat and stretched his lips in a smile. "Good evening, good night? How can I help you?" "Good evening. Could you please give me the room number of Ms. Yana Orlova?" Much to my chagrin, my mental map had denied me access to that kind of information. Most likely, I didn't have enough insight. The guy pulled out a large guest book from under the desk and paused, thinking. "I'm afraid this is confidential information," he said, setting the book aside. "Listen, Dmitri," I said, reading the name tag pinned to his chest. "She's my wife." By then, the guy was fully awake and professionally vigilant. "I'm afraid we can't provide that kind of information. It's a question of our guest's privacy." "Then could you please give her a call? Ask her if she could come down or receive me in her room. I'd rather not disturb her. Do you know what time it is?" He was good. Nothing to say there. I had to try a different approach. I pulled out a wallet and laid one of the banknotes on the desk in front of him. He gave it a disinterested glance and pushed it back to me. "Thank you. I don't need that. If you have no other questions, I'll have to ask you to leave the building. Otherwise, I'll be forced to call security." "Don't bother," a voice said behind me. "Security's never too far away." I turned round. A heavy-set goon in a crumpled business suit towered behind me, sporting a gold crown in his grin. "Come on. Don't play too hard to get." He addressed the receptionist. "We have spare rooms, don't we? Because it's a room you want, sir, right?" "Absolutely," I said. "How much did you say it was?" "Same as you have here," he whispered cordially, nodding at the money on the desk. "We'll keep it off the books, won't we?"
The receptionist stared at him, mesmerized by his nerve. He finally switched his gaze to me, looking at the money, then turned toward the key rack behind him. He took off a key on a fat barrel-like keyring marked 23. Before I could reach for it, the guard took the key from the receptionist's hand. "Allow me to show you to your room. Follow me." He leaned across the desk and whispered something into the receptionist's ear. The young man nodded and slipped the money into his pocket. I followed the security guard upstairs to the 3rd floor, then along a narrow corridor reeking of stale dust until we reached room 33. "Your lady's here," he whispered conspiratorially. "I didn't tell you anything. I'll take a nap in your room while you two are talking." The sound of his footsteps faded down the stairs. I heaved a sigh and knocked on the door. I didn't have to knock twice. The door swung open as if Yana had been waiting for someone to arrive. She didn't appear sleepy, even though her hair was in disarray and her housecoat, so familiar to me, hung almost open without concealing much. "You?" She sounded surprised. "What are you doing here?" Unwilling to disturb the other guests' sleep behind the flimsy plasterboard walls of their rooms, I shouldered Yana out of my way, walked in, and closed the door behind me. "Let's keep it quiet. Anybody else here with you?" "That's none of your flippin' business," she replied, even though I could see perfectly well she was alone. The room was quite small. A droning TV was casting uneven light on its walls. An open suitcase sat on the floor, heaped with her stuff. A half-empty whiskey bottle stood by the bed. "Well, come in, then." She turned round and walked back to the bed in a purposefully hip-swaying catwalk-style gait. I slumped into an easy chair opposite. "I won't be long. Your mother called me. She's worried sick about you." "That'll teach her. First, she ruined Dad's life, and now she's doing the same with me. She just can't keep her nose out of my business, can she?" "Cigarette?" I shook my head. "Oh, come on now. What's wrong with you? Come here and let's have a smoke together, just like we used to." "I don't smoke anymore. Sorry. Just give her a ring now and tell her you're okay, and I'll be on my way." "Oh, really? So you're bossing me around now?" "I'm not. And you shouldn't be drinking." "That's my business," she announced with drunken panache. "Want some?" "No, thanks." I rose from the chair and walked around the room in search of her phone, intending to dial my mother-in-law's number, switch it to conference mode, and leave it there. I'd done all I could here. Alec and the cabbie were probably already fast asleep, waiting for me. "You've lost weight," she noticed. "You almost look like the guy I fell in love with all those years back." "Your haircut suits you." She reclined on the bed, blowing smoke rings up to the ceiling as she sarcastically watched me searching through the room. I finally located her phone behind the minibar. The screen and the phone itself were cracked, but it didn't look too serious. I pressed the button, and the screen lit up, displaying the bitten Apple logo. "Put it down! Now!" she snapped. I walked closer to the bed. "What's the PIN number?" I asked her calmly. "Anything else you want to know?" Her voice rang with the familiar theatrical notes of indignation. "Just leave it alone." I typed in her birth date. The phone obligingly unblocked. Very smart of my clever ex-wife. Realizing what I'd just done, Yana shot off the bed and grabbed the phone. Her nails sank into the flat of my hand as she tried to prise it free. "Give it to me, now!" "Oh, take it. Now go to hell and take your mother with you." I was thoroughly fed up. Let them sort it out between themselves. If she didn't call her mother, I could always do it myself later. I let go of the phone and walked toward the exit, licking blood off my hand. "Call your mother," I repeated. "I'm off now." I strode toward the door. "Hey," I heard behind me. "Phil?"
I absolutely should not react to this, I thought. I had to open the door, leave the hotel, and go back home to get some sleep so that in the morning I could start implementing my plan, which brought me closer to my goal. I'd had enough of all those love innuendos. First Yana, then Vicky, Marina. Not again. I opened the door. Mechanically, I turned round. Then couldn't turn away again. Yana stood at the center of the room. The housecoat lay in a heap by her feet. I peered at her dainty profile. I knew I hadn't received any system messages, which was weird because my reputation with her had inexplicably grown from animosity to amicability. Her interest in me was nearing 100%. Her mood bar was going off the scale, soaring, then plummeting nonstop. I didn't know she was capable of that. She must have been possessed, either by a demon or by some psychotic time traveler. Strange, I hadn't received any reputation messages, though. Earlier in the clinic, I'd received quite a few such messages about people I didn't even know, even though they'd been a considerable distance away from me. I'd received no XP points for befriending her again, either. And what was that? A small buff, or debuff, icon had appeared in my interface, with a brief prompt next to it. I focused on it. Aha! That was the Intoxication 2 debuff. It decreased all the characteristics and also lowered self-criticism and self-control while raising sexual arousal, which in turn improved the likability of all objects of the opposite sex. Phil, quit stalling. Come here to me. Her languid voice rang with the familiar commandeering notes. You're just as beautiful, I said with a sigh, pulling myself together. Thanks, but no thanks. What? Confused, she grabbed a sheet from the bed and covered herself with it. What did you say? When you feel better, send me a message and give me the divorce appointment date. I walked out, then added before closing the door, and you really should call your mother. The sound of the door closing shut coincided with a new system message reporting a new drop in my reputation, followed by a furious torrent of F-words. Something smashed the door hard. Probably the phone. Your reputation with Yanina, Yana Orlova has decreased. Current reputation, hatred, 30 of 360. That was okay then. I'd been afraid that the program was getting glitchy. Or the local info field segment was, or both. They were probably right saying that love and hate were just one step apart. I took that step as I'd crossed the doorway of her cheap and nasty hotel room. Half an hour later, Alec and I walked back into my apartment and collapsed onto our respective beds, intent on getting some much-needed sleep. Whatever was left of it. After I'd awoken in the morning, I hurried to check my physical state. Despite last night's trip across town, I felt well rested. My knee didn't hurt at all. The ointment Alec had gotten from the drugstore must have been really good. Either that or the program had been glitchy after all, and its booster must have affected recovery as well as leveling rate. In any case, the swelling had gone down. I bent the knee several times and felt nothing. Then I climbed out of bed. My body seemed to be in perfect condition. I could pack my gym bag after all. Alec was still asleep, sprawled on his back like a child across the unfolded couch. He was still wearing his jeans and t-shirt. The sheets lay in a corner in a heap. It didn't look as if he'd used them. Boris was standing on his broad chest, pawing it and purring like a tractor. Richie whined, desperate for his walk. I shook Alec awake. He sprang off the bed straight away, apparently a habit he'd developed while sleeping on park benches. Morning, I said. Mind walking Rich for me? I'm going to make us some breakfast. Yeah, wait, let me wake up, he mumbled, stretching and grunting. Is it the 30th today? Yeah. In a day's time, summer's officially starting. That's cool, man. They promised to pay me on the 1st for the days I worked in May. Alec headed for the bathroom. Richie and Boris followed him and froze like guardsmen outside. Come on, you freeloaders. Breakfast served, I called them. This wasn't their usual command, but they understood. Both rushed into the kitchen, shoving each other out of the way, Boris desperately voicing his protest at the silent but equally determined Richie. The mutt checked Boris' bowl first, received a hearty slap on his cheeky black snout from the indignant puss, and turned to his own. While Alec was making himself presentable, I boiled a good dozen eggs, sliced some bread, cheese, and ham, and poured out the coffee. "Where's the leash?" he asked. "It's over there by the front door somewhere. Can you find it?" "I've got it." "Rich, where are you?" "He only understands commands. Tell him, come, or walkies," I said. Richie pricked up his ears. Alec walked into the kitchen with a leash, hooked it up to the dog's collar, grabbed a sandwich from the plate, then took the dog out, muttering, "Come, Rich, come. Heel. Good boy." By the time they were back, I'd had a light breakfast. No good stuffing my face now, as I still had some exercise to do. As they walked back in, I was already lacing up my sneakers. Richie was panting. He stank to high heaven. Had they gone for a run or something? "Alec, the apartment keys are on a hook by the front door. I'm off to the gym." "Do you pump iron?" He sounded surprised. "Sort of. I'm off now. See you in the evening. Don't forget to lock the door, please." The gym was uncrowded. Either everyone had already left on vacation, or they'd all reached their weight loss goals. My coach Alexander was there, ready to work with me. No idea why, but this time I had a much better awareness of my own body. It could have had something to do with my improved perception. As I performed deadlifts, I could literally sense every muscle involved in the exercise. That helped me a lot to perform it correctly. "Excellent, Phil. Well done. Your technique is much better now," Alexander commended me. "Let me add a few more weights." Virtually all of the weights were at least 5 pounds heavier than what I'd used the last time, but they felt almost the same. I had to work hard, sure, but I could still do it. I'd already noticed that leveling strength came easier to me than any other characteristic. Its progress bar was already 50% full and growing. Another couple of gym sessions, and I might be able to bring strength up to 9. And after another couple of weeks, I could finally reach level 10 that I so desperately needed. I finished my weight training with a brief cool-down to keep my blood pumping. I spent 5 minutes on a maxed-out treadmill until I ran out of steam and was forced to slow down. Now, agility. Even though I'd received a new level the previous morning, the progress bar was already almost full, and I hadn't even noticed. That must have had something to do with the fact that I'd lost some weight. I jumped on the scales. Compared to the previous morning, I'd lost another 2 pounds. It could have been my active lifestyle and regular meals. This was a far cry from my World of Warcraft years when I'd constantly stuffed my face with chips and candy bars, washing them down with sugar-loaded drinks. Or could it also be my new improved perception kicking in? Hadn't Martha said something about the characteristics affecting each other? I finished off my training session with a few sets of agility exercises and headed for the shower. As I left the locker room, I reached for a towel off the rack. My foot slipped on the wet floor. My stomach churned, my heart dropped. I waved a desperate arm in the air and managed to restore my balance. The program must have deliberated on this for a while, until it came to the conclusion I deserved a new level. Just like that. Your agility has improved. +1 to agility. Current agility, 6. Experience points received for improving a main characteristic, 1,000. I drank another protein shake, refueling my body with everything necessary for its growth, said goodbye to the friendly receptionist, and hurried home. I had big plans for today. No time to loaf around. Alec had already left.
I changed into my business clothes and headed for work. As I approached the office building, I saw Greg hovering on the steps, smoking. He was dressed to the nines, his white shirt starched, his shoes polished, the pressed creases on his slacks perfectly straight and razor-sharp. "There he is," he announced on seeing me. "I've got something to tell you. My wife and I, we've made up. Can you imagine?" "Judging by the way you look, yes," I replied. "I'm very happy for you. Did you bring her flowers?" "Flowers! You should have seen the bouquet I bought her. So heavy I could barely carry it. And then we didn't leave bed for hours." "Excellent. Well done. So how did it happen?" "I've no idea." He frowned, wrinkling his brow in thought. "Wonder if she just missed me." "I'm sure she did." "Where's Cyril?" "He's upstairs already. He's quit smoking for good now. The other night in the bar, he'd smoked so much he spent all night puking." "I see. Let's go in then." Once Pavel's briefing was over, the CEO wanted to see me. It was Pavel who broke the news to me. He waited for all the others to vacate his office, then said, "Phil, please wait. The boss wants to see you. He needs to discuss something with you." Mr. Ivanov was enjoying a cup of coffee and a cigarillo in his office, flicking the ash off into a massive bronze tortoise ashtray. "Ah, Phil. Come in and take a seat, boy." "Good morning, sir." I pulled up one of the heavy, soft chairs lining the conference table and sat down. The CEO took a deep tug on his cigar. "So, you're leaving us, are you?" He squinted at me. I know. Pavel couldn't talk you out of it, so I'm not even going to try. I just want to tell you that you're always welcome back. On Friday, you can go to the bookkeepers and get your back pay. We added your J-Mart and a few other bits and pieces to the final tally. Pavel gave me all the numbers. If you close something else before the week's over, we'll add that to your pay as well. We never shortchange our workers." "Thank you, sir." "Nothing to thank me for. Yet. One more thing. What are you up to? Tell me. What are you going to do?" I paused, contemplating his question. It wouldn't be a bad idea to open up to him, at least a little. "Not much, really. I have a few ideas, though. I seem to be pretty good at bringing people together, so I thought, why not open some sort of recruitment agency?" He drew on his cigarillo, waiting for me to go on, but I fell silent. He chuckled. He must have been relieved that I wasn't leaving them to join the competition, because he began showering me with encouragement. "I think it's a brilliant idea. Well done. And what's more, if you find someone really good, send them here first, okay? And I'll tell Vicky, you know her, don't you, the girl who works at HR, to send you our vacancies. Agreed?" He rose and proffered his hand, making it clear the meeting was over. "Agreed," I said, answering his handshake. His grip on my hand tightened. "And if it doesn't work out, just come back to us," he said, locking my gaze with his. "We'll find you a vacancy. You might even take Pavel's place. You never know." "I'll keep that in mind, sir." "Very well. Now go." On my way out, I popped into Vicky's office just to check up on her. She wasn't there. She called in sick, her workmate told me. I suppressed my impulse to phone her. It could be a gut feeling, or it could be that I was just afraid of having another dry conversation with her. I did check her location on the map, though. Vicky was at home. Cyril and Greg had a meeting with a client, so I got the use of his laptop again. I needed it to collect as much data as possible on all potential buyers within our city limits. Using a smartphone would have taken me much longer. I studied the market, pinpointing those who might be interested, then ran several searches, narrowing the results first by their packaging suppliers, then by price. That brought the list down to several eligible options. That done, I sat down to study their top management lists. Today was Wednesday. I had 3 days to work my way through the list.
I decided against doing anything about the other list, the one I'd made for Marina and myself. It's better that she had it. That way, at least she had some work. I actually hadn't even spoken to her yet. Pavel's praise seemed to have given her wings, so much so that she dashed off to meet her clients immediately after the briefing. I'd better not waste time, either. I still had some house hunting to do in the afternoon. I'd already researched some hot real estate offers. After I'd broadened my search by raising my rent ceiling, I ran the city map through the search and came up with a perfect option directly from the landlord. Before contacting him, I called the major just to find out whether I could still count on the apartment offered by Galina. "Comrade Major, this is Panfilov."
"Oh, hi, Phil. Are you calling me about the old lady?" "Yes, we've checked it. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can charge her granddaughter with."
He sounded well-rested, cheerful, and even sincere, strangely enough.
"Apparently, she was the only surviving relative of the deceased. She said she hadn't bothered with the funeral expenses. According to her, she just had the old lady's body taken to the dump. End of story. Sounds hideous, I know, but we can't charge her with that. And as for the apartment, it's not so simple. I shouldn't bother if I were you. Formally, it belongs to no one at the moment, as the direct heirs haven't yet received the title deeds. My guys are looking into it now. The power of attorney, however, is a forgery. At least, that allows us to charge her."
"I see. Thanks a lot, Comrade Major."
"Thanks don't pay bills," he joked, laughing. "And stop calling me Comrade Major. I'm a Lieutenant Colonel now."
"Congratulations, Comrade Lieutenant Colonel."
"Thank you, sir,"
he replied in the same military vein, then continued in dead seriousness.
"Have you looked at our site lately?"
"I'm afraid not. I didn't have the time."
"Shame. Well, just keep me posted. All the best."
He hung up. I dialed the new apartment's owner straight away. His place had come up at the top of my search results. Everything fitted, from 90% probability of renting the place to the account user, to criminality levels lower than elsewhere in the city. The landlord was a man in his early 60s. He agreed to show me the place at any time, adding simple-heartedly, "I posted the ad last night, but received no takers. It's funny. I've just had it redecorated. It's never been rented out before. Could it be the price?" "I'm sure we could come to an agreement." "What if I have a look at the apartment first?" I suggested. "I'm working at the moment. How about 3 p.m.?
"Yes, of course. Here's the address."
I didn't need the address. Still, I pretended I was writing it down. I hung up and looked around. The office was quiet. Most of the workers were already out working. I was about to shut the laptop down when I remembered about my short story. I might just as well go and check if it had received any reviews. It had indeed. Chapter 29. I Can Do It.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Muhammad Ali.
I still remember my very first short story. When I was in middle school, our Russian literature teacher asked us to write an essay. She offered a variety of topics, from my future profession to the works of Leo Tolstoy. We also had the option of writing about anything at all. I think I was the only one who'd picked it. I wrote a short story about a little boy who had this particular superpower of knowing all the best places to fish. At the time, I was crazy about fishing. My dad and granddad always used to take me on their fishing trips. Whenever they returned home empty-handed, I was disconsolate because it had taken us a lot of preparation and a very early rise, often at 3 a.m., to make it to the river in time for the fish rising in the morning. The boy in my story, whose name was Alexander — I told you I'd always hated my own name, hadn't I? — always knew the exact places where to cast for the hugest fish possible. Thanks to his superpower, his dad and granddad never came home empty-handed. In my little story, my little MC promptly lost his ability the moment he told a lie. That had been the condition set by the wizard who'd bestowed the superpower on him. The moment he lied, the wizard had said, he'd lose his magic powers. That was the extent of this rather controversial story, which even had a bit of a moral lesson in the end. Our teacher gave me a D, then read the story to the class. As I now understand, her voice rang with some sort of sadistic enjoyment as my classmates rolled on the floor with laughter. You probably all know how it happens. We've all been to school at some point. I sat red-faced, wishing the earth could swallow me whole, counting seconds until she'd finished reading. Absolutely and totally devoid of any writing talent, she finally said. What kind of mediocre reverie is this? What's with the wizard? We can't change our lives by waiting for miracles to fall into our lap. What were you thinking when you wrote this? She demanded, shaking my notebook in front of me. Then there was my famed book, and me publishing the first chapters on the writer's portal. Nothing good had come out of that either. So you can imagine my anxiety as I opened my story page on the site. The reviews were few, but they very nearly made me reach for a non-existent pack of cigarettes. A very heartwarming story. Thanks a lot. That sent goosebumps up my spine. You have a real talent. Excellent writing and storytelling. As I kept reading them over and over again, I struggled with the temptation to invest the remaining 2 system points into creative writing. It took all of my willpower not to do so. I had a better plan. When I got my UltraPack money, I'd buy myself a very plain laptop and continue writing for at least half an hour a day, practicing the skill. The moment I thought so, the idea added to my task list. Excellent. I closed the page, cleaned my browser history, shut down the laptop, and set off for my meetings with clients. I had 3 of them scheduled for today, and I fully intended to close all 3. The first meeting at a small local grocery chain was textbook perfect. By cleverly employing all the relevant skills, I managed to successfully talk my way past all the bureaucratic watchdogs and got seen by the director himself. My high empathy levels now allowed me to tune into his mood and choose an appropriate approach. By seeing his interest bar, I could promptly change the subject and speak about other things, raising his curiosity. My advanced communication skills made it easy for me to find common ground with anyone, regardless of their social standing. My decent seduction skills permeated all secretarial barriers with just a hint of flirt, doubling the effects of my vending and communication skills. The chain's director knew what I meant the moment I spoke to him. He invited the company buyer in, discussed all the finer details with her, and made the decision to sign up with UltraPack in less than a quarter of an hour of me entering his office. After an exchange of handshakes, I pitted our lawyers against theirs and left them to work on a contract. My next meeting was in fact a bonus. The grocery chain's director simply called his friend the butcher and insisted he see me. That happened even quicker. The butcher, a grim and swarthy Dagestani Highlander, compared the prices, tut-tutted, checked the samples, spat through his teeth — we'd met on the street outside his business — and immediately gave orders to his people to drop their current supplier and sign us up instead. I continued going through my list. The third meeting didn't go as smoothly. It had nothing to do with me, though. According to their vice director, all their decision-makers were apparently on vacation. I didn't have enough kid to double-check it. I did my best to convince her, but she wasn't prepared to accept the responsibility of such an important decision. All I could do was mark the date of her boss's return in my calendar and make a mental note to hand the client over to either Greg or Marina. The last meeting, however, was downright unsuccessful. The company owner didn't take part in any internal decisions, delegating everything to his management team, who weren't at all motivated to change anything at all. After some pointless looking around, I managed to find a guy who seemed interested enough. He listened to my spiel for a few minutes, looking utterly bored, then ripped a page out of his pocket notebook, wrote a large number 15 on it, and moved it across the desk toward me. "Is this your cut?" I asked. "On top of our price?" He nodded. "I'll speak to the director. I said, then bade my goodbyes. I had big doubts whether Pavel would agree, but in this case, all I had to do was communicate the information to him. Not a bad result for half a workday. In the past, each successful sale had cost me hundreds of wasted calls and dozens of unproductive meetings. I used to close a couple of % of my client base, if I'd been lucky. In actual fact, should I stop spreading myself too thin, maybe? Why not concentrate on vending instead? By the end of this year, I could make it big trading in real estate, oil fields, and cryptocurrencies. By the time my license expired, I could have made enough never to have to work again and live for the rest of my life on passive income. Still, something told me I didn't need alien software to achieve all this. I had to take a different route. There must be more to life than joining the ranks of movers and shakers. It was about 3 p.m. Time for my apartment viewing. I didn't have time for lunch, so I just bought a carton of yogurt and drank it in the cab on my way. The apartment owner left me by the front door, visibly happy to see me. No matter how hard I'd tried, I was about 5 minutes late. "I'd lost all hope," he said. "It happened to me before that someone phoned and said they would come and then they didn't turn up. Can you imagine?" "Sure I can. Sorry I was late. I was busy at work." "Of course, I understand." He started nodding so vigorously that I feared his gray head would drop off. I liked the place the moment I saw it. The lawns and freshly surfaced tarmac in the gentrified little courtyard, the playground and the fondly whitewashed tree trunks, the good-looking front door, complete with code lock. The lobby was light and spacious, like that of a theater. I even liked the apartment owner, mild-mannered and slightly naive. I could see that the house was new and quite expensive. Not exactly posh, but not far from it either. The landlord explained that they'd bought the apartment for themselves, but that circumstances had forced them to move to the capital. Things were going really well for their only son, so they wanted to be close to him to help with their grandchildren. As far as I understood, they didn't want to sell the apartment, for 2 reasons. Firstly, because they believed that real estate prices were still on the rise, and secondly, because they didn't have the heart to sell something they'd invested so much effort and TLC in. The apartment was excellent. Very light, with high ceilings and 2 spacious rooms. Even though the place was absolutely packed with new furniture and electronics, it didn't look cramped. I could see they put a lot of time and money in it. Bathroom taps were glistening as if they'd just arrived from the shop. Or maybe they had. More important, the apartment came with its own shower cubicle, which I'd missed in my old flat with its tiny flaking bathtub and leaky shower hose. The final touch was his bright red and chrome electric kettle. I'd seen one of those on TV, and the water had boiled almost instantly. Its futuristic design resembled a space rocket ready to take off. I walked around the apartment pensively. I could already imagine myself setting my books on the shelves and putting away my things. I already saw myself making food on their comfortable electric stove and drinking coffee on their covered terrace surrounded by potted flowers. The landlord must have interpreted my silence as indecision. "We could drop the rent a little, if you're not too sure," he said. "It's getting a bit urgent. We have a plane to catch the day after tomorrow." "That's not necessary," I said. "The price is fair for this kind of place. I'd love to live here." He couldn't contain his happiness. His lips stretched into a smile. "Excellent! Mind if I give my wife a ring? She's quite anxious." "Please do. And please tell her not to worry about the plants. I promise I'll water them." Having spoken with his wife, he reached into his old briefcase and produced a rental agreement. Squinting short-sightedly, he entered my particulars into it. "Oh," I remembered, "before we sign. I have a cat." "You don't mean it," he said, happily, instead of tensing up and worrying about his furniture. "We have 2, Coco and Bagheera. My wife dotes on them. Cats are great. What do you call your cat?" "Boris," I said, slightly taken aback by his reaction. "Only, it's a she." "Nice," he grinned. She's gonna love it here. You can keep her toilet on the balcony. We planned on doing the same." I signed the agreement, paid him for the first month, and promised to transfer 2 more monthly payments into his account the following week. He handed me the keys to the apartment and the lobby. He finished by imploring me to pay the utility bills on time, then left, leaving me in my new apartment. It was so clean I could simply move in and start living. I didn't even have to buy anything. The place had everything, from modern microfiber mops to a full set of crockery. They had at least 5 skillets for every possible occasion. The thought of skillets reminded me of Yana and of my promise to phone my mother-in-law. Without further ado, I checked her location on the map and realized I didn't have to bother. She was already back at her parents'. I might have to call Yana anyway, but I could do it tomorrow. I just wished this divorce thing was over already. We didn't have kids or property to share, so hopefully we could get it done quite quickly. I saw no point in delaying my departure. I searched online for a removal company. They were quite happy to come, pack everything up in boxes, load them, take them to my new place, and unload everything. We agreed on the next day, as soon as I returned Richie to his owners. I left my new apartment and walked to the nearest gym. This one was twice as expensive, but it was worth it. It had a large swimming pool, a much broader choice of workout equipment, and, most importantly, it had a boxing group. When I inquired about it, the gym manager asked the coach to come over. He was 45 and a multiple champion, not just in boxing but also in kickboxing, sambo, and mixed martial arts. He gave me a critical once-over and suggested I concentrate on my physical shape first. "We train fast," he explained. "And don't forget your age. You're starting a bit too late in life. You might find it tough. Very." "I can do it." "I don't think so, I'm Phil." "Very well, Phil. This isn't a weight loss group. All the boys have been training for a long time. Many of them compete professionally. If we take you, it means that we'll have to lower the tempo, which we can't afford." "Very well. How about one-on-one sessions, then?" "That's possible. It'll cost you $2,000 an hour." I did some mental math. I should have enough. And if Mr. Ivanov lived up to his promises, I'd have even more. "Can we start straight away? Can I buy my training gear here?" "What? Now?" It looked like I'd managed to surprise him. He dropped all formality. "What's the haste? Are you in a hurry to get even with someone? Or is it about a girl?" "It's about me. Let's get it on, then." With a surprise whistle, he glanced at his watch, paused for a couple of seconds, and pointed toward the sports shop. "Go get your gear and get changed. Did you take a subscription? You have 10 minutes, 15, to get your ass in gear." "What should I buy?" "A helmet, gloves, bandages, shoes, skipping ropes." "You won't need any of that now," he said confidently. "You might never need them, in fact. Go get yourself some sneakers, a pair of shorts, and a t-shirt. Time's running." I barely made it. He took me to a small room about 20 by 30 feet, where we started straight away. A pile of mats was heaped up in one corner. 2 more were occupied by punch bags. The 10-minute warm-up completely did me in. "I told you," the coach snickered, "and we haven't even started yet." By the end of the training session, my jaw was aching. My arms were dropping off, and all that I'd done was learn to keep my stance and practice left-right combinations. I liked the fact that instead of just ordering me around, my coach had taken the time to explain things to me, peppering them with funny and enlightening stories from his rich sporting past. The session ended with countless exhausting push-ups on my fists and some twists from the waist, which made me feel like throwing up. Licking my grazed knuckles, I listened to all the instructions that he was trying to drum into my head. "Start your morning with a proper workout, not just a wake-up. I want to see you sweat. Do you run? That's good. No elevators. You should take stairs everywhere. No smoking. No overeating. lots of sleep. I want you to drink a lot of water, preferably a glass every hour. Buy yourself a rope and do some skipping every time you reach for the TV remote or your telephone. Always look into the eyes of those you're talking to. You'll use that in the ring. Absolutely no drinking. And then you might have an almost negligible chance of getting somewhere. Got it? Yes, sir. Good lad. Go get showered. Come back the same time the day after tomorrow. Can I come tomorrow, please? No way, he snapped. You won't have enough time to recuperate. I will. I've seen stubborn guys like you, he said sarcastically. None of them lasted more than a month. But it's up to you. It's your money. In that case, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at 8 a.m. If you're even 1 minute late, you don't need to come. Affirmative. See you tomorrow. I left the gym feeling excited. I'd just started leveling a very important development branch. I'd enjoyed the training. I'd liked my new coach. And I'd also got a new system message. Your stamina has improved. +1 to stamina. Current stamina, 6. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Level 6? It was double the level I'd have 3 weeks ago. Of course, this was only a piece of alien software. Of course, it was due to its booster, which had accelerated my development 3-fold. But what it did mean was that I could have done the same on my own without any alien help, and it would have only taken me 2 months. I bade my goodbye to the coach, but didn't go to the shower. They had this wonderful air-conditioned treadmill room at my disposal. Why not use it to bring my running level up? No sooner said than done. Earlier that morning in the gym, I'd only fallen a fraction short of my goal, and I fully intended to make up for it now. After 8 minutes of running, I received a new message. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, running. Current level, 2. XP received, 500. Finally! This had proved the hardest skill to level up. How many miles had I clocked up on my internal meter? How much sweat and pain in my bursting lungs? How much gunk had I brought up? I'd gotten the impression that the leveling up of this particular skill had been cursed, as if there'd been some nasty debuff cast on me. A bit like in Fallout, where a perk can give you an advantage while aggravating something equally important just to balance it out. When I got back home, Alec was already busy in the kitchen. "I've walked your mutt," he informed me, casting angry glances at Richie. "I had to run around the block after him. He chased after some bitch, and I only just managed to catch him." "Thanks. What are you making?" "Just some stew. I bought some meat in the shop. Not much, just 5 pounds or so." "How much? You think you can eat all that?" "Hey, you don't know me. I love a good stew," he said, sniffing the aroma in the kitchen. "Everything all right?" "Yeah, I can barely stand on my feet. Call me when it's ready. I need to pack up. I'm moving out tomorrow. Oh, and would you please feed the cat?" "No problem." "Do you have any onions?" "Yeah, in the grocery shop." "I got it. I won't be a moment," he said, stirring the pot. I looked at an empty packet of pepper on the table. He didn't like his food bland, that's for sure. I spent the rest of the evening packing, eating, talking to my homeless roommate, and reading Robert Cialdini's Psychology of Persuasion. I kept reading until I finally achieved my reading goal for today. Your intellect has improved. +1 to intellect. Current intellect, 19. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. I went to bed early because all of my reserves, bodily and spiritual, as well as willpower, had been absolutely drained. When I was already lying in bed, I remembered the Major's request and opened the wanted criminals page of our local police site. It only listed 9 names: murderers, terrorists, drugs and arms dealers, rapists. Nobody had made me a judge, but it was in my powers to bring them to justice. I immediately initiated a search.
which produced 0 results. The program kindly informed me that I had 1 kid point missing. I had their pictures and names, as well as dates and places of birth. I needed another piece of data, and to get it, I needed to either go through the Major, completely exposing myself to him, or search for it myself, hoping that the criminals were on social media. I just wasn't up to it at the moment. My hand holding the phone fell listlessly onto the bed. I flaked out. As I awoke the next morning, my internal clock was nearing 6 a.m. I felt totally broken. The physical exhaustion I could understand. After all, I'd had 2 workouts the night before, weightlifting as well as the boxing session. But I also felt strangely apathetic. I had absolutely no desire to get up. I didn't even feel capable of walking the dog, or do anything at all, come to think of it. I stayed in bed and tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. I just didn't want to get up. As simple as that. I opened my interface, hoping that the sight of my stats might cheer me up a little. Philip Phil Panfiloff, age 32, current status, sales rep, social status level, 10, classes, book reader and empath, level 7, married, wife, Yanina, Yana Orlova, children, none, main characteristics, strength, 8, agility, 6, intellect, 19, stamina, 6, perception, 8, charisma, 14, luck, 10. Secondary characteristics, vitality, 89%, satisfaction, 78%, vigor, 61%, metabolism, 72%. My low vigor and metabolism could be explained by the fact that I'd just woken up. Ditto for satisfaction. I was hungry and thirsty, not to even mention the fact that I've received no quest rewards for quite a while. As for vitality, it had grown 20% over the last 3 weeks. Just think, it used to be 69%. So everything seemed to be fine. What was wrong with me then? I opened my profile and began scrolling through it. Found it. I couldn't have noticed it earlier because the list was too long to have fitted into my mental view in its entirety. Self-confidence, 59%. Self-control, 70%. Spirit, 21%. Mood, 34%. Why? I just had a good night's sleep. Why was my mood so low? I summoned Martha and asked her. "Good morning to you, too," she said, sounding slightly offended. "Are you being funny?" "I'm not." "Your nicotine withdrawal debuff is about to expire. The program is mirroring the real-life consequences of quitting smoking. That requires a lot of energy, so I'd better switch off." She disappeared. "I see. Thanks," I said into empty space, unable to take my eyes off a faded icon of the nicotine withdrawal debuff. It was flashing with the tiny little numbers of a countdown. Nicotine withdrawal. Duration, 14 days. Your body is deprived of nicotine. Nicotine takes part in your body's metabolism. -5% to metabolism. Warning, high probability of a spontaneous enrage. Warning, your aggro radius has increased. -3% to satisfaction every 12 hours. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang. 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 The nicotine withdrawal debuff has expired. Plus 30% to satisfaction. Happiness 1. Your satisfaction levels have exceeded 100%. Plus 50% to vigor. Plus 1 to all main characteristics. Duration, as long as satisfaction levels exceed 100%. Your perception has improved. Plus 1 to perception. Current perception, 9. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Your stamina has improved. Plus 1 to stamina. Current stamina, 7.
You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. The relief at the debuff's expiry felt as refreshing as a cold shower after a hot sauna. A tidal wave of relief flooded over me. It was as if I'd finally let go of a heavy boulder which I'd been lugging around all this time. I had a momentary anticipation that something important would happen over the next 2 or 3 days, something that would bring a close to my past life and open up a new phase. Also, I really wanted to see Vicky. As soon as I cleared up a few chores, like moving, getting divorced, and quitting my job, I'd have to speak to her straight away. It must be happiness working its magic. Chapter 30. Drop like a stone, rise like a phoenix. Don't ever get angry at a man for stating the truth. Ayn Rand. Atlas shrugged. At 8 a.m. I had my boxing session. I needed to get my butt in gear. I scooped up all the workout clothes from the dryer and shoved them in a sports bag, adding a pair of gym shoes I'd bought last night at my new fitness center. Then I dressed in my business clothes, as I wouldn't have the time to go back home and change. I crept into the kitchen, trying not to awaken Alec. I made myself some coffee, fed the critters, added a caffeine buff bonus to my vigor, then took Rich for a walk. When we came back home, I gave him a long hug. Richie laid his head on my shoulder and waited patiently for me to let go of him. Then I left. At 8 a.m., I was already at the gym. The coach seemed a bit surprised by my arrival. He yawned, and we started training. He kept both of us awake with his jokes and snappy commands. Now I was convinced that on top of accelerating my development, the leveling booster also improved recovery. That could be the only explanation why today's session had felt even easier than yesterday's. It was as if I'd spent another hour pumping iron, followed by a running practice and a murderous boxing session with my martial arts champion coach. To train every day had been the right decision after all. As I was doing a series of push-ups to finalize my training for the day, I received a new system message. New unblocked skill available. Boxing. Current skill level, 1. XP received, 200, for learning the skill. Then I received another confirmation of the fact that all skills were interconnected. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, hand-to-hand fighting. Current level, 2. XP received, 500. That made sense. Still, as I leveled up, the gap between skills might grow, resulting in the weakening of the connectivity between them. After the gym, I started doing my rounds, visiting more clients from my list. Prior to every meeting, I checked the map to make sure that the persons I needed to see were available. Soon after the second meeting, I received a new level in vending, and after the third one, in communication skills. Those two skills seemed to be interconnected too, because both seemed to require establishing friendly contact with potential buyers. Now I had level 6 in both, which qualified them as professional. Soon after midday, just as I graced the doorstep of my third client, I received a phone call from Svetlana Messerschmidt, Richie's 14-year-old owner.
Hello? Is that Phil? This is Sveta. How are things?
Hi, Sveta. Are you back already?
We've just arrived now. We're at the passport control in the airport. What time can I come and pick Richie up?
How about 4 p.m., I asked, trying to work out what time I might have to see the removal guys and go to my new apartment.
Absolutely. Can I have your address then?
The meeting with my third client wasn't a success. No matter how hard I tried, their director refused to see me point blank. His secretary insisted he was out on business. My map told me otherwise. I did my best to convince her, but just couldn't get past that unyielding woman who must have followed her boss' instruction to the letter. If he didn't want to see someone, he expected her to fall on her sword rather than let someone through. By lunchtime, I was ravenous. It wasn't just the training, but also the fact that I'd skipped breakfast. I decided to treat myself to a quick set menu in a nearby restaurant. One portion wasn't enough for me. I ordered another one, getting the feeling I was stocking up on fuel. My spirit, satisfaction, and vigor all began to restore, building me a new body, molecule by molecule, as they grew new muscle tissue, tendons, and ligaments. Back in the office, I didn't see any of my friends, so I went straight to Pavel and reported to him the results of my meetings from the last 2 days. I made a special point of describing the meeting with a guy who'd asked me for a cut of our price. I derived great satisfaction from the cringe on his face. "Screw them," he said. "As for yesterday's other clients, the butcher and the supermarket chain, we've already signed the contracts. The first deliveries will be on their way tomorrow." Excellent. That's all, then. I glanced at my watch. It was time for me to go. Sveta would arrive any moment. "I need to be on my way. I'm moving apartments today." He nodded his understanding. "That's not a problem. A man's got to do what a man's got to do." I shoved my chair aside and climbed from behind the desk. Without looking at me, he continued, "Shit. I'm already toying with the idea of firing everyone and giving you their salaries." "Pavel, please." "I'm only joking," he said. "Or maybe not. Come on, piss off." On my way home, I called Kira to tell her the news and invite her to my housewarming. "Philly," she said sternly, "you really should get a decree nisi first, then start partying. Or have you changed your mind? Are you two back in your love nest already?" "I don't think I love her. I thought I did when I was, in fact, only jealous. But that wasn't love. It was a habit. More of an attachment, really. Or my wounded pride, maybe. Whatever, but it certainly wasn't love." Kira pricked up her ears. "Jealous? Of whom? Did she give you a reason?" "I didn't need it. And when I did get it, I already told you that she'd found someone when she'd left me. When I had a reason to be jealous, I didn't feel like it. Can you imagine? I'd even imagined all sorts of adult scenes in my mind, but nothing stirred inside me." She sighed. "It's normal. It's very often that people confuse love with other things." "Are you angry with her?" she asked, arriving at an unexpected conclusion. "Oh, no. Everything was all right with her, as you well know. It was my fault. I have nothing more to say about it. What do you think?" That was a pretty self-explanatory question. Still, she replied, "It wasn't only your fault. At least, I don't think so. It takes two to tango. When a couple splits up, the fault lies with both, even though one can be less guilty than the other. Don't even argue with me. You know very well how much hassle I had with my own man. But did I do something to help him change? I argued with him, I moaned and bitched, I refused to talk to him, I tried to mold him after my own taste while not realizing you can't change anyone by force. You need another approach." Her confession surprised me. "What kind of approach do you mean?" "Just a different one. You can't be a prison guard to the one you love. You can inspire them. Alternatively, you can deprive them of everything that could help them grow and—" She paused, searching for the right words. "And make their own decisions to be responsible for themselves and their loved ones. But what could you expect from a 20-year-old girl just out of college?" "True. So, I'm sorry, but it's all your fault, Philly." "Oh, that was quite a turnaround. So typical of my big sister. If you'd come to your senses a couple of years earlier, everything would have been fine now," she said, "which means you're a dickhead." "I know. It's probably a good thing that you don't have a kid," she continued pensively. "Children shouldn't suffer for their parents' mistakes." "You might be right. Listen, how about dropping in on our parents, say, on Saturday?" She laughed. "Can't see why not. But let's do something useful for them. I suggest we bring them some deli and some decent groceries." We spent some more time discussing the details, and then parted friends. I decided against telling her that I'd quit my job. She wouldn't have understood. Alec wasn't at home. I moved freely about the place, stacking up all my things by the wall in the lounge. A faint smell of tobacco seemed to linger in the kitchen. He must have smoked in the morning on the sly, letting the smoke out of the window while he'd had his morning coffee. As I waited for Sveta, I sat in the kitchen and read while I drank my coffee. Richie was lying comfortably by my feet. Boris lay spread out on the chair opposite. Time flew as I read. The doorbell rang. Richie barked and ran out into the corridor.
Richie!
A girl's voice came from behind the door. I answered it. A tall, lanky, sun-tanned girl stood in the doorway next to a bespectacled man. Apparently, her father. He was a bit older and taller than myself. Richie groaned his excitement. He launched himself at the girl and laid his paws on her shoulders, trying to lick her face. The girl was emitting the cutest of squeaking noises. "Hello," her father said. "Are you Phil?" "In person? Come in, please." The man stepped inside. "I'm Andre. Sveta, take Richie and come in the house." Both entered and closed the door behind them. "Go through to the lounge," I invited them, just in case they wanted to talk to me. "You don't need to take your shoes off. I'm leaving this place in half an hour." The man just couldn't help himself anymore. He eased his daughter away, grabbed the dog's head, and started stroking it, repeating, "Richie, good boy. You're back with us now. Good boy, clever boy." Sveta looked up at me. Her eyes welled with tears. Unable to restrain herself, she flung her arms around me. I very nearly hugged her back, but stopped myself just in time. I didn't want her father to misconstrue anything. So I just stood there, stock still, with my arms pressed to my hips. "Thank you so much for finding him and looking after him." Something wet brushed my neck. The girl was almost as tall as myself. "Well, that's enough. Sveta, let Phil go," her father commanded in a mockingly stern voice, then turned to me. "We've had him since he was a puppy, you know. Sveta used to bottle feed him. He was so funny, clumsy, and awkward." According to my interface, both were perfectly happy. I was happy for them, too. And for Richie, of course. Still, I felt so sad. For me, the dog was firmly associated with a particular stage in my development. He'd come into my life just when I'd needed him the most, alleviating my solitude and keeping me company on my jogs in the park. He'd helped me quite a few times, too. Once, when I tried to sell my computer to that idiot, and again the other day, when I met up with those hoodies. "You promised me a puppy, remember?" I asked. "Of course. We're going to do something about it pretty soon, too," Sveta's father said. "We're about to put him out to stud. We already have a suitable bitch for him." As if sensing he was about to leave me, Richie laid his head on my knee and licked my hand by way of goodbye. Immediately, I received a message about my improved reputation with both father and daughter. Interestingly, I'd received the same exceptionally high number of points with both. 60 points, no less, jumping straight to amicability and earning me 120 XP. Still, that was something I only realized later, when they'd bidden their goodbyes and left, promising me to regularly share Richie's photos and videos. The bitterness of parting with him was slightly sweetened by yet another message. "You've received 1,000 points XP for performing a socially meaningful action. XP points left until the next social status level, 8,970 of 11,000. Soon the removals men came. They expertly packed all my stuff into boxes, sealed them, and loaded them into their minivan. I asked them to wait downstairs while I made one last round of the apartment where Yana and I had spent the biggest part of our marital life. I thought about all our happy moments together, because we'd had quite a few, and our arguments, even though I couldn't remember any of them properly. That's just the way our brains work. We tend to forget the bad stuff. I left a note for Alec in case I couldn't get to him on the phone. "Hi, man. I'm gone. Make yourself at home and don't deny yourself anything. The food is in the fridge. The rent expires on June 12. Call me when you want. Phil." I spent the rest of the day unpacking in my new place. As I was hanging my clothes in the wardrobe, I tried them on. It looked like I might need to have a complete makeover. My pants were falling off me. Even with a belt, they looked baggy. My shirts were already too tight across the chest, threatening to rip all the buttons off the moment I spread my shoulders. Still, that could wait. Especially because I was planning to embark on a prolonged weight training marathon starting next week, when I wouldn't have to work for UltraPack any longer. The possibility of a complete regeneration, or foresight, wasn't something you could pass up in favor of a career, no matter how smooth or brilliant. And once that was out of the way, I would embark on my ultimate idea. I had to start a socially meaningful business. You can't take on every skill under the sun, which was why I couldn't count on them for any extended leveling. I'd have to engross myself in social work with those who needed it, performing more quests and raising my reputation with as many people as possible. But that was next week. Now I had 3 days to sort out any unfinished chores. The tasks I'd already performed today had earned me another 900 XP. Leave the old apartment keys with Romuald Alec Zukov. Return Richie to his owner, Ms. Svetlana Sveta Messerschmidt. Downsize. Interestingly, downsize had been updated to just move to my new apartment. Yana called in the evening. She didn't bother to say hello. "I'll come straight to the point," she said. "Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, at the registry office." "I'll be there," I said. She hung up. I stood there listening to the dial tone. Before, I might have given her a piece of my mind, like, I don't want to be talked down to and all that. Now, however, I saw no point in it. I said I'd come. That was well enough. The tone doesn't mean anything. The message conveyed is what matters. The speaker might be tired or sick. They might not have time for protracted conversations. So the tone they use doesn't really matter. Only the message itself. After my conversation with Yana, I got ready for a run. This part of the city was new to me. Rich wasn't with me anymore. If the truth were known, that made me a little anxious. I also wanted to explore the neighborhood and do a bit of shopping. I ran out of the backyard onto the street and around the block. I couldn't help thinking about my first jogging session the night Yana had left. Just like now, I'd run along unknown streets and side lanes, rediscovering places I never knew existed in all of my 32 years here. And I'd been born here. So unlike the virtual Azeroth, where I used to know every nook and cranny. While I was running, Alec called me to ask how I was settling in. Once again, he thanked me for the lodgings. "It wasn't a moment too soon," he said. "You understand that, don't you? You've really helped me out. I owe you one." I went back home, cooked and ate dinner, then went to bed. Tomorrow was going to be a busy day. The first day of summer. The first sunrise in my new apartment. The boxing session. The divorce. My last day at UltraPack. My first day without the nicotine withdrawal. And finally, meeting some old friends. I might have to give my weightlifting session a miss. There was simply no way I could fit it in. I slept like a log. For the first time, no one disturbed me. The morning proved to be a bit hectic. To kick it off, the program hadn't woken me up until almost 7 a.m. Apparently, it had something to do with the proverbial sleep phases. I hurried to get ready. Even so, I was a couple of minutes late for my boxing practice. Luckily, the coach was late too, so my tardiness went unnoticed. My third practice gave me 5% to my hand-to-hand skill and 25% to my boxing skill. My stamina, agility, and strength had also grown a little. And maybe that wasn't everything. I simply didn't have the time to monitor every possible improvement.
"You're a very quick learner," the coach said, almost grudgingly. "If it goes like this, I might send you to the district championship early this fall, provided you keep this momentum up."
Who? Me? In the district championship? That was something totally new to me. It sounded admittedly cool. From the gym, I went directly to the registry office. Yana wasn't there yet, so I waited for her outside. After a 10-minute wait, I decided to call her. "Oh, give it a break. I'm coming now," she snapped, and hung up. After another 20 minutes, Vlad's Jeep pulled up at the opposite curb. Yana climbed out of the passenger's seat and crossed the road, heading for me. Vlad stayed in the car. "Good morning," I said. Yeah, good or bad, it makes no difference. Let's get on with it. I've already spoken to all the right people and greased all the right palms. They'll give us a simplified divorce. All the paperwork has been filled in already. All you need to do is sign it. Come on, then." She didn't look so special. A bruised cheekbone was camouflaged with a thick layer of foundation. Her eyelids were swollen, as if she'd spent the better part of the morning crying till her makeup had run, then hurried to reapply it, and hadn't made a good job of it. The lightweight scarf that covered her neck barely concealed some marks, which looked as if someone had tried to strangle her. "Yana? You sure you're all right?" She cast a quick glance at the Jeep. "Let's go now." Confidently, she led me in the right direction and peeped into an office. "Can we come in?" "One moment," a female voice said from behind the door. Yana closed the door and leaned against the wall. She looked up at the ceiling and blew a loud breath. She looked sick and tired of everything. I was a bit worried about her stats. She had several debuffs like depression and lack of sleep. Her mood was deep in the red. I looked at her face, drawn and aged, the same face I'd loved to kiss. I felt sorry. Not for her, but for everything that hadn't worked out between us. But then for her too. I had no idea what was going on in her life, but whatever it wasn't good. "Yana, listen," I tried to reason with her. She visibly tensed up. "Firstly, please forgive me," I said. "I haven't lived up to your expectations. I behaved like a lazy pig. I had no ambitions. All I could think of was the game." Her interest seemed to stir a little. I didn't need an internal interface to know that. You can't just live with somebody for several years without learning to pick up on their vibes. Before we'd begun to draw apart, we used to be as one. "No, I'll never forgive you," she said. "But carry on." "Secondly, I'm very sorry we have to part ways like this. There were many good things between us, especially during the first couple of years. Remember how cool it was? Do you remember our nights on the balcony when we'd open a bottle of wine with a knife and fork until we finally bought that stupid bottle opener? Remember?" "Oh, give me a break," she said, unable to conceal a smile. "What kind of family man were you, if you couldn't even afford a bottle opener?" "At least I was one hell of a rogue, no? Do you remember how we used to shine in the arena? We were the gladiators. Remember how we screamed and yelled when we finally got a title?" Her drawn face softened. "Remember our first kiss?" I said. "You winked at me at our first clan meeting, and then you allowed me to take you to my place. I was so stupid. You used your high position in the clan to seduce a gullible young girl. And remember when we had nowhere to go, so we went to your place for the night?" I said. That was when we'd already started talking about the wedding. and your mom walked in on us in a particularly inopportune moment. Remember? I remember everything better than you do if you absolutely need to know, she snapped. We had some good moments, you're right, but what next? Don't you understand you're going downhill? At least you finally found someone to employ you. At 30 years old, you're still like a child. All you can think about is eating, sleeping, and playing your wretched games. You have no ambitions whatsoever. For you, life is one big joke. I understand you very well, I said. And that's the third thing I wanted to tell you. I know where you're coming from. I don't hold any grudges. I suggest we stay friends, or at least buddies. If one day you need my help, I promise I'll be there for you. You only have to say the word. I decided not to tell her about any of my recent achievements. It might have looked like empty bragging in an attempt to fix things, especially because my so-called achievements weren't so much to brag about, really. All I'd done is managed to attain the levels of an average human being, and even that with the help of the mysterious program. Yana's large eyes welled with tears. She stepped toward me and clumsily tried to give me a hug, but stopped and proffered her hand. Ignoring her handshake, I scooped her up and pulled her toward me. Everything's going to be all right. Don't cry. Things will work themselves out. We just stood there, locked in an embrace. The office door opened, letting out a woman with a child. The female voice called, "Next, please." Reluctantly, Yana eased herself away from me and wiped her tears. She hooked her arm through mine and led me into the office. Less than an hour later, we left the building as former partners. Even though I'd been expecting this to happen, my heart still hung heavy, no matter how hard I'd been trying to assure myself and all the others that I didn't love my ex-wife anymore. Bye, Yana dropped, hurrying to Vlad's jeep. Good luck, girl, I whispered. My logs opened on the divorce task, updating it. Task status: meet up with Yana and file for divorce. Task completed. XP received, 500 points. Plus 15% to satisfaction. I paused, waiting for the bout of satisfaction to subside. Then went to UltraPack. I wanted to end my last day with them on a really good note. I spent all afternoon visiting new clients and selling their products until I'd worked my way through my entire list. In total, I'd closed 7 contracts that week, not counting the unfinished one, which I'd handed over to Marina as soon as I got back to the office. Pavel was out. As I waited for him, I shot the breeze with Cyril, Greg, and Marina, promising them to stay in touch and take part in Cyril's birthday party soon. Then I remembered my resolution to write for at least half an hour every day. I appropriated Cyril's laptop, opened a new Word document, and jotted down a quick vignette, filling a couple of pages with my thoughts on marriage and divorce. I saved what I'd written and paused, thinking whether I had something else to add to the subject. I didn't, so I published it in my blog. After a few minutes, comments and likes started flooding in. Just then, Pavel entered the office. I deleted my work and closed the laptop. He listened to my report. He must have already scratched me off his list of workmates because he was quite curt when he wished me good luck and sent me to the bookkeepers for my dues. They paid me almost 300,000 rubles for the days I'd worked, including bonuses. That should have been more than enough to last me a while. Now I could afford another month of boxing training, pay the rest of my rent for the first trimester, buy a new laptop, and still have enough money to live for a month or two. I'd already given some thought to what I was going to do later. Whatever it wasn't worth worrying about. As long as I had my health, I'd find some way to make money. Having finished with that, I checked on Vicky. But she was still sick. So stupid of me. Old habits die hard. I could have simply checked her position on the map. I bade my last farewells to my friends. Marina didn't even try to conceal her sorrow. She urged me to call her whenever I felt like it. I then said goodbye to all the others, paid my respects to Daria, our Instagram-inspired receptionist, and left the building to see my old friends. I popped into the bank on my way and put the money on my account. It would have been so stupid to arrive at a potential drunken party with so much cash in my pocket. I only kept a few notes, as well as the 20 grand I owed to my old friend Gleb. The bar was busy and loud, as it always was on a Friday night. Gleb was already sitting at the table I'd reserved, drinking a dark, unfiltered beer. He looked depressed. His hair was disheveled, his clothes unkempt. He'd never been a sharp dresser, but he'd always taken good care of himself. His hair had always been slickly parted. Judging by his stats, his mood left a lot to be desired. Even the bar's inadequate lighting couldn't conceal the gray strands in his hair. His temples were completely white. "Gleb," I said, approaching him, "it's been a while." "Phil, great to see you, man." He gave me a bear hug. His joy seemed sincere. No amount of game playing could replace real-life contact. Physical hugs seemed to charge you up with something warm and positive. Because we're social animals, we need it. For a while, we maintained a rather formal conversation, asking each other about the usual aspects of our lives, families, children, etc., etc. We'd been friends since junior high. That was when he'd first appeared at our school. He'd been rather average in everything. A B student with no particular talents, he wasn't funny or popular, neither a nerd nor a hooligan. Still, at the time he'd given me the impression of being solid and reliable. It just so happened that we shared a desk. Then we went to the same college. Our friendship continued, right until the moment I'd let him down. "Oh, I nearly forgot," I said. "Here you are." I laid the money on the table in front of him. "This includes all the inflation and late payment charges." Grinding his teeth, he stared at the money, without touching it. "Too late," he whispered. "Way too late. I needed it for my mother's surgery. Don't you understand? We sold everything. Everything we had, you understand. We scraped together just enough to take her to Israel for treatment. She needed a bone marrow transplant. We found a matched donor for her. That was incredibly lucky. She had a very rare blood group." "I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Why didn't you say?" "I didn't want any fake sympathy from you or anyone else. The money wouldn't have saved her anyway. It was peanuts compared to the bill we got from the clinic. It was just that everything seemed to happen at the same time. I was so desperate for that money, and you just took it and blew it in that wretched casino. I didn't want to give it to you. You remember that, don't you? A year later, our father left us. My brother got married and fled the nest, and He was getting drunk before my very eyes. No idea how much he'd already drunk before I'd arrived, but his speech was already slurred. Finally, he spilled some beer over the money, and took it. He blotted the notes with a napkin and put them neatly away in his tattered old wallet. Task status: pay my casino debt back to my friend Gleb Kolosov. Task completed. XP received 500 points, plus 10% to satisfaction. After an hour, I realized it was time for me to call it a day. Gleb was already drunk as a skunk. Much to my disappointment, nobody else had turned up. Not even Sergei Rezve, one of my best friends who'd agreed to see me without ado. That was so not like him. Still, the program had closed the task and even rewarded me with some XP. I had 630 points until my next level. I put Gleb in a taxi. First, I tried to get his address out of him, intending to send him off alone. Then I realized it wasn't such a good idea. He was drunk, and he had money on him.
so I jumped in the taxi with him and took him home myself. It took me quite some effort to haul him up to the 5th floor, where I handed him over to his wife, grim, plain, and old before her time. I told her I was happy to meet her, and explained that Gleb and I were old school friends. I really should meet up with him again sometime and find out what his problems were. The next morning, I pumped myself full with energy drinks and had a double gym session. My boxing coach handed me a pair of gloves and made me punch the bag, encouraging me with his constant, "That's good, good, again, faster, harder, harder, faster," which sounded almost like the soundtrack from an adult movie. Having finished with him, I headed for the weights room. I didn't need a coach there. I'd already jotted down a workout schedule and marked down the weights I'd planned to use. And seeing as I had nowhere to hurry to, I spent another half hour on the treadmill. Totally spent, I basked under a hot and cold shower for a while, got dressed, had a protein shake, and walked home. I gave my sister a ring to find out where we were going to see our parents. She was all hyped up as usual. She started by threatening me with a gastronomical apocalypse, then told me to buy some fruit and a cream cake. By the end of our conversation, she was already doubting my ability to choose the right cake or fruit, so she just told me she'd buy everything herself. All I had to do was turn up on time on my own accord because she had better things to do than driving every young dickhead around town. Already, when I was approaching my house, I got a funny feeling I'd missed something. I turned around and saw a familiar figure sitting on the bench. How the hell? "Mr. Panikoff?" I called to my first quest giver in disbelief. "That's me!" The old man grinned. "Phil, if I remember rightly." "Exactly. May I ask you what brings you here?" "I live here. We moved not long ago. Everything's all right with you? You look tired." "That's because I've just been trading. If the truth were known, I can barely move." "Does that mean we're neighbors now?" "It certainly looked that way." He feigned surprise. "Oh, well, it's been nice to see you again." "Likewise," I said. "Oh, and by the way—" His voice changed ever so slightly. He stopped lisping. His words had a metallic ring to them. "You don't think you spend too much time helping your new friends, do you? All those Alex, Fatsos, and Glebs. They're the true dregs of society. When are you going to start leveling up properly, may I ask? Or are you waiting for Hafor to come whistling round the mountain?" He must have verbally critted me because his words had a shocking effect on me. I was floored, flabbergasted even. I felt as if he'd whacked me with a baseball bat. "Answer my question," he demanded. "How do you know?" My voice failed me. "We," he stressed the word, "we know everything about you. So just answer the question. What's your current insight level?" 2. "So, Valiadis was right about you then. You still have the program. Shame. Very well. Now I know everything I need to know. You can go now." "So what's going to happen next?" "In what respect?" he asked me. "With me, and with the program." "Sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about," the old man replied in his old shaky and lispy voice. "You sure you all right? You look worn out." "I'm fine," I said. "Thanks for asking." He picked up the newspaper which was lying in his lap, opened it, and began reading, shielding himself with it. For a while, I stood next to him, studying his stats. There was nothing unusual about them. He was still the same 83-year-old pensioner with a social level of 27. "Mr. Panikoff," I made another attempt. He put his paper down. "Yes, Phil? What is it?" "What number apartment are you at?" Seeing as we're neighbors now. Oh, yes, of course. At number 37. Please, drop in sometime.
With pleasure, I said, heading for the door.
Back home, I finished reading yet another book. I still had about an hour left until meeting with my parents. That's when I made another decision. It had nothing to do with Valiades or my leveling, not even the weird Mr. Panikoff, my dear old-age pensioner. You didn't find this type of task in the logs. There was no quest in the world which could issue it. This was something I desired with all my heart. I looked at the map. She was at home. I left the house and went to see her. I had to ring the bell several times before the door finally opened. Vicky stood in the doorway, wrapped in a towel. Her wet hair hung loose. A drop of water made its way down her face. She stared at me in surprise. Without saying a word, she let me in. I shut the door and took a long look at her, and she at me. She appeared so vulnerable, young even, that my heart clenched. My daughter is with my parents again. She finally broke the silence. Hi. Hi, I replied, forcing the sounds out of my dry throat. And I'm about to go and see my own parents now. Would you like to come with me? Actually, I would. This concludes Restart by Dan Sugralinoff, narrated